Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
Board of Supervisors meeting is called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. I'm inviting Supervisor Moe to lead us in the pledge. Okay, public expression. We're starting with in-person public expression. If you'd like to speak for 3 minutes, please approach the podium. Try to keep 6 feet of distance.
Thank you. My name is Dusty Whitney. I was born and raised in Willits. I am here today to ask that you vote no to the closing of the Mendocino County Museum, even if only for a short time. In 2018, I donated a lifetime collection of more than 1,600 historical Mendocino County artifacts to our museum. This collection was given with the understanding that the artifacts would be on a rotating display to the viewing public. And I'm willing to do all that I can to assure that the public has continued access to this rich historical record. I believe that a vote to defund the museum would negate the legacy of our forefathers, not to mention all past, current, and future Mendocino County residents, including our fallen war heroes, our men and women in the lumber industry, our men and women in the fishing industry, our Native American friends, our Roots of Motive Power crew, our mom and pop businesses, our school teachers, our police and firefighters, our doctors and nurses, our men and women and children who support and visit our museum, our hardworking county employees, including Administrator Karen Matson and her staff and volunteers. Chris Baldo, a founding member of Roots of Motive Power, has reminded me that back in 1970, the Mendocino County Historical Society gifted our county its museum building, along with the historical artifacts it contained. These treasures are our voices of the past, be it a tattered written text of the 1600s or a broken down steam train from the 1850s. Please, don't let these treasures go dark. I urge you to do everything in your power to keep this invaluable county treasure open. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Troy James, Roots of Motive Power, and Dusty pretty much said everything, with the exception of that Roots and the museum have always had a tight connection and an understanding with each other. And if the museum were to close, it would dramatically affect Roots of Motive Power's ability to conduct their business. We would no longer have access to our research library, which I know people don't see, but we use quite regularly for the maintenance, preservation, and restoration of our pieces, of which some of are also owned by the County Museum. Our first project was a spool donkey that's owned currently and was then by the county. That was the first restoration that Roots had done. And we need access, if it does close, which I pray it does not, then we still need access to our facilities that were all established with the RERHP program that was back in the early 2000s. The engine house, the libraries, tall gallery, and long gallery, which were all built under a grant from the Department of Transportation. And I think that it would be a loss to the county, to the people's. History has a value. I know you're trying to save value, but history does have a value, and I don't think you're going to. And I also was wondering, during the COVID closures, when the museum was, for all practical purposes, shuttered, what was the savings then? Because I know that you're not planning on getting rid of the employees, you're going to redistribute them, but you still have to maintain the facilities for the artifacts, and I believe the county records are also maintained and preserved there as well. So I don't think the savings are worth the loss of the value of the history. So that's what Roots' primary input is. So, thank you.
Good morning, Board. Carrie Shattuck. I recently filed several claims with the county regarding loss and violation of my rights during this pandemic. And I received a letter stating that my claim was hereby rejected from Heather Rose, the risk manager that had a CC to County Council. I'm wondering if the board actually voted on this, or was it just an automatic rejection? Was there anything taken into consideration about that? And also I see that the board continues to social distance, which there is no state guidelines for that, and I feel like it's social dividing. None of us are contaminated, and 3 years ago, before all this, no one really worried about the flu or how many people they had killed with the flu. So I encourage the board to stop with the silly signs and let us all congregate together. Thank you.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister. My agenda item for today is gratitude and appreciation. I'm not political. I'm a street person. As my dad would say, John Q. Citizen. I got into this because somebody made me realize that if I wanted to change the world, I had to do it locally. I had to do it with my neighbors, with myself. And so I appreciate all the activism, all the people that come up and participate in the board meetings, particularly the lady that just spoke, the anti-vaxxers, the patriots. Nothing but good intentions, faith and belief. I appreciate that we have that discourse in this county, and a lot of discourse. I don't want to say our county is dysfunctional, but I kind of like dysfunctional things. That means there's room for improvement. So I'd like to particularly say thank you to Anna Stockel for her spirit tenacity, and I'm wishing her ease in all of her troubles. She's the spirit of this county, whether people like it or not. Michael Katz for his dedication, his articulation, perseverance. Ron Edwards for the same thing, respect. I've learned a lot. County government is very strange. All government's very strange. And I appreciate that there are people that give their time like he does, just willingly, to make the world better. And let's see, where we're getting to Space, who spoke last time. They're bringing out a program called, I believe it's called Danceability. And if I had not heard and followed these meetings, I wouldn't have known about Space and that program, which for disabled people is a godsend to this community. The more trained healers we have and adaptive movement teachers, the better off we all are, and the health of our community. And then lastly, where am I at? Medical marijuana. I just want to say, throughout, as a beginning, I have a real offense to recreational, the word recreational. And I think that the whole community on all sides needs to look at that. And as you know, I come from the medical side. And this word recreational, it prevents the medical side from happening. It's the societal block that I'm trying to address, that I wish everybody look at in their heart, why they don't want marijuana in this county. That should be number one, because it's all of those people that have thrown these roadblocks in, no matter what they are, pinpointed down. It's a general attitude. So I would appreciate and have great gratitude if everybody would open their hearts to working with whatever will work with the marijuana people. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to online public comment, public expression, starting with David King.
Good morning, board. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak over Zoom. Very grateful. Very impressed with the last speaker. That was very moving for me. Back in January, I sent a letter to the board and each individual member. The letter was in regards to the cannabis program's constant changing in rules, which kept me from cultivating for years, yet at the same time still charging me a hefty tax. The accumulation of excessive taxes and fees keeps me from receiving grant funds, even though I meet all the categories, including low income. Since we have yet to come up with a realistic cannabis tax, I'm requesting in the meantime, you at least offer a one-time opportunity for cannabis operators to enter into some kind of a program that waives all the late fees and puts them on a payment program, in turn making them eligible to receive grant funding. I want to thank you very much for your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Beardsley.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Counsel Curtis. My name is Julie Beardsley, and I am president of the Mendocino County chapter of SEIU Local 1021. I am here this morning to share our concerns about the current budget process, specifically the limited and selective information that is being shared with the board. County administration shared very little information during its third quarter report. If you now have year-to-date budget actuals for the departments, we ask that you share them. We're concerned the county is flying blind, trying to make consequential decisions with what might be inadequate or even misleading information. For example, the chief executive's office made the assertion that the county should hold in reserve 3 months of operating expenses, or about 25% of the general fund operating expenses. However, the board's policy 32 calls for only 6.35% of general fund operating expenses. While one might think this is an excess of caution, the county is not a household or a small business and has different budgeting practices and funding streams. Mendocino County currently has a 10% general fund reserve, which is in line with our reserves from neighboring counties. Humboldt, Napa, San Francisco, Marin, Sacramento, and Yolo all have a 10% reserve, while Sonoma County's is only an 8.3% reserve. I doubt there is a single county in California that holds 3 months.
Hey, Julie, if you could pause for one moment. We're having some difficulty with audio. Some of our supervisors can't hear back here. Supervisor McGordy can hear.
Can the people in the audience hear too? In the public?
Yeah, they can hear better than we can. Julie, go ahead and continue. Speak up if you can.
My point is that we don't need a 25% reserve in general funds. A 10% reserve is fine. Rather than make drastic cuts that will put us even further in a hole and worsen already strained county services, SEIU's position is to hire staff to collect the backlog of uncollected revenues. If there is a temporary shortfall, use reserves to get the county through the rough patch, and then replenish the reserves with those collected revenues. We believe that transparency in fiscal reporting and an honest and open discussion of all the tools available to the board will help create a balanced budget and allow the county to carry out its vital work for the community. Thank you.
Michael Katz.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank Mark for his comments earlier. Appreciate you as well, sir. I'm calling in today on this item to provide some potentially positive information related to some incredible successes that our community has had recently in Los Angeles, the largest cannabis market in the world. This past weekend was the 18th annual Emerald Cup, which is a statewide competition among cannabis operators. As you all may know or may not know, this event originally started in Mendocino, but due to the local environment, it ultimately wound up moving to Santa Rosa and annually brings in millions and millions of dollars in economic activity to that county. It has moved its award show to Los Angeles, where over the weekend, members of this cannabis community, Mendocino County, took home an outrageous number of awards indicating the quality of the product produced here. MCA members Lit House took home several awards, including sweeping first, second, and third place in the mixed light category. It's hard to underestimate or understate the incredible quality of that product. Unfortunately, their Mendocino County cultivation site in Fort Bragg is sunsetting and removing this business and their quality product from the county. MCA member Sovereign won first place for their infused pre-roll, also an incredible business providing tons of local jobs and resources. As you know, this board voted to deny their accommodation district just recently, and so there's another business that's going to be leaving Mendocino as we're talking about the issues that this county is having with finances. MCA members Woodwide Farms won the highest terpene content among all 400 contestants, an incredible feat that speaks to the incredibly high quality of their practices and products. Their Mendocino County cultivation site is also sunsetting in June. So I'd just like to show, when we talk about what, is our community recognized throughout the state and throughout cannabis as having some of the best product in the world? The answer to that is clearly yes, as represented by all of these awards. And here are these successful businesses that are exactly the kind of businesses we want to see succeed in this environment. And they are being forced to leave Mendocino County by the policies that have been imposed by this board and the Mendocino Cannabis Department. I encourage you to consider that as we face the struggles we face as a county. Further, dozens of other brands won as well. I would like to also take this opportunity to invite the full board, plus one each, Kristen Nevedal, the director of the cannabis program, and the Christian Curtis, plus one, all of you plus one, to the screening of Ladybud's documentary starring local native Chia Rodriguez, illustrating the issues that the cannabis community has been having. And I want to thank the Mendocino Film Festival for their generosity. It's time to evaluate the cannabis situation from beyond the dais and to engage with the stakeholders. Thank you.
Dr. Andy Corin.
Dr. Corin, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Mute. Sorry, I'm having trouble electronically this morning. Thank you, Chair Williams, Supervisors, and CEO Antle. I want to give a very brief update on the status of the pandemic. Are you able to hear me now? Looks like
yes,
so.
Yes, go right ahead.
Since early March, we've experienced a lull in the COVID pandemic, but this ended last month when we saw case rates more than triple from 4 per 100,000 on April 19th to 12 per 100,000 yesterday, May 16th, along with increasing numbers of community outbreaks and an increase in hospitalizations. So we're now in a high transmission risk area per the CDC. There are a few reasons for this. We did relax the indoor masking requirements as well as other mitigations, and the response to strong recommendations has been lax. Currently, the predominant COVID variant BA2 is twice as contagious as Delta, and the new BA2.12.1 subvariant is even more contagious and escapes immunity gained from prior COVID infection. In Mendocino County, we fully vaccinated 74% of eligible people and boosted 54%. However, the uptake of vaccines and boosters has greatly slowed down in people under 50 who have a high exposure at work, and especially in children with high exposures in schools. Immunity from prior infections And even from the vaccines is waning now, and new variants on the horizon, such as BA4 and BA5, may be even more resistant to current vaccines. However, to be clear, the vaccines are still effective against severe disease, with unvaccinated still 10 times more likely to be hospitalized or to die. I should note that this morning the FDA just approved the Pfizer booster for children aged 5 to 11 years old. Children under 12 are of great concern because new data from the blood test shows that almost 75%, or 12 million children in the United States, have had a prior infection. 119,000 have been hospitalized and 1,400 children have died. Also, in these ages, the long COVID and severe multisystem inflammatory disease syndrome are grave threats. So public health is recommending renewed vigilance to protect our community now to prevent another surge. This includes strong recommendations for vaccinations and boosters when they are due. Gatherings should be kept small and outdoors, and if indoors, open windows and doors for increased ventilation. Test before gatherings, and if positive or sick, stay home. Get treated if symptoms are present with the new pills that are available with a prescription, but work best within 5 days or less of the symptom onset, and wear masks in indoor public places. Thank you.
Patrick Hickey.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. Patrick Hickey with SEIU Local 1021. I just wanted to add a few points to what our chapter president, Julie Beardsley, shared a few minutes ago. For the county administration and the board to be talking about cuts in county services at this time with the limited amount of information that has been provided makes absolutely no sense. The county is awash in money. Your task is to effectively allocate it for the highest possible benefit. The state is making a wide range of funding available. We need the staff to apply for it and utilize it if we're successful. The administration has done too little to pursue uncollected funds and blames staff shortages. Then we need to redouble our efforts and offer competitive salaries so that we can help employees to help identify and collect unpaid property and transit occupancy taxes. The county has failed to fill hundreds of non-general fund positions that would bring in millions of dollars to circulate in our local economy, support our local businesses, and expand vital services. We've heard the county talk about the projected drop in cannabis tax revenues for the fiscal year, and that certainly is a concern. But what they failed to mention is that the county also secured a 3-year, $17.6 million local jurisdiction assistance grant to support the cannabis program. It seems to us that it would be worth mentioning that in this context. For every area of concern, there is a sign of promise. What we need is a balanced assessment of our position, not a cherry-picked gloom and doom report. We are looking for the board to invest in our communities, not defund them. These times call for bold and optimistic leadership. No one could deny that the county faces many challenges, but if you support your staff, fill vacant positions, and allow county employees to do their jobs, the whole community wins. Thank you.
Anne Marie Weibel.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO, Antle County Council. I also want to address the issue, financial issue, and possible closure of the county museum. By bringing 3 departments under one administration that knows not much about the value and importance of a county museum and the amazing archives, which some of them have now been withdrawn due to these decisions, I am very concerned that if you would close the museum, you would never open it again. And we do have the Grace Hudson Museum, but that does not replace the county museum. When I first arrived in this county and visited the county museum in 1978, I was blown away by this amazing museum. I was raised, going to a museum where I saw history of people from hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and to come to a museum where actual life history was also displayed was mind-blowing. There was documentation about the owners of the Boonville Hotel who took off one night with all the wine and everything. The step fan of Andre O'Connor's being displayed there, the music of the Back to the Land people, great musicians like Gene Parsons, Antonia Lamb, and etc. just sold me, not to mention the Pomo baskets and all the other valuable information there, that we really need to keep that museum open. Also, I'm in support of the Roots of Motive Power that was mentioned. And also, there are archives. There's lots of people who donated their archives to that research library, to the archives. And the savings, the little that you would be making, would not pay for the loss of this community. It is important to keep this museum open, and I encourage you to do that, because if we have no history, we also have no future. And it is important that we keep this history alive. Thank you for letting me comment. Thank you so much.
Blair O'Clair.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Blair O'Clair. I'm a cannabis farmer here in Round Valley, and I just wanted to kind of just express my frustration with what's going on with the portal system and just the lack of movement of getting things accomplished and done. I turned in my portal application at the very beginning back in August, and still have had zero anything done with it. And we're approaching like almost, getting close to a year of me turning in my documents that I've had turned in many times before. And also just getting really close to it being a year away from everybody needing to have not only the portal completed, but also Appendix G. And I feel like there's been lots of promises and deadlines that have been put out and have not been accomplished. And I think that the board really needs to look at the progress and what is going on in the department, and why things haven't been moving faster and processing faster, and the promise of new people being hired and that not happening, and really needing to address potential inefficiencies that are happening, and maybe over analysis of certain parts of the program that have been really stalling things moving forward for all of us who have been in this program for many, many years, paying lots of taxes. And I really hope that the board really takes a deep look at this and instructs the department to really move forward on making sure that all of us applicants have our best foot forward moving forward. And I know that, I also have a farm where I do other agricultural products. And in many instances, we get a lot of help for certain things to be able to move forward in different projects and grants, and really like hoping that that this department can be as helpful as other departments are through other different types of ag to really help and encourage people to stay within the program and continue to move forward. Thank you.
Paul Hansberry.
Good morning. This is Paul Hansberry, and my partner Susan is here with me. She'd like to speak after me if that's okay. Good morning, board. I would like to continue with a little bit more information that our birthday boy, Michael Katz, had mentioned about the Emerald Cup. That Emerald Spirit Botanicals won the Regenerative Farm Award for their commitment to environmental stewardship, standing out for regenerative practices that serve to heal the world as they produce their cannabis. They also took home awards for most unique terpene content and first place for third-party certified cannabis, which means they go above and beyond and have external certification of their regenerative practices. Just something that I think should be taken into consideration, that they're not alone in this. They just happen to be recognized as one of the best in the state. Most of our farmers do work as stewards of the land. Also, as part of the efforts to expand awareness of the value of our community's products, we were fortunate to have several Mendocino cannabis brands placed recently in The Woods. The Woods is a new dispensary in West Hollywood owned by world-famous actor Woody Harrelson. The Woods is designed to fully support craft heritage-producing regions of California and focuses on education and awareness of products that we create here in the Emerald Triangle. It takes time to increase awareness of the broader market throughout the state, and we're making great strides despite the significant challenges of our operators that we're facing locally. We urge the board to incorporate more stakeholder input into the development of policies that will help us harness the potential and benefit of the entire community. I'm, as long with my partner Susan and many other people, have long thought that incentivizing people to come out. You have a relative handful of people that have actually taken the initiative to come out and step into the legal market. Maybe a couple of hundred of the 9,000 estimated farmers that are in Mendocino County alone. We need to incentivize these people to get into the legal market, and the regulations and the owners, the efforts to deny these people seems to be more the thrust than to try to incentivize them into the legal market. So please see what we can do to try to incentivize and streamline this process and make some common sense discretionary decisions. It seems to me the department was given the authority to make some discretion with the equity program, but that it doesn't. The resolution that was passed doesn't seem to have held any water. I'll leave on that note, and with your permission, I'll hand it over to my partner, Susan, who's here in the room with me.
Susan?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Supervisors. Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. We strongly support MCA's letter of May 17th. The language underscoring the loss of vital cannabis businesses is of paramount importance, certainly economically, but in all other ways as well. As longtime regenerative farmer stakeholders, we respectfully request that the board continue to and expand its engagement with us and take seriously our place in the social, ecological, and economic fabric of the county. MCA's memo addressing 4F is of particular note, and we really appreciate your ongoing engagement and your hard work, and we look forward to joining you in whatever way possible to incentivize, as Paul mentioned. Carrots seem to work so much better than sticks. So thank you, and we look forward to working together to bring more people into the program instead of casting them out. Thank you.
Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. I would like to kind of dovetail into Dr. Corrin's announcement earlier that I was involved in a couple of events this last week in Sonoma County, and one was a wedding and one was a corporate event, and both were planned as non-mask events. And just before the events, several people tested positive for COVID, so they went to mask events. So I think that if you have that information, you can follow trends that are going to keep us ahead. I'm also really excited that other people are encouraged by people coming forward and speaking to the board and participating in the public process. It's fantastic that we've got candidate forums going on. Unfortunately, Chair Williams, I was not able to see yours last night. I hope to find it on YouTube today. But some very interesting things have come up, and you can see items that are concerned to the community. Unfortunately, we don't have this ability with the sheriff or district attorney's offices, which run unopposed, so we generally don't get a debate on the direction that those departments are going. One of the really interesting things that came up in the Willits debate in both candidates is wanting to be concerned with the local small growers. And I think that we are really seeing a drop in sales tax. You can see the amount of soil that's building up at our local garden centers. And I think that maybe the board can relook at that 10-acre limit for 6 outdoor plants, because it may be a small amount, but if somebody is able to save some money and cultivate their own cannabis, they can spend that at a local restaurant or local business. Also, it was amazing the number of award-winning businesses that we have at the Emerald Cup. It was not a large cannabis operation out of Santa Barbara. There were no 1,000-acre winners at that event. So as the board may be thinking that, yes, the larger scale farm is good, it is that small craft quantity that really brings a quality person to the area as far as tourism. People don't really line up to go down to Fresno or Modesto to tour Gallo. They are up in Healdsburg and Napa at specialty wineries. So if you can, again, work. And David came up with a great idea, because the county has done an amnesty before, a fee reduction for tax relief. Get these people to come forward with this long delayed equity grant would be fantastic. And, getting some money in now, it may be a little bit less, but rather than having a lien on a property that is sitting there, that's an unrealized gains where you have the opportunity to really come up with a program to actually get some of this capital coming back into the county. Thank you very much.
Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Monique Ramirez, District 3. I just first want to thank Michael Katz from the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance for inviting the board, as well as County Council and our Mendocino Cannabis Director, to view the Ladybud screening that's happening at the film festival here in our county. I think that's a wonderful opportunity for all of you to really get to understand what it's like to be a farmer on our end. And the documentary is just so incredible. I have had the opportunity to watch it several times and got to go to Sacramento and invite some of my personal friends to come see it. And my friend was sitting with me in the audience and afterwards looked at me and said, "I get it now. I get your struggle." And I'm so glad I got to watch this movie. Hearing something like that from somebody on the outside, it really touches you as a farmer. And also I got to participate in going to the screening in Nevada County, where some supervisors from their county went and attended the screening and spoke to one of them in the lobby afterwards. And it was just so beautiful and refreshing to have a supervisor really understand the struggles that farmers are facing, and then having a documentary as powerful as Ladybuds to kind of back it. And so I just really encourage all of you to participate in seeing that and taking up on the invitation. It's a great, beautiful documentary. It not just highlights cannabis farmers in Mendocino County, but throughout the state, and some powerful women, and it's funny and just beautifully documented. So I encourage you all to take up on that. I also just want to say that, I think also the Emerald Cup winners, highlighting how so many small craft producers from Mendocino County took awards or were recognized as a top finalist, speak volumes to the value of what Mendocino County can bring to the industry by supporting small legacy farmers. And we really need to do everything we can to continue to keep them in our program. And I know later on today, some of those items might be discussed through the Mendocino Cannabis Department report. So I'll save those comments for later, but just want to plant that seed early now. And then also unrelated to cannabis, I just wanted to bring up that the Mendocino County Library Administration budget proposal for Round Valley is going to be reducing the budget down to 50% less than last year. And it's actually even 75% less than what was pre-pandemic. So that's really hurtful for our small library here in Round Valley. And I hope that the budget can be re-examined and hopefully funds can be elevated to support libraries because they're really important for our community. And one final thing, I really think it would be great to see as a future agenda item brought forward before one of the Board of Supervisors, bringing back the Class K amnesty program for those that have not permitted structures legally yet. It'd be a great opportunity to get people in the program to do so. Thank you so much.
That concludes online public expression. Last call for public expression in person.
Hello, my name is Wendy. I think it needs to be said that we need to stop spreading fear for a virus that is no more deadly than the common flu, with a 99 point whatever survival rate depending on your age. Stop promoting the vaccine that does not prevent the spread or the severity of the virus. We need to not ever mandate a medical procedure, including vaccines, as this is an unconstitutional practice, and we need to recognize natural immunity. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 3.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Maybe County Council might slap my hand, but I have a question or maybe a recommendation regarding the budget, and I don't have another opportunity to say it except for the people that commented on it.
You'd like to respond to public comment? Go right ahead.
Yes, I would. Thank you. It is my hope, because I reached out to staff after our last meeting and the budget discussion that we have. So it is my hope that when we have our budget hearings in June, staff can bring back recommendations that describe board policy and how we may or may not use the reserves to have a balanced budget. So I realize that there are no meetings before the budget hearings, but I think that it is important that the board have that conversation before approving a budget.
CEO Antle, can staff bring that back prior to the budget?
Yes. Chair Williams, we do have 3 voicemails.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on a second. We think those 3 voicemails are for the consent calendar. So let's move on to item 3, consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Do supervisors wish to pull any items for separate consideration? Mo?
Item 3X.
John?
I'd like to pull items 3E and 3T.
Okay, let's, and any comments on items? Supervisor McGordy?
So I like items 3E enough, and we should be sure we're coordinating that with efforts by RCRC to address PG&E issues. And I'd also like to pull item 3Q.
Okay, let's start with 3S. I'm sorry, X.
That's okay. When reviewing the agenda, I had questions about the amount of funding that will be moved from direct grants benefiting local businesses to technical services presented by West Company. I reached out to staff, and there is an opportunity for this board to vote that those funds are perhaps used by a different contractor to try and get those funds directly out to businesses. I appreciate the technical assistance that West offers. However, I know that many of our businesses went into great debt to try to be able to meet the COVID guidelines. And so I'd like the board to consider staff reviewing that and seeing if there's another contractor that might be able to get those funds out to our small businesses.
Are you asking for direction to staff or
I'm looking for board support.
Supervisor Haschek?
No, I didn't have a comment on that one.
Board, is there support for Supervisor Mulhern's idea? Dan?
Supervisor Mulhern, do you happen to have an idea if there is another entity out there that is interested in doing that?
It's my assumption that Adrian is listening in on the call. Maybe if she's in the Zoom, she could be brought in. I do believe that there is. EDFC has just launched a successful micro grant campaign where they are giving out smaller grants, 2,500 instead of 10,000. And I believe they have more applicants than they have money. So I think that there are businesses that are ready and willing. I understand that this grant is through a different source and may have different requirements, but I really just strongly believe that our businesses need the cash and not the classes.
Supervisor Haschek.
I guess since Supervisor McGordy and I are on the board of the West Company Business Center, that we'd really like to look into this because I guess I was assuming that this would be going, and I don't want to put too much burden on staff to try to change this process that we have in place. So I would really question how much time it would take to review this and to look at other alternatives at this point.
Adrian?
Thank you, Chair. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. Two parts to this. The original grant is a COVID funding grant for small business loan and technical assistance. At this time, direction to staff could be to separate that and keep the technical assistance with West and procure a new subrecipient to do small business loans. If we move forward as it is, this will be taking away the opportunity for small business loans, which Supervisor Mulherin had noted. That $120,000, we have two possibilities. EDFC is a potential subrecipient, as well as our current consultant, Jeff Lucas. He's performing underwriting and loan services for the county's revolving loan fund, which has $500,000 in it. We're loaning to small businesses. Again, we would have to do a procurement for that, but there are other entities that could maintain a small business loan if the board would prefer to stay with small business loans instead of rolling this all into micro enterprise.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, just a follow-up. Adrian, Supervisor Mulhern was talking about a different program with EDFC that it sounded like it may be a grant, and I think I just heard you describe what would be a loan. Is it prohibited to use these funds as grants?
Thank you. No, this actually is a grant program. I misspoke on that one. These are not repayments for the COVID funding. And so this agreement with HCD is written from 3 to 10,000. They're called micro or mini grants. And so this is not a repayment in this sense.
Can we call for public comment on this item?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Stacy Kaiko, and I'm with Economic Development and Financing Corporation. So I just wanted to make note that we would definitely be interested if a new proposal was to go out. And I wanted to remind everyone of the success of EDFC for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Please lower your hand online unless you're speaking to item 3X. Corinne Powell.
I had my hand raised, I'm sorry, for the previous item, and I thought I had lowered it. My apologies.
Thank you. Can I invite a motion?
I move we direct staff to review alternative options for the $120,000 of microenterprise financial assistance and seek a contractor in order to do those business grants in the amounts of $3,000 to $10,000 in line with the original grant.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
For discussion, question for County Council, will we need to go out for competitive bid?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to work with the GSA to review that process. My thought is you probably are going to have the ability to waive, but we'd like to double check.
Thank you. Any discussion? Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, I guess I would like clarification on what the purpose of this is the feeling that West Company is not providing the service appropriately, or that other people can do it better, or what's the genesis of this?
I mean, I'll guess I'll take that one. I am not discounting West Company or the services that they offer the community and the county. In reviewing this agenda item carefully and knowing many of the small business owners that worked incredibly hard to prepare their businesses during COVID were reopened and then shut down and then reopened again with all kinds of requirements, I know that there are businesses out there that need financial assistance. The agenda item was to turn the financial assistance into technical assistance. So again, I'm going to say our businesses need cash and not classes. So that is the nexus for the reason for pulling the agenda item.
So I can support the change of direction. I don't know that I support the change of contractor. I don't have a problem with West executing, but I do think businesses need cash more than they need classes. And there are a lot of sources online for free education for small businesses, YouTube, for example. So I would rather put cash in the hands of businesses. Supervisor Mulhern. Are we ready to vote? Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 3F. Supervisor McGordy. Okay, let's move to 3Q.
So I just have a question for I guess it would be CEO Antle on the funding for the contractor in this, and how does this work? Is this done on a retainer basis? Is this done as needed basis, or how do you plan to expend the $100,000 that are being put aside for engineering?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. Laco Associates has been working diligently with us since the 2017 fire. Laco, this contract is for a one-year period. As grant opportunities arrive in the disaster recovery and resiliency area, we reach out to Laco to help us on the various grant writing opportunities and research that they provide. We've also used Laco at time of a disaster, particularly in the Hopkins fire most recently, and that was doing some watershed review on the best way to protect the watershed and work with us and the community to protect the Russian River there after the Hopkins fire. But this is as grants come up, we reach out to Laco as needed.
So are they kept on retainer basically for $100,000, or do you pay them by the hour as they go
We
to
pay
work?
them by the hour. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's a budget that we pay, that we draw against as needed.
Correct.
Okay. Correct. That's fine. I agree with you. They're excellent to work with.
Can we leave 3Q on the consent calendar?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Item 3E.
Yeah, item 3E, which I appreciate this letter requesting Governor Gavin Newsom to work with the Office of Emergency Infrastructure Safety to temporarily halt PG&E's Enhanced Vegetation Management Program in Mendocino County. I just think that I would like to add a couple things to the letter if possible. One would be that PG&E work with Mendocino County Fire Safe Council and any other entities working on healthy forests to create the best It's on, the light's on. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So I would like to add a couple things to the letter. One would be that PG&E work with Mendocino County Fire Safe Council and other entities working on healthy forest. And the other is for PG&E to present plans for mitigation of and erosion control, because what we're seeing is clear cuts and near streams, waterways, everything like that, and no plan for how to mitigate that. So I would like to add those to the letter.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I would second that, and I think we need to tune in periodically to what's going on with PG&E and what's required and what's not. And conversations I've had with Supervisor Dillon from Napa County, there's things that PG&E doesn't tell you that could help some of our constituents who want vegetation removed from their property. They actually have to give PG&E permission, but nobody knows that. So they leave the wood sitting there, and PG&E actually could remove it from your property if requested, but you have to have a permission letter. So, I think we need to kind of update this and get this back on our radar a little bit as we go into another season of work.
So I support all of those recommendations. I wonder if perhaps today we could approve the letter subject to incorporation of the ideas presented.
Certainly.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Good morning. My name is Walter Smith, and I'm from Willits. I live on Hilltop Drive, and it's considered a high fire risk area. And we've been, I would say, assaulted by PG&E's crews that come in. They started just going landowner to landowner, had no broad plan. None of the landowners knew what to do. They felt intimidated by this rash of people that came and started marking trees. You had, if you thought a tree shouldn't be removed, you had to state that you didn't want it removed. PG&E called you back and said you have to be a team player and feel about your neighbors as though all the people that they killed, that they've been feeling good about neighborhoods. And so I just want to say that I want to support this letter. But we're just a microcosm of what's going on. They're harvesting trees, they're cutting trees that are not a threat to the lines. That's the biggest problem in my sense. They're cutting down trees, they're wasting our resources, and they're cutting trees that just aren't going to hit the lines. And I've had to refuse at least a dozen trees, some of them over my water system, old growth trees where there's already no understory. It's not a fire hazard. It's not near the lines. The trees don't lean towards the lines. They're within striking distance of the lines. But this is going on my neighbors. My neighbors are upset. Some of my neighbors are happy because they're using it as a tree service to cut trees around their house because they're within striking distance of the lines. If I told them to cut all the trees within striking distance of the lines, they would do it because they get paid for doing that. So I just think that there's no plan, there's no alternative to just cutting down trees. They haven't come and said they're going to do anything else but just cut down trees. I think, as you already know, they're making a worse fire hazard because of the way they're opening up the canopy. I've had CDF come and look at my trees and look at what they're doing. I've had other foresters come. I've been communicating with 60 to 80 people online just about this issue. A lot of them, like me, timber fallers and fire and foresters, they all know that what's going on is wrong. It's just wrong. And it's what's so frustrating about it is that the trees aren't going to hit the lines. Why are they cutting them down? And this has been an ongoing problem. I've had to deal with PG&E since 1985 because there's a major line that comes through my property, a distribution line that goes up the hill to the other neighbors. And in the past, I've had to beg them to cut trees because they kept pruning them in a way that would fall over the lines. And I actually had them prune a tree that eventually did fall on the lines because of the way they pruned it. They let a limb grow over the lines until it was so heavy it fell down. It started a fire on my place. I put it out. Then a big pine tree died right next to the lines. They wouldn't do anything to it for several years, and I finally had to get on them to come and cut it before it created a problem by dropping limbs on the lines. That's an economic issue. We're still facing an economic issue right now, where they're doing things based on economics and not based on what actually needs to happen. So again, I'm glad that you're doing this. It's such a waste of resources. It's hurting people's property values. It's reducing carbon sequestration. You could just go on. And there's no thought behind it. There's no plan behind it. They could have had an innovative, an imaginative plan. And I realize that they're a big organization. They have lots of lines. But you can't, it's not just one size fits all. They needed to really have a plan to look at all of these areas and decide how to do it. Just the other day, one more thing. They cut some old growth trees and several other small second growth trees for a line that goes to one house. And I said, well, why don't you just move the pole? They said, oh no, it's too expensive. And then what did they do? They came up and changed that one pole, and they didn't move it. It's like, you've done all this work, you could have changed the pole, moved it 50 feet, and you wouldn't have been near any trees. It just all, one part of the organization of PG&E doesn't talk to the other part of the organization. Not even the regular veg management doesn't talk to the enhanced veg management. It's just a complete disaster of an organization that can't seem to organize itself and make significant improvements to their infrastructure and create a situation where landowners have some input, or counties even. Just think of how much we're losing in this county from this ridiculous tree cutting process. Thank you.
Thank you.
UIX, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to support the letter also, and I really appreciate it, especially the request for clarity from PG&E. I had an experience a few weeks ago where I went to a community meeting at Faulkner Park. There were PG&E representatives there who made all kinds of assurances that redwood trees were not going to be removed, and then we heard, well, maybe some redwood trees, but just little ones. Well, maybe a huge one is going to be topped or felled. And all these conflicting pieces of information were coming from PG&E after the meeting, where we had heard all these assurances that the community's desires were going to be respected. And I considered updating the story for the evening airing after I had heard the assurances, and then I realized that after hearing conflicting assurances, that wasn't going to add to the accuracy of the report. And so I'm just in this situation where when I'm reporting on things that I hear from PG&E, I'm not totally sure that I'm reporting accurate information. And so I appreciate the request for clarity. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. Why don't we add in the letter that PG&E start burying their lines? They can bury power lines, and then we would mitigate this entire process of tree cutting and fire, concern. Thank you.
Okay, online comment, we have Paul Hansberry.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, and I support the letter as well. I had a personal experience where they came and tagged trees. There were 63 trees they wanted to cut down on my property. I'm fortunate enough to be friends with a nationally renowned certified arborist who came up from the Bay Area and did a risk assessment on all the trees that were tagged. Some of them, yes, were safety hazards, but by and large, most of them were not. And so I refused a couple of the larger trees that were not at risk, according to this expert. And they refused to do any work at all. They told me that if they couldn't get the line miles that they needed, that they wouldn't do any work at all, because I refused two of the trees, especially of the larger ones, that they couldn't get the line miles. What they were trying to do was get statistics and line miles that they had cleared for their bankruptcy case. So it wasn't even about safety, because there were things that were indeed a hazard and needed to be done, but they refused to do that as well because they wouldn't get their line miles. So I totally support the letter, and I hope that they capitulate and that they do give you some kind of clarity. I doubt they will. They'll probably give double talk, but I hope that it does something. Thank you very much.
Motion. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, just one other comment of Ms. Shattuck mentioned putting the lines underground. And I think that that's a really good recommendation. And especially when we're talking about middle mile for fiber optic cable, if we could do those together, we would have a win-win situation. So if we could include that in the comment, in the letter, I think that'd be good too.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I make a motion that we approve the letter with the additions that PG&E work with Mendocino County Fire Safe Council and other local entities, and that PG&E enter vegetation and stream mitigation control measures during their work processes.
Let's vote by the button.
Did that include recommending undergrounding and increasing the rate of technical, their capabilities on the lines?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Who was the second?
Second.
Let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 3T.
Yes, item 3T is the cannabis report. And we received a letter from Mendocino Cannabis Alliance regarding this and the issues of the portal and this local authorization. And so I'd like to get a report from the cannabis director about the pertinence of the recommendation from MCA, and if it needs to be incorporated, if the board needs to take action to make sure that people aren't thrown out of the state system needlessly.
Is Director Nevedal available, or should we come back later?
Hello, this is Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Program. Can the board hear me okay? And the public?
We can hear you. Did you hear Supervisor Haschak's question, or should we repeat?
I would appreciate a repeat of the question, please.
Well, the board received a letter from MCA with the email from DCC, the Department of Cannabis Control. And there's this fear that people will be thrown out of the state program while they're in the portal. And so I'd like your comments on that. And if the board, the request from MCA is that the board affirmatively provide local authorization to the DCC immediately for every operator currently in the portal, so that none of our local operators lose their state licensure due to the delays of the local processing. I'd like your comments on whether we need to take that action.
I I don't believe that the board needs to take that action. The state is working closely with the department of the cannabis department here in Mendocino, and we will be providing them a list of the outcome of the reviews of all of the applicants in the portal. They'll use that list of those who have completed their applications through the portal as local authorization. So in the meantime, those who are eligible for renewal are having their renewals processed by the Department of Cannabis Control. And the fact that they are in the corrections portal does not impede their ability to renew their provisional license. Those who are in the portal and under application for the first time and have a pending application for licensure with the state, those applications will be held open until such time as we've provided the final list of those who have completed their corrections through the portal.
Supervisor Hascheck, do you have any further questions?
No, but I'd like to hear. Well, I'd like to see what public comments there are.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
I do have a further question about the equity grants listed. And how many checks have been issued so far for equity?
5 checks. Oh, my apologies. 5 checks have been issued so far.
5 checks?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Public comment, starting with Corinne Powell.
Sorry that took me so long. Corinne Powell. I'm sorry that I'm not a little further down in the queue, but in general, I want the board to know that even though there may be viable and plausible explanations for why so many applicants have had trouble working their way through what has become a maze at the cannabis department, there are huge problems. People are not able to continuously be sent back to have their applications sent back because there's something new that's not in an ordinance, that has not been directed by the board, that has been created for no apparent but arbitrary reasoning from the department. That is our biggest issue. The playing field changes. There's no way to predict what will be asked for next. And as we continue to hope that we can get some oversight to sort of rein in some of this autonomous and arbitrary regulating from the department, I think we will all fare much better. And I want the board to keep that in mind. We need to dig deeper. And I believe that an ad hoc needs to take oversight of the department. That's it for now. Thank you.
Corinne, before you leave, we do have an ad hoc at Supervisors Hascheck and McGordy. Perhaps you could work with them offline. And can you tell us specifically what are the regulations that have been added by staff, not part of the ordinance?
Let's start with veg modification. I can also tell you from my own experience in the renewal process, there were all kinds of things requested, like where do you store your generator? And why is that a significant issue when a description is provided for the use, temporary and occasional use of generators in my farming practices? Another request was, okay, you have water storage to be included in your application and your site plan. I put water storage of significance on my site plan. I use water cubes that hold approximately 275 gallons, plasticky containers. You've seen them, I'm sure, in the back of pickup trucks. When I haul my own water from a commercial facility, trying to save a little money, and I tell them in my documents that these are mobile. Occasionally, I move them around the property if I'm, for example, irrigating my orchard, if I'm irrigating pine trees, and they want to know exactly where they're placed. I make comments that are caveats to help them understand that these items are not critical in the sense of, is it a real structure, and are you using it? So it's that kind of thing, Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Corinne. I realize we can't get into detail and solve this here. Can you work with the ad hoc supervisors, McGordy and Haschek?
And I would be happy to work with them. However, in the past, some of the issues of concern to applicants have been out of what they considered their scope of work. So
what you're describing, Corinne, what you're describing is most definitely within the scope of their ad hoc. So if you could work with them offline, and they can bring recommendations back to the full board as they deem appropriate.
Sure, I'll be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Katz.
Hello, yes, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Despite Director Nevedal's assertion, we 100% do believe that the board does need to take action right now. All people in the portal, especially corrections portal, all of the state applications are not being processed until after the county is finished. What is happening here is what is similar to what happens in the weekly meetings, where questions are raised that require a back and forth, but there's no opportunity for that back and forth to happen. The ad hoc has made multiple inquiries to the department, yet no changes have been made in the actual implementation of their policies. People are still getting kickback on state allowance items for their equity budgets because the director is not an expert in solar and isn't sure and has to do some more research. But there's no reason for that because it's an allowable use. There's an incredible amount of overreach, abuse of discretion happening in relationship to the equity things and the vegetation modification that was identified. And, you know, we definitely sincerely believe that the ad hoc is not scoped wide enough. We believe there should be direct supervision, potentially by the CEO, and that this is, and that they need to be in direct engagement with stakeholders. I point out the fact that in this report, there's no mention of the fact that only 5 checks have been distributed. It looks like over $1 million has been distributed, but that's really just what's been authorized. So it seems like there is a different communication happening from the department than what the folks on the ground are really experiencing. And despite the entire community's efforts to educate the entire board about this for months now, there has really been no substantial change to the way the program is operating. So, you know, it is disheartening and confusing as to why the entire stakeholder community is being ignored despite multiple attempts to create positive solutions that we have repeatedly provided via our memos. And we sincerely hope that the board does take more action than just say, go deal with the ad hoc or let the department handle it. Like, this is an abdication of responsibility. This is a huge component of Mendocino's economy and cultural heritage, and it's being squandered due to lack of engagement. Withholding local authorization from applicants in the portal right now will lead to irreparable harm for an untold number of operators. And the correspondence that we had to get from the DCC through a PRA because the program refuses to engage with us in any kind of meaningful way makes it clear that MCD has the ability to avert this harm. Our question continues to be, why does MCD refuse to engage with stakeholders in a way that is ultimately harmful to the community, and why does the board continue to allow it to happen? Please engage with us further. Thank you.
Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. I am shocked that MCA had to file a public records request to get this information. In reading this letter from the state, it says that they will not approve people unless they are in good standing. We have the cannabis department saying one thing. We have a letter that MCA had to request to present to the public to state that. Another thing you were asking for changes, Chair Williams, the veg mod. When that was originally there, I was in the seat in the chamber there, and it was about commercial species of trees being removed. It was not about clearing brush, but yet it has moved into that. So that is another moving marker that is taking place. And I plead with Supervisor McGordy. These are farmers. We are in May, and we've only got 5 checks out where these people have been planning since last year to get these funds, to get their gardens, to get their farms operating. And we only have 5 checks issued. And there seems to be no concern. Yet, if these farms go under, they're not able to pay taxes, then there will be all kinds of concern about, well, why are they behind in their taxes? Well, it's a two-way street. If you need taxes coming in, you need to provide the materials that the state has provided in the funds to get these farms successful. Thank you.
Monique Ramirez.
Monique Ramirez, District 3. I am just so frustrated with how this process is going. First of all, I want to say that I think that the Mendocino Cannabis Department report needs to be a presentation and time allocated for it on an agenda item, not slipped in on the consent calendar with literally no discussion unless one of you pulls it. So, because we need to have a robust understanding of what's happening on the ground with all of the various moving parts that are a component to our program, including the Appendix G process, technical assistance for equity applicants and that whole process, renewal applications, all of those things. And we're not having the opportunity to really have a fruitful dialogue when it's put on a consent calendar like this. I want to just draw attention to Appendix G for a second. When are assigned planners going to be able to go back to reviewing the applications that they were reviewing before the portal opened? They have been directed not to do that anymore, and I'm just curious when we're going to see that change. I'm in the equity program, and I have been allocated funds for the technical assistance of $2,000. I've been waiting for probably like 9 months now or something to take a class because we're waiting for more people to sign up. So at what point are we going to say we don't have enough people signing up? And at that point, what is the department planning to do? I also just want to say that I submitted my Mendocino County permit renewal application on May 3rd. And I asked very specifically, very nicely, if I could receive correspondence that they had received it. And it's been 2 weeks now and nothing. And I think that's a poor management of the program. I think any application that is submitted through the appropriate channel for renewals, there should be a response given back to the applicant. We have received your application and we will let you know the next steps. Something, not dead silence, because then we have no idea. Did it get lost in transmission? Did it end up in a spam folder? Like, we have no idea. I'm somebody that stays on top of things. And so I'm going to continue to bug the county until I find out that, yes, you guys have received my application, because I do not want to have a relapse of my permit. But I just think that's the best management practice that should be implemented. And, finally, I don't think that we should be needing to request a Public Records Act for things that the county has, like especially in regards to this local authorization, which is a huge issue. That doesn't help us feel like there's transparency. And so I really want to see some movement there. And at the end of the day, like, you're going to hear all these comments, but if we just say, okay, and next item, it feels like nothing really changed. And I think there's been a lot of requests for action items to come out of this discussion. And I'd really like to see the board make some sort of comment on that, so we don't feel like we're just being unheard again. Thank you so much.
David King.
Chair,
Supervisor,
can I ask a question of Ms. Ramirez? Ms. Ramirez, the class that you talked about that you signed up for technical assistance, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Who is a provider of that class?
I actually don't know, because I picked several categories that were available for the webinars, and I have not heard back for when they're going to be hosted, who's going to lead them, not.
Okay, you don't know if it's Elevate?
I actually think maybe it was supposed to be Elevate. That was my assumption this whole time, but I really have no idea, which is also disturbing.
Okay, well, my understanding is that Elevate, who's the underwriter for the grants, is also the provider of the technical assistance, which seems to be a conflict of interest.
Can we move on?
Yeah, it's disheartening that we're not having those classes being held. They're supposed to be for bookkeeping and a technical assistance to help assist us with our business. But if it takes, a year or two to even be able to take the class, we might not even be in business by then. So I just want to see some movement happen. Thank you.
Paul Hansberry.
Hi, this is Paul Hansberry. It seems to me that back in February that there was a resolution that was passed that gave the director the authority to modify the manual, and all she had to do was put it up on the website and notify the board. When I asked her about that, she said, "Oh yeah, but we still have to go through cobblestone, which delays everything." So basically, it seems like the resolution was kind of useless, because everything still is delayed. There should be, it seemed to me, or at least I was really excited when that resolution came up, that there would be discretion, because you can't anticipate everything. And so as the person with the experience that Kristen has, she would be able to deem if something was an ongoing thing, if it was an eligible item, even if it wasn't something that was specifically called out in the manual, and that at her discretion she would be able to exercise her discretion to do that. And when you modify an agreement, a budget agreement, I know firsthand that this is going to be a problem for people, other people that are coming up, that things change, climatic conditions, priorities change, things happen on the farm. This is seasonal work. And I know that if the program succeeds, that means that it's dispersed all the money by the deadline, which has already been extended by 6 months. That's considered a successful program from a bureaucratic standpoint, not from a farmer's standpoint. And this is supposed to be to help the applicants. So if someone needs to change their budget, they can't alter it without having to go through cobblestone again and the delay. Things need to be happening in a more timely manner. Yes, a lot of business decisions need to be thought out, but sometimes you need immediate or at least timely action. And if you can't rely on those sorts of things, and you're depending on the monies to help, which is what they're there for, it is counterproductive. So if there's a way to authorize this so that we can make this available, it seems pretty simple. If it's an eligible item, that you should be able to modify your budget in order to do that. That's just one of the things that I think that we need to address. I mean, I could talk for hours about this, but we've only got 26 more seconds left. So please consider streamlining and making this a little bit more friendly, and having the discretion from both the grantees and the permissions from the department, so that this can run a little bit smoother and can be a little bit more reliable and a true help to the grant applicants. Thank you very much.
David King.
Communication will be essential for us moving forward. Even when we had good communication, like when I received my permit back in 2017, it's an ever-changing field. We need the information. We need the help. When I had good communication, I was told I'll never be able to grow in a hoop house. So I altered my farm. I changed my plans. I started an expensive process of putting terraces in. During that process, they said, we're going to hold up all of your permits until this is, complete. They then tell me you can have hoop houses, but I'm already in the process of putting terraces in. When it's all said and done, the communication I'm getting is, well, you removed vegetation that we forced you to remove to put terraces in for a part of a business you don't even need anymore. So basically, we have chaos and a non-functional system with communication. In this new system without communication, I don't see it going any smoother. And we're trying to build a functional system. We're trying to do it right. We definitely need more communication. Thank you very much.
Blair O'Clair.
Hello, board. You can hear the frustration in everybody's voices. And I think it's been so long and so much time and so much has not happened. We really need to take some serious direct action and direct direction to the department to really accomplish things and get people permits and get people through the program and figure out how to have people get through Appendix G, because it's not happening now. And there's just been so many excuses and so many roadblocks, and we really need to figure out what is a solution to make this move forward. And that's all the comments I have for now.
And we have one voicemail.
Hello, my name is Chia Rodriguez, and I am a permit holder here in Mendocino County, and I live in District 5, and I'm commenting on the Mendocino Cannabis Department oversight memo and agenda item. I would like to support MCA's memo that was written around item 3T as well, and invite you personally to watch the Ladybuds film on June 3rd in Mendocino at the Mendocino Film Festival. Also, in terms of the Mendocino Cannabis Department oversight, the department has been holding 2 permits of mine since February. I am not in the portal system, however, and it seems that they are not prioritizing non-portal renewals, but the June 30th deadline for applying for the state annuals is coming up really fast, and I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to apply for that in time. And I hope that the department can have some more oversight and hire some more people to streamline the process and make things move a lot faster and smoother for people who have been in good standing this whole entire time. So over the last 5 years, we have been getting renewals without any problems, and suddenly we're getting stalwarted here. And I really feel like the board needs to know exactly what's going on in that department, and there hasn't been a lot of oversight. And the lack of communication really is the biggest problem. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good day.
Ron Edwards. Ron, did you already speak on this item? Okay, we're going to move on back to the.
Yeah.
Ron, did you already speak to this item?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you were going to make a motion on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I have a couple questions for the department head. When are the portal submissions going to be deemed complete? When is that process going in? You said it was going to take 3.5 weeks. It's about that time. Are we on schedule?
This is Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department, and I would say we are a little bit behind schedule. We have been going through the lists from the state to better understand who has licenses, who has applications pending, so that we may prioritize those with licenses and applications pending. We also are looking at delinquent tax rolls and still trying to get a better understanding if those who have delinquent taxes are eligible for review. We have hired additional staff, so we will be transitioning into portal reviews probably early next week. And then putting all hands on deck. So we do anticipate we'll be finishing them up close to the end of the month, maybe into the first week of June at this point.
Okay, and this letter from MCA, so you think everything is covered, that all the people in the portal will be eligible for their licenses to be renewed by the state?
The state's renewal process is automatic. So we were told clearly in a state call that there has been no hangups of provisional license renewals due to portal status, that process is automated, and that there is not a review of the portal lists to see who has completed and has not completed their applications. So we were reassured that by the state a couple of weeks ago.
And does that apply for people who are changing license types?
I mean, I don't know who in the portal is changing license types. If they're proposing a different license type than maybe what they had before, they'll have to have an application submitted into the portal at minimum for that new license type. So I think I'm maybe a little confused about your question, Supervisor Haschak.
Well, one of the things is the fear of the continuity and thinking that some of these people who are getting delayed by the state or asked for local authorization are maybe possibly changing license types.
I mean, possibly folks are changing license types, but I encourage folks who are changing license types to be mindful of the state timelines, which are reflected in the report in front of you today. I think the timeline for applying for new state licenses is June 30th. We should be well through the portal corrections by that time. But again, folks who have not applied for the license that they're operating will not be allowed to cultivate without that license. And we've been asked to prioritize correction portal reviews for those who have pending applications and pending licenses. So we are going to start there.
Okay. And then the staffing, there's been concern about the staffing. So I've heard that you're going to be hiring staff, additional staff. Is that correct? And when will that happen?
That is correct. Well, we're in the process of doing that currently. So in addition to what appears in the report for staffing on page 3, we have hired 2 additional planner techs. We have promoted Nina Holloway, who is currently an administrative assistant, to planner tech. Nina will be working with the department on a transition plan. We have requested the lists for staff assistant and admin assistant from HR so that we can look at filling Nina's vacant position as she transitions into planner tech. But also we have a second allocation available to us for staff assistant and 2 admin assistants all day. So we would like to fill those positions, which would help us be more responsive to the public. The 2 new planner techs that we have hired, I anticipate will start probably in June with the department. That fills the extra office that we had. Filling the admin assistant seats will fill the extra spaces that we have available in the kitchen. We have 2 additional workstations there. We're trying to free up a third, which would give us the ability to hire additional Planner 1 or Planner 2 staff, which we are conducting second interviews this week for Planner 1 and Planner 2 staff. So we're moving along with hiring just as quickly as we can and in a thoughtful manner, and making sure that we have the workstations available for them to land at when they arrive in the department.
Okay, and last question is, when do you plan on reviewing Appendix G applications?
Not until after we've completed corrections portal and then gone back and reviewed files for those who are in good standing, so that we can ensure that those applications are completed and ready for review as well. We're looking at September for really being able to probably have A, enough trained staff with the department, B, hopefully contract planners, which would allow us the ability to really start filtering those Appendix G documents into our review processes.
Okay, I have a couple questions as the chair. I don't think this process is working. This is a consent item, extensive public comment. Board can't take action. It looks like the committee that's working on this domain, asking questions that should be asked offline, should be direct with the director and with the stakeholders. The process should be stakeholders meet with the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee brings shovel-ready action to the board via the agenda. And this has been a breakdown for some time that I don't know what to do with it, but I don't want this process to go on. We're not getting anywhere. And so I'd like to hear from the ad hoc. Do you think this process is working? Do you want to continue as is? Do we want a different makeup? What do you need? And I'll tell you, if you don't want to do it, I'll bring action to the board, and it'll be to issue permits to everybody who's tried in good faith without a sustained code violation, presume they're operating legally, give them their permits, and get cannabis out of here. We can't spend every meeting talking about cannabis for an hour. Supervisor McGorty?
I share a lot of your sentiments, and I thought the purpose of us setting up an ad hoc was to make things move along a little better. So cannabis is our responsibility. The way that the department is structured, they report to us. So we need to have periodic discussions on the board level from the ad hoc. The ad hoc needs to be able to come up with solid suggestions. My observations are that the cannabis department doesn't have any customer care, which is something that is really critical when you're involved in a process like this, where you can call in and find out where are you in the process, because I hear that the communications isn't going on. So these are things that, again, we can't take action, but I agree with you 100%. I guess is what I'm saying.
And what do you want to do to shift this dynamic, Supervisor McGorty? What I would like to see is the cannabis stakeholders work with the ad hoc, and then the ad hoc brings action to the full board. And if you need our input, certainly bring an item for discussion. But, we're hearing a lot of comment today about how the program is not working. I'm not in a position to vote to fix it. So I need the ad hoc to bring those recommendations. If it's not working and you see room to make it better, what's the recommendation? And I appreciate, I don't want this to sound like a complaint about the ad hoc. I appreciate the two of you taking this on, taking one for the team. I don't want to hold these people up, and I also don't want us to drop other obligations because we spend most of our time talking about cannabis. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that you raised some good issues. The ad hoc's been working hard on all of these issues that deal with the portal and the equity grant. Remember, we had a statement earlier that cannabis should just be dealt with by the whole board. And so when the cannabis ad hoc goes to the department, a lot of times we don't get results because, it's not a full board decision. And to bring back every one of these issues, such as the size of rocks or the number of jars that are being provided by cannabis, by the equity grant. We're trying to figure these things out, but it's very difficult to get results. And so if you want us to bring all these issues to the board, we can. I was working on the staffing several weeks ago. I had an agenda item. I pulled it off thinking that we were going to get staffing very quickly. And it just, you can see that we're talking maybe June we'll have staff. And so some of these things are very frustrating for the ad hoc. We're looking for guidance from the board too.
Supervisor McGordy.
So it seems like the cannabis community really wants to engage and talk, and I thought that the purpose of our ad hocs were to do that, to have a forum where we could, accurately hear them and make suggestions. It could be we need a little bit of support on that, like a clerical support that can help Supervisor Hasjack and I organize our thoughts a little better, and then have the board periodically meet to go over what we've discussed, so that we can make policy and keep stuff moving. Because I agree with what Supervisor Hasjack says, is that we hear a lot of complaints, we make suggestions, and then things don't happen. And I think that we need to work a little bit more together collectively to keep this moving.
So it's true, the ad hoc can't direct staff. That takes full board action. What I would expect is for the ad hoc to collect all of the ideas, decide what's feasible, what you believe makes sense, write one agenda item with those changes. And I'm in the blind, I'm happy to support you on those changes. I don't want to hold this up, but something's got to shift. Otherwise, we'll be back here in 2 weeks with the same exact scenario where it's complaints and we can't take action. I'd like to ask my colleagues, is there any support on just issuing the permits? I understand the state's position. My idea of streamlining is people who have been at this for years, who have tried, give them their permit, let them go work with the state on the state licensing, and let us get back to the business of the county.
Mr. Chair, you know that County Council will advise you that that's not legal.
The board has the option to make its decision.
Frankly, Mendocino County knew with legalization of cannabis that the day would come when some people that have grown for generations would not be able to legally cultivate cannabis in our county. And we are here. We are at that day. And that is a hard day. And that's a hard position to be in when you believe in medical cannabis, or you believe in property owners' rights to be able to have whatever type of business that they prefer, as long as they're meeting all environmental regulations. But nonetheless, state regulations, the county ordinance that was put into place before some of us were even on the board, exist. And we can't just throw them out. So I appreciate the concern about spending time on cannabis. If the consent calendar is not an appropriate place for this report, then it should definitely be put as an agenda item. I think it should be a standing agenda item. I will continue to advocate full board discussion on cannabis items and cannabis policy. I think it's important that the five of us have our opinions and are heard as we represent different sectors of the community. And I think that those votes are incredibly important. I don't want to discount the work that the Cannabis Department has been doing. This is a practically brand new program, and I know that they've been working diligently, but this board needs to recognize that we are at the hard stopping point where we're going to have to tell some people no. And that's a hard conversation to have. And many of the complaints and concerns are coming from people that are going to have to be told no. And instead of having that conversation, we seem to be dragging it out. And I just personally, I understand that the community and at large would like us to move on, but we have to have these tough conversations and keep moving the program forward.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, one of those issues that we've come up with this veg modification letter issue is some of these people have one or two trees that have been removed or dead, or for some reason they aren't there. Maybe the previous owner removed them. And so what do we do with issues like that? Do we say, no, you're out of the program, or do we find a way to get them through? And we're working on that. But it's not easy, and it's, there's a lot of legal issues to it, but I think the intent of the board is to say, yeah, if there was one or two trees, or, something like that, let's get them their permit, right? Isn't that what we're saying? You're saying just
I'm saying just issue the permits. We have enough toner and paper here. Let's get it done.
Well, we're trying to do it
I don't want to
within the
talk about
system.
cannabis permitting anymore. I'm over
Well-
it. And I think the public is over it. It's the amount of time we spend on this. I'd like to ask County Council, is there any possibility of treating this as a code enforcement issue? Keep the mitigated negative deck, presume people are operating legally. If we get code enforcement complaints, investigate and pull their permit forever if they don't follow the ordinance. But at least unblock the pipeline.
So to speak to your question, Mr. Chair, yes, there is a way to do that. Essentially, you could amend the ordinance. We'd have to look at the environmental impacts, but I think if you were to fundamentally try to keep the ordinance the same restrictions, same requirements, but take away sort of the permitting, the pre-review, you may be able to essentially minimize any environmental harm while essentially shifting away the administrative focus. However, there are some complications with that, and I want to make sure that I'm pointing those out. One is that it may not give the cultivators a clear pathway to state licensure. Because right now, the way that the Appendix G process has been structured and the way the state has been relying on site-specific CEQA at the local level to avoid doing it at the state level, they've essentially relied on the local permitting process and the environmental review and the review for compliance with the mitigation measures as part of that to ensure that the environmental review has been done for the purposes of the state license process. So it might set the cultivators back in getting a state license. The other thing that may be a potential complication is, and I think the department can speak to this better than I could, there would potentially be some issues with respect to certain state grant funds that may be used specifically for the licensing process.
But isn't it true that it's the state's obligation? It's in fact in their own regulations that the state can process the CEQA?
Oh, yes. I very much agree that that is the case. And I don't know that the county has necessarily an obligation to take that on, but I want you to be aware that that's a potential consequence if that's the route you chose to go.
Is this something the ad hoc may be able to hold a town hall, work with stakeholders, and come back with a direction? There's pros and cons. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, again, the scope of the ad hoc is to look at the equity and the portal. You know, if we could say, okay, this is part of the portal issue, then we could. I don't know. You know, I don't want to commit Supervisor McGorty to more than he agreed to in the beginning.
Yeah, this is mushrooming a bit, but I agree with Supervisor Williams that I don't want this to be every meeting we end up with 2 hours on cannabis when it's not really particularly on the agenda. So trying to find a satisfactory endpoint is important. To have some kind of a focused ad hoc or discussion on this, I think we need a lot of extra help from people who know the law, who can tell us exactly what's going to be permissible and what's not under the various statutes, not only our own ordinance, but also the state, because we seem to be taking on a lot of work for the state, and I'm not sure what we're really obligated to do and what we're not. And it seems like Christian knows. I would also suspect that Sarah Duquette would be an important person from RCRC to engage in this, and probably somebody from the Department of Cannabis.
Supervisor Mulhern.
And perhaps it would help the ad hoc and the MCD if the board were to have a straw poll of who amongst us wishes for the process to be as flexible as legally possible. And I would say vehemently yes. If it could be legally possible, let them move through the permitting process as quickly as possible. I mean, I don't want to continue to restrict the cultivators that can move through the process.
County Council.
If I may, just a few things, Mr. Chair. First of all, to Supervisor Mulhern's point, that may be helpful to staff, but it also would be helpful, I think, to clarify if you're talking about as permissive as possible under the current ordinance or as permissive as possible with a potential ordinance change. And then, of course, there may be levels of environmental review for the most drastic ordinance change. So are we looking at something that would be short-term or long-term potential solution there? And then with respect to the question that was raised regarding the scope of the ad hoc, I would just note the more you sort of refer cannabis items to the same ad hoc, the more it starts to look like a standing committee. So I would suggest even if you choose the same 2 supervisors to be working for it, if you're going to create an ad hoc for the purposes of looking at potentially abolishing a permit requirement, but otherwise keeping the same substantive requirements of the ordinance, that you designate it as a new ad hoc.
Supervisor Mulhern, would you like that straw poll? Yes. And is it under the current ordinance or as potentially amended?
I think the question is whichever way possible. So the question I'm asking the board is, if it's quickest to continue the way that we are we doing that? If it's quickest to scrap it, and as Supervisor Williams has suggested, go an alternate route. My biggest concern with that is the ability of our cultivators to pay to get through that process. And I realize we have some grant funds that can help them, but that's still a concern. There's a lot of technical aspects that they may not be prepared to navigate. So I'm not so sure that that's the best answer for the majority of our cultivators, but I would like to ask the question of staff and to know which way is best moving forward so that we can, again, stop having that debate as well. If we're already headed down the most efficient path, then let's keep going down that and just stop calling the question.
Is that a question for staff or the board?
This is a question for this board.
So I support you fully. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so I interpret that as a future agenda item being brought back by staff. I mean, because I don't think any of us know the answer to the question.
Okay, can we agree to give direction to staff to bring back the answer to whether we already have the most streamlined process? And if not, what the alternative may be with the pros and cons?
And Chair Williams, don't we have an ad hoc that's supposed to be working on bringing back phase 3 changes for 10A17?
Not that I'm familiar, County Council.
I thought Supervisors Jurdy and Mulhern were on an ad hoc to deal with that.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes. We are, and we are waiting. We had questions for legal counsel after our last meeting.
When was the last meeting?
I think last month.
County Council, are you?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't know the status on that one right now. I'd have to check with my office.
Okay. All right, with that, can I invite a motion?
But before you do that, Chair, can I please get a clarification of the directive? Can you just restate it one more time?
Well, we don't have a motion, actually. This was direction to staff to bring back an answer to whether the current cannabis or permitting ordinance is as streamlined as it can be, and if not, a recommendation on a more streamlined version with the pros and cons. Is there a motion to approve the report as presented on the consent calendar, item 3T?
So moved.
I'll second and thank staff for the report. I look forward to seeing it regularly.
Vote by the button. Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Do we have any public comment on the balance of the consent calendar? In person? Online?
We do have one voicemail.
One voicemail.
And I believe it's for item 3A.
My name is Ellen Drell, and I would like to comment on item 3A, which is on the consent calendar, a letter from the Board of Supervisors to Governor Newsom. and to the Office of Energy, Infrastructure, and Safety. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Willits Environmental Center and serve on the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee. I strongly support the Board of Supervisors sending these letters to the Governor and to the Office of Energy, Infrastructure, and Safety, calling for a moratorium on PG&E's so-called Enhanced Vegetation Management Program, the ultimate euphemism. By this time, you're obviously well aware of the chaos in the program, that the contractors are not equipped to evaluate what trees should be removed or how or if trees should be limbed or topped, that some property owners are bullied and unjustifiably threatened, while other property owners are gaming the system and having random vegetation removed at taxpayer expense. In many cases, the tree removal is exacerbating the fire hazard, creating drier conditions and lower humidity, and removing thousands of carbon sequestering trees throughout the county without any thought to mitigation or serious consideration of alternatives. This letter is reasonable, grounded in science and on-the-ground experience, and is urgent. I want to thank you for joining your constituents and demanding a halt to this program. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I just wanted to make a very brief comment on the leave no trace item. I think it's 3D. Just that our inland parks also lead to the ocean. So I want to make sure that I very much appreciate the coastal supervisors bringing forward this item, but I want to make sure that our parks are also included in the marketing campaign.
Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
We have one more voicemail for 4F.
We're good. Supervisor Mulhern.
I'd like to move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, 11 o'clock, we're through the consent calendar. We're on to item 5A. Okay, come forward.
Item 3AA, regarding a approval of a submission for a grant application for allotment of $358,898 for funds that are available through the public health for the PHEP, the Public Health Emergency Preparedness, the HPP, the Hospital Preparedness Program, and the Pandemic Influenza, the PAN-Flu. This is funding that you guys, a grant that you're applying for the next 5 years, from 2022 to 2027. Just the GF PAN-Flu, which is the State General Fund Pandemic Influenza, is allotted $62,855 just for the first year. These goals, I'll read the definition. The GF PAN-Flu funding is intended to enhance local health jurisdictions' readiness to respond to an infectious disease outbreak. GF PAN-Flu funding complements and supports public health, emergency preparedness, and hospital preparedness program funding goals while expanding the planning, training, and exercising of mass vaccinations in response to an infectious disease outbreak. I am encouraging the board to not apply for this grant. There's no mention ever of different alternatives, natural immunity. The current VAERS numbers is 1,261,147 reports of adverse events. This vax is still in clinical trials. It is not FDA approved. There's never any mention of alternatives such as ivermectin or hydrochloroquine. People that are getting vaxxed are still passing it to others and having life-altering side effects and dying from this vaccination. The percentage of people that are vaxxed are getting this virus, it's very high. It has a 99% survival rate. You're taking more money for the flu. You know, the individuals can make their own decisions for their health care. You know, I'm encouraging Mendocino County to not enter into this 5-year agreement for blood money and to resist this global takeover of our sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on item 5A, and this is sponsored by me. This is to not change the approval granted to PG&E for their regular vegetation management at Faulkner Park. It's to memorialize the understanding we had with PG&E prior to the item being heard and communication received after. There's been consistency that they will not be removing redwoods. They will be limbing some of the larger redwoods. We thought it was important to make sure the record is perfected to incorporate the communications. This item could take about 60 seconds. It's nearly a consent item, I think.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment?
Yeah, Walter Smith from Willits. I'm concerned about the fact that PG&E never follows through on what they had, discussed with anybody, including individual landowners. So we've been all given different stories about what they're going to do, what they can do, so on and so forth. And earlier, your approval of the letter to the governor and to the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety, I think is important. And there's a lot of landowners that are are resisting PG&E from doing anything. And I just wanted to add that the PG&E regular vegetation management has come through my place as well, remarked some of the trees that were marked before by the other vegetation, by the enhanced vegetation management, so there's even a confusion amongst them. And also the regular vegetation management criteria have changed and become more aggressive than they have in the past, which was needed to some degree. So I'm just concerned that if the board agrees with the contractor or the PG&E to take these trees, that they're actually going to be following the instruction, the agreement, if you will, the negotiation with the board. So if you're talking about rescinding, I would ask you to be in concert with the landowners that are concerned about this and want them, as your letter suggests, to stop doing this work until they come up with a plan, that the board also does the same thing with Faulkner Park. Just don't do anything. When you come up with a plan for Mendocino County and we understand all of the ramifications, all of the things that you're going to do, all the alternatives besides just cutting down trees, then we'll agree to have something done at the park. So I guess, I want just some consistency, I guess, between the letter that you're sending and what you're going to do with the park. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're going to do in the park.
Maybe I could add a little clarification.
Okay.
We've gone out there as a community. We've had staff go out. I've gone out several times. I think the limbing is a good idea. Having limbs overhanging power lines we know can start fires. I don't want the county to suffer liability in asking PG&E to not do limbing that they should do, that frankly they should have been doing all these years. And I think what they're taking under the normal vegetation management, not the enhanced vegetation management where they're just clear cutting hillsides and causing erosion and underbrush. I think it's reasonable and it's a way to cooperate with PG&E. If we say no, they may go ahead, and I don't see that the county has any recourse. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've been in cooperation with PG&E as well, but I guess listening to Sarah's she made a report and then they came back to her and tried to clarify things that were going on there. So I would say if there's going to be tree removal, again, I understand the clear to the sky over the lines. That makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make sense to to cut down a tree that's not going to fall or that you're not going to kill by limbing it, obviously. But so if you're comfortable with that, you know, I guess I'm okay with it, but I'm just saying, I'm not even letting back on my place, because when you're having the enhanced vegetation management then overlaid by the vegetation management, and they keep telling us all different stories, it starts to worry me that, you know, they're going to go out there and they're not going to do what you've asked them to do. So I would also suggest you have somebody, staff on site when they're cutting, to make sure that they don't do something they're not supposed to do.
That's a good idea. Thank you. Seeing no hands online, I think we're done with public comment. Motion on the floor, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item 4A. This is a notice public hearing sponsored by Planning and Building related to the bid, the Business Improvement District.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you, Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. As you stated, this is the notice public hearing for the adoption of the resolution confirming the annual acceptance of the bid report and the intent to levy for the upcoming fiscal year 22-23. This is the final part of the process for this year. I will save most of my comments to just address questions. I believe our bid chair is online, Marcus Magdaleno, in order to preserve your time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
He's being pulled into the room right now.
Can you repeat the name?
Hi, Marcus Magdaleno, Chair of the Advisory Board. Here to answer any questions regarding this agenda item. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, nothing to present. The agenda item is clear. I'm just here to answer any questions, as well as Travis Scott, Executive Director of the our destination marketing organization is in Mendocino County.
Any board questions? Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, about the match that the county has. In the agenda summary, it says 475,000. But from the report, it looks like it'll be 580,000. Which one are we dealing with?
Thank you, Supervisor. It's roughly an estimate. So some years we'll pay 350,000 in match. Some years are 580. But since this is the upcoming fiscal year, the way we write the board summary is an estimate of the next tourism cycle. So 475,000 is kind of an average estimate. It may be slightly more, it could be slightly less.
So we're assuming that the TOT will go down next year?
I have no way to judge that. It really is just an average ballpark. Typically, we leave it at 475. We haven't gone greatly over 580,000, I think is the highest match that I've seen in about the past 10 years of doing the TOT. Just depends on our tourism.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So, you know, I assume that the Business Improvement District Advisory Board is probably paying more attention to the budget than county staff. So I would trust their number as being more accurate. And at the $580,000, according to, there's no source here, but there's a document in our packet that says bid summary city and county. And I'm actually a little surprised that the amount collected from the bid outside of the cities is roughly 40% of all the bid revenues, and the bid revenues collected within the cities are 60%. So based on that, you know, our 50% match, if we were to provide the 50% match, which I totally support for the businesses that are in the county, that would be $226,000 based on the 580. What we're proceeding to do is also provide a 50% match for the bid revenues inside the cities, which is another $354,000. I think, you know, in the first 20 years of this program, I think it made sense for the county to provide the match because we were trying to launch a successful business improvement district. At this point, it's had, a couple decades. I think it's proven itself successful. I don't really see a compelling reason for the county to continue providing a match to bid revenues collected within the cities. And, I think when we're hearing criticisms of ideas that are being floated by individual supervisors or the executive office to cut the county budget in different departments, I look at this $354,000 match that the county is giving for revenues collected within the cities, and I don't see a strong justification for it at this point, given the budget circumstance. Either we are not flush or we are flush. And so I think if we have supervisors who think we have an extra $354,000 to provide the match within the cities, then apparently we have supervisors who think the county is flush. I think Supervisor Hashak and I have made it pretty clear at our last meeting that we think that there's really not a strong justification at this point to continue providing the match within the city. And if there were 3 supervisors who agreed, we could save that $354,000 in general fund dollars in the county budget and forego $354,000 in other cuts that this board's going to otherwise have to make.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Our residents hardly know where the city limits end and begin in all 5 incorporated cities. Certainly our tourists don't know. The money that the bid brings in, the money that our hoteliers bring in to the county, all goes into the sales tax. It all goes back to the cities. And small cities like Willits and Point Arena truly cannot afford to maintain the marketing level that the county can support and assist them with. At the end of the day, when people are coming to stay in our hotels, they have no idea where they are physically located by jurisdiction. And I think it's a mistake to cut off that funnel. If you're in sales, you understand that you have to continually attract new clientele or new customers, as you will, to be able to support all of the other things that we do with our sales tax, and for our business owners to be able to improve their properties so that we can have increased property taxes. It just doesn't make sense to cut off a revenue stream.
Supervisor McGordy.
I'm inclined to agree because I go back to Measure G and, God, what year was that? It was like 2001, 2002, where we raised TOT with the promise that we would improve the funding that the county did to promote our region. So I think given all the TOT that's collected, if we're going to cut it down to $225,000, that's a real cheapskate move, which I don't support.
Supervisor Jordy.
Well, I'd point out that in the report from the bid, they're saying that they're increasing their advertising marketing budget by 92%. So with the growth in their revenues, if they did not have if they still had the $226,000 from the county, not the additional $354 that comes from the city limits match, they'd still have a growth in their advertising budget, and the rest of their budget would be unchanged. So of all the cuts that the county is looking at, this would be the simplest and easiest and most painless, because they would see a status quo budget in their entire budget. They would see an increase in their marketing budget, just not a 92% increase in their marketing budget. And if we can't see that as an easy decision, I'm just curious what kind of decisions this board's going to be making on the budget overall. I mean, we had a proposal with no backup material to cut the museum, and it turns out that was something of a phantom proposal because it wasn't a $500,000 savings. And here's an easy one, $354,000 general fund. And I don't think that the voters or the Board of Supervisors in 2002 thought that the county would forever provide a 50% match for all the bid revenues collected within the cities. I just don't think that was on people's minds. I think it's reasonable for the county to provide a 50% match outside of the cities, because those businesses are in the county. I don't see any real rational reason for why at this point, as this industry has grown, as their own ability to generate money through the bid, I mean, these are all public funds. The bid is public tax dollars. Our match is general fund tax dollars. This is well over $1 million a year in investments, and if the cities feel that it is of high value, they will direct their own promotional dollars to the bid. But that's really a decision for the city councils. And at the moment, they're not directing their money to the bid. They're directing their money to visit Ukiah, visit Fort Bragg. So I think that's a question really for the bid and for the city councils.
So I support the idea of the cities contributing, and as Supervisor Mulhern said, I don't know if Willits and Point Arena are in a position to contribute to if the county were to cut back on spending. I guess it looks like an easy cut, but what are the ramifications if we don't advertise, if we don't market the county? Will we see a drop in TOT and sales tax? So what is the net savings here? I don't know the answer, but I think if we make the cut now and years ahead, we may see a decline in revenue.
So as I said, there is no cut in their advertising budget. Their advertising budget will go up. It just won't go up by 92%. So they will, the growth in their revenues has been so phenomenal that even if we made this decision in this year, it'd be the most painless year to make the change.
I understand the point. I guess my concern is if we cut $250,000 of advertising from Mendocino County, and as Mo said, the visitors don't know whether it's a city or a county advertising. They hear the name Mendocino. If we cut that, will we see a decline in TOT and sales tax? In which case, we've made a cut that's hurt business, and maybe we haven't saved as much revenue as we had hoped. Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, well, it's kind of sudden to take a big hit like that when you've got a budget planned. The other thing is that in the day when we agreed to increase TOT, there was a lot of discussion about what TOT was for, and in some counties they spend all of it on promotion of their region. And maybe some of the people on the call can answer the question: what do surrounding counties spend? What percentage of TOT goes into promotion? Does anyone know?
Perhaps Marcus? Marcus, can you share with us what you know about marketing budgets of neighboring counties?
I think that Travis Scott would probably be better equipped to address that question. Is Travis Scott on the line, Executive Director of Visit Mendocino? While he's chiming in, I do know that the budget that we have for our destination marketing organization is far below, or is at the bottom of the barrel already in comparison to comparable counties, and far, far below the budgets for our surrounding counties such as Sonoma, Napa, and San Francisco and Sacramento. So cutting it any further would be pretty detrimental, and especially if it resulted in a reduction of travel to our county, then that would of course result in a reduction to the collection of the TOT and a reduction to the amount of money going to the general funds. And if that reduction is anywhere equal to the reallocation of what you're talking about here, the difference in the match that you're relocating, then we haven't saved any money. We haven't made a smart move by that reallocation. So it looks like Travis Scott's on the line here. I'll defer your question to him.
Good afternoon. Would you please repeat the question? I was being brought in and it kind of cut out.
Sure, Travis. So compared to the counties around us, what kind of funding do they do, and the percentage of TOT or matching promotions, or how do they use their TOT monies?
So most counties are funded by a TID, or a county destination marketing organizations are funded by a TID or a BID improvement district. We are at 1% with the 50% match. We are the lowest county in the state of California with regard to percentage of money going towards marketing. The next highest is 2%, and that all goes directly to tourism marketing. So we are the lowest in the state at 1.5%.
I have a follow-up question for Travis. So do you know how many bids there are in California?
Oh, I do not know the answer to that because that is, there's city bids, there's county bids, there's regional bids. So I'm not exactly sure the number of bids in the state of California.
Maybe I'll rephrase. For how many county business improvement or county tourism commissions are there? Because this is a bid for the county tourism commission. There are 58 counties, so there's 58 or fewer.
Correct. I believe there is 26 or 27 county tourism improvement districts.
I think what would be helpful for the board to know is, of those, how many of those 20-some provide a match for the bid how many of the county governments provide a bid match for the revenues the bid collects within the cities in those county tourism commissions? I've never heard whether it's one or all of them.
I will have to do some research and get that answer for you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm not sure if all of the lodging operators that participate in the bid are aware. The county is struggling to be able to have capacity to market our resources. So you've heard some conversations about the Mendocino County Museum. We're also not really able to market our parks as well as we would like to be. They could be revenue generators. At this point, they are definitely not. There's sort of a chicken or egg thing happening with the parks, and that we need to get them more presentable in order to market them. But we certainly need support to enhance our revenue streams. And I personally, I don't think any Board of Supervisors sit on these commissions, but I personally would seek support from the lodging operators and from the bid and from Visit Mendocino to help us market these specific revenue generators that would bring in income to the general fund. And I don't know exactly what that looks like. We had the Leave No Trace campaign, which I think could help raise awareness of where our parks are located and the amenities that they provide. But I also think that Visit Mendocino could leverage their marketing resources to improve county revenue generators.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We're in a tough economic situation right now, and in June we're going to have to deal with the budget. We've seen that we had to make, $2 million in cuts, and where are we going to get that money? There's been proposals of the museum or other core services of our county, and when we look at that, how do we justify this expense, which should be shared by the cities, or our county contribution could be cut back? I don't know if it needs to be all at once, but I think certainly a cut at this time would be the appropriate thing to do in light of what we're dealing with as a county budget.
Can we go to public comment? Any comment in the room?
Marcus
Online
Magdalene.
comment. We'll start with Joe Bradley.
Good morning. Joe Bradley, and I am the past MCLA president. And I was president when we put the bid through in 2006. Revenues first came in 2007, so we're not at the 20-year mark yet. The other thing that you all need to know is none of you were on the board when this first went through and don't have the historical understanding of what happened. Supervisor McGorty does remember some of what happened, but there was a real problem when the TOT was raised to 10%. A promise was made by the Board of Supervisors that 1% would go to promotion, but the way the initiative was put on the ballot, all the money goes to the general fund. So your general fund is completely full of TOT. If your TOT goes down, your budget goes down. And yes, I understand you're paying a 0.5% on the bid dollars received. But you've got to remember, we had to promise the cities, per the Board of Supervisors, that if they joined the bid, they would be taken care of too. And we do know that Point Arena backed out and found problems and has rejoined the bid. I dare say if you quit matching the cities, I think you're going to find the cities pulling out of the bid. And then the not only the TOT for the general fund, but also your sales tax is going to go down because we'll have less tourism. People know who Mendocino County is now. In 2006, before the bid, they did not. And you've also got to remember the bulk of your TOT, the bulk of your general fund comes out of Mendocino and Little River themselves. And that funds the other districts that don't have as much TOT. It funds everything. And I'm more than glad to answer questions. Thank you.
Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to commend the last speaker and thank her for providing that historical perspective. I'd like to provide some current perspective in that we have recently heard in these chambers that costs and prices are going up, and businesses all over the county are finding that sales are going down. They are losing business, and that's because there's a lot of struggle in the environment, in the economy. People are having trouble finding resources, but many people who do have those resources have been led to come here thanks to the efforts of Visit Mendocino County. It's kind of shocking that the one element of reliable resources, which is tourism in this county, besides cannabis, that is not decreasing as much as other things, is that there's a question about the need to invest in that substantially. That is directly related to the environmental security of our county, to the economic security of our county, is to be able to bring funds in through these tourism dollars. And so it's we at MCA have been grateful to be able to work with Visit Mendocino on developing a strategic cannabis tourism program. As you may have seen, there are many exciting cannabis events that are coming up here in the near future. And so what we are doing is working together to drive resources into the county, which is one of the things that is the most reliable source of income. So we are excited to have collaborated with Visit Mendocino on a video that will be shared widely as a marketing tool to educate broad consumers about the value of cannabis in our community and how it enhances tourist opportunities. And through Cultivar Strategies, the county's cannabis contractor on tourism, we have learned that up to 20% of existing tourism to anywhere is really those people would identify as cannabis positive tourists. And so we already have a substantial amount of people who are being reached, and even more so who will be reached, to drive valuable resources into this community. We need people spending money inside Mendocino County. We would love to see, as a community, the board investing in those things that bring money into the county instead of trying to cut resources on the short term. You're going to wind up harming all of us in the long term. So I urge you to consider the idea of investment and the idea of what has been providing reliable resources to the county, and put resources into making sure that those things continue. There is definitely danger in our future if that is not what happens. Thank you for your consideration.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Earlier this year, this board discussed the Airbnbs and HIP camps and other overnight accommodations that may not be contributing to our community. And I'm just wondering if we've gotten anywhere with trying to come up with an estimate of what those dollars might look like. Is it $500,000 that would cover this shortfall that we're talking about right now instead of abruptly cutting a budget? Are we, again, not fully seeking revenue sources?
I believe we have an item related to small private campgrounds coming to us on June 7th or June 8th?
June 8th.
June 8th. And we will try to bring some of that data with projections. It's rough, but we'll bring what we have. Back to the board. Any further discussion or a motion?
Marcus Magdaleno, Chair of the Bid Advisory Board. I have just a few more comments I'd like to make.
Yeah, go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Just to keep in mind, it sounds like there's a lot of questions and a lot of unknowns still going around, and I would advise that the best course of action would be to accept this report as is, allow our DMO to continue to operate with the budget that they've created. Changing it this late in the game could cause a lot of problems. Not reallocating these funds is going to be cutting our DMO's ability to allow this county to generate funds. And I think that's going in the wrong direction. We want to continue to fund our DMO the best we can to allow them to bring funds to this county in the form of TOT and sales tax. And if this topic continues, it should be discussed over time. Data should be collected. Decisions should be made with the best data possible. So the best possible outcome can be decided. If we alter at this time, unfortunately, our DMO is going to have to spend a lot of time adjusting, figuring out a new game plan for the year when they've already mapped it all out. And if the discussion leads to pursuing income from each individual city to make up for the match that's been reduced, we're asking our DMO staff to spend time pursuing income instead of marketing our county. And I just don't think that's a good direction to go in at this time. So my suggestion would be to keep this possible change on the table, explore it further over the course of the next year, and allow this report to go through as is. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, is it possible to hold off on making a decision on this item until we have our budget discussion?
It would have to be a board approval.
It seems like, whatever we do with this should be taken into consideration in the big picture of what our budget is.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd move to postpone adoption of this bid plan until following adoption of the fiscal year 22-23 county budget.
Second.
Motion on the floor. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just suggest, since this is a notice public hearing, continuing to a date certain, which I believe you could choose the second of the two June budget dates.
Okay, so I'd rephrase to continue this public hearing to the June 21st Board of Supervisors meeting.
Second.
So my comment, I would like to have the county look at the conversion. I think asking UC Cooperative Extension whether they have an economist who could help us figure out what sort of revenue we're bringing into the county, how many jobs we're creating, is of benefit. We need to justify this expense. I don't feel comfortable abruptly cutting marketing for the county. I do agree with Supervisor Jurdy. The cities should be contributing, but the bottom line is I represent people who are wage earners who work in a visitor economy. And the idea of not marketing our county, the way it could impact them, not just the county revenue, but also jobs for people who are fairly vulnerable paycheck to paycheck, I don't feel comfortable making that, kicking it down the road or making the cut. Supervisor McGordy?
So yeah, I echo what you have to say. And the other point that we brought up years and years ago, it's easier to sell more to your existing customers than to go out and find new ones. And that's always been the idea behind promotion of the county. Is we do have visitors. We want to keep them thinking about Mendocino County. You know, we were certainly, back when we started this process, we were not anywhere as close to capacity. A lot of our facilities only had 50% occupancy. And I've seen Mendocino tourism grow largely because awareness is growing. So I kind of hate to turn that trend around. And if we delay this, what basically do you think is going to happen between now and reconsidering it?
Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I think my idea is, and Supervisor Jurdy's motion was to postpone it until this time certain when we can consider it in light of the rest of the budget. If we're looking at budget cuts to, you know, critical issues and services for our county, then it needs to be taken in that context. And we would have that information when we come back in June with our budget deliberations.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I guess I'll take this opportunity. I do not want staff to look at budget cuts that are revenue generators. We have a large general fund. We shouldn't be cutting revenue generators.
Supervisor McGordy?
I'm done, I'm sorry.
Okay. Should we vote by the button? Does everybody know what they're voting on?
Yes.
Yeah.
And to clarify, I do have the motion is just to continue the item to June 21st of 2022. Motion carries unanimously.
Oh.
We'll take that.
It looks weird down there. The motion carries. Actually, the motion fails with Supervisors Haschek, Jurdy, and Mulhern dissenting. No, it's in a different order back here. So that's
the colors should be the same. The motion fails. So it's back to the board. Do we have another motion?
I'll give it a shot.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I move we approve the agenda item as presented today, and that staff works with the bid stakeholders to review the city contributions and determine what can be done in future years to reduce the general fund contribution.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. Supervisor Mulhern, would you incorporate direction to have staff reach out to UC Cooperative Extension to see if they have a resource who could help us analyze our success on utilization of the bid?
I inadvertently left that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thought that was part of the discussion last meeting.
Well, now it's part of a motion. Even better.
And I didn't follow up. My apologies.
Okay, ready to vote by the button?
Motion carries with Supervisors Haschek and Jurdy dissenting.
CEO Antle.
Chair Williams, due to time and needing to go into closed, perhaps you would consider item 4E next.
CEO Antle, was that D as in David?
E, it would be the notice of public hearing for the consideration of the coastal permit.
Oh, okay. Do we have the parties available?
Planning and Building is online.
And I see the applicant and the appellant. Okay. This is a notice public hearing that was continued regarding development in Albion. And before planning and building begins, I would like to ask the applicant whether they're seeking a continuance today. This will be Sam Waldman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sam, we can hear you. Is your client seeking a continuance today?
Yes, we are seeking a continuance, and I think Dr. Kirkman wanted to make a statement to the board very briefly. I don't see him connecting at this point.
He is in the Zoom call.
Okay. Yes, we're seeking a continuance.
And a continuance until approximately when? How much time do you need?
Well, I think planning and building will speak to that. We've been back and forth about that issue.
Okay. Let's go to planning and building, and then we'll come back to Jason Kirkman for his comment. Director Krog?
Thank you, Chair Williams. Julia Krog, Director, Planning and Building Services. If this item is continued today, we would ask that it be continued. Well, I should back up. I understand the applicant may need a couple months or at least 1 month to prepare a revised submittal, and then staff would need opportunity to review as well as send that out to the similar agencies as was previously done before this hearing today. So we would ask that this be continued to a date certain. And I believe September 20th may be the date that would be the most reasonable for us to be able to accommodate it.
Thank you. Comment from the applicant, Jason Kirkman.
That's agreeable. Yes, that sounds fine to us.
Would you like to make any additional comment beyond agreement of September 20th is the next date?
Yeah, I would actually. I just wanted the board to understand that, adhering to the requirement of the California Coastal Commission, it's something that's feasible. It's not without some challenges, of course, but we believe it can be done. I just wanted the board to understand that.
Thank you. I think we all understand. And I want to give a chance for the appellant to give comment. Do we have Anne Marie Weibel available? Anne Marie, you can unmute and speak.
She's being admitted now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Can you start at 3 minutes? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm the person who will be speaking today, as the other members of the other appellants are not available. I hope you read the letters from Bob Maryland, Melissa Kramer, former and current North Coast District Manager, Coastal Commission. They and the appellants have listed the points which need to be addressed before a final decision can take place. The house should not be taller than 18 feet to natural grade. Site plan needs to show a scale. Pertinent info about wind turbines is missing. ESHA mitigation plan needs to be included to be consistent with LCP. Vegetation and tree planting must be increased on north side to minimize visual impact of the berm. Retaining walls and the north wall of windows. Windows on the north side must not reflect. Retaining wall dimensions need to be shown clearly, and the visual aspects need to be addressed, as this is environmentally sensitive resource area and ESHA. Vegetation might not cover the 10-foot tall retaining walls. Grading plan needs to clearly show how much fill would be needed due to ESHA concerns. The current building would need 300 cubic feet of fill. I agreed with the postponement, and I believe my other appellants also agree with this. The project as is not consistent with Coastal Commission LCP nor Coastal Act. See memorandum. Coastal Commission might not allow the current application. The decision about this project is precedent setting. Melissa Kramer sent her comments before seeing the grading plan, so there was not sufficient time. I'm glad that that is now rectified. Based on the incomplete, non-settled, and confusing new information and sketches, appellants, members of concerned Albion neighbors are asking you to practice postponement. And we feel sympathy for Mr. Kirkman. It should not have taken 5+ years. This project sits atop the coveted Mendocino Land Trust Navarro Point Preserve. There is not a more prominent point on the east side of Highway 1 from Fort Bragg to Navarro than the Navarro Head. It is incumbent upon the county to give their utmost attention to the sensitivity of the scenic location. The fact that the one-story 18-foot limit has been overlooked by the applicant, planning building department, and the coastal permit administrator indicates that more careful scrutiny must be given in order to fulfill the obligations mandated by the Coastal Commission, Coastal Act, and the LCP. I thought I had to speak very quickly, so it would be under 3 minutes. I want to thank you for letting me speak, and I want to thank everybody for being willing to come up with a project that is acceptable for this location. And thank you so much. I don't know if anybody else from the appellants will be able to call in or be on Zoom, but most likely that's not the case.
Thank you. Any public comment from the room? No. I don't see any hands in Zoom. Back to the board for a motion to continue to a date certain of September 20th.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any discussion? No. Vote by the button. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break and then go into a closed session working lunch. County Council?
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest reading off the agenda items.
Yes. In closed session, we're going to hear items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. Yes.
Can we perhaps get an estimated time that we're going to be coming back? I think there might be audience members that are waiting for items later this afternoon.
We're going to come back at approximately 1:30.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible. To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
for our patients,
for our elders,
for ourselves,
for you,
for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr vet mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community,
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community,
not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
Uh, 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D, all no reportable action. And we're going to jump to item 4D. I believe we have some members of the public who are in attendance for this item. This is direction and possible action, including direction to staff regarding a possible sales tax ordinance to be submitted to voters. And the sponsor will be County Council in the Executive Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there had been a discussion of among a few different groups and from questions from a few different board members with respect to the possibility of a sales tax. As the board knows, Measure B later this year will be going down to about, I think, a quarter of what was initially imposed. And there was some question about the possibility of imposing a sales tax for various needs. The reason that we brought this forward was because essentially it's touched on the work of so many different ad hocs that were worried about getting wires crossed crossed or running into a potential Brown Act violation. There's essentially two risks. One is that we could have two different ad hocs legitimately not talking to each other, moving forward on proposals that may be incompatible without knowing what each other are doing, or the other is that we could end up with essentially a serial meeting problem popping up. So as staff, we thought it was best to make sure that we brought this to the full board, got some direction, and sort of made sure that we were getting clear direction as to what route the board would like us to proceed, if any.
And CEO Antle, can you touch on the anticipated drop in Measure B revenue when it drops from 0.5 to 0.125? What does that represent if we were to reapply that to other needs?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO, roughly $7 million.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I have a question for County Council. Would it be appropriate for the board today to create an ad hoc that would bring back an agenda item? And how will that work with folks that are on multiple other ad hocs or special assignments that would essentially benefit from a sales tax? So there's quite a lot of conversations out there and opportunities. And I think we're all actively engaged in those conversations in one way or another. So what does that look like?
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that the board not create an ad hoc because of just how many of those conversations there are and just how many possible permutations there are of a serial meeting. Ostensibly, you could, conceptually create a new ad hoc with two members to address this. The problem is that if any of them had prior discussions with any other ad hoc or with any other members of the board, you could potentially run into a serial meeting problem with respect to the discussions. So I thought it would be cleaner, just from the Brown Act perspective and from the sort of direction perspective, to have the board tackle this on the whole. And that may well be that you want to bring it back in the future. You want to give us direction to come forward with particular proposals. But we're hoping to tee it up for a full board conversation in order to get around any Brown Act issues.
I have a comment maybe to kick it off. I think for some time we've been identifying fire and EMS, specifically volunteer fire, as severely underfunded and not sustainable. And it's a critical need countywide. And I know Supervisor McGordy in open session has raised the idea of using sales tax for mitigating some of our drought situation, and that those conditions exist throughout the county as well. And so what I would like to start with is a proposal that we look at the available revenue and split it between fire and water. And then on fire, there's already allocation formulas that we use for Prop 172 for campground TOT. I think our best move is to ask the local fire agencies, what do they see as fair, and then support them. That one's easy. On water, I think we need to find a fair way to divide any revenue, because every corner of this county, maybe not the city of Ukiah so much, but every corner of the county has drought concerns, and we don't want to raise funds that get spent in one corner of the county. And that, frankly, that would make it hard to convince the people to pass it with a 2/3 vote as necessary. So, maybe consider some split. Half the money gets spent on the coast, half inland. That's not great. Is Anderson Valley inland or is it on the coast? They certainly have water problems as well. Supervisor McGordy.
So as it goes to water, we're really at a crossroads, and what we're really going to need is to have the ability to study and be at the table, particularly in the Potter Valley project. That's kind of a little different than some of the other aspects we're facing in water. What I'm hoping that we do is that we chart a path forward for the next 100 years, because we've been living on about 100 years of legacy decision-making in Mendocino County on water, and our time has literally run out. So for instance, we've had all this wonderful free abandoned water from the Potter Valley project, which has helped us fill Lake Mendocino and provided very inexpensive water for water users from here clear down to Marin. And that's going to be a little more complicated than some of the other issues that we need to face. And most of the money, if we spend from a property tax, would be primarily for planning and for litigation. in that case, where there may be other problems that we can actually solve. So in other words, in the 3rd district of getting a better sense of what's underground so that they can begin to manage their water resources better, that's something that probably could get paid for. So at any rate, we're going to need to have technical people involved to help us, whether it's contract staff or whatever we do. And the last thing I just wanted to say is that the state of California is going to pour a lot of money into grant funding, and having shovel-ready projects is going to be really important for drought response. So this is a chance for us to gain the opportunity to fix things that have been ignored for a long, long time in our county.
Do you support the idea of splitting it between fire and water?
Yeah, well, those are the 2 biggest challenges I think we have living here, and we can't really have, with climate change, those are the things that are most affected is a water supply and fire. So if we think about a public investment from the citizens of Mendocino County and as a value proposition, I can't think of anything better for us to spend our money on.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So we have this Measure B money that's going from 1/2 cent tax to 1/8. And how long will that 1/8 continue on for? Does anyone have that?
It doesn't expire.
It doesn't expire. And then we have the people who are promoting the library, the Measure A continuation, and they're out there. Everywhere I go, I see people collecting signatures for this Measure A ballot. And I think that would, they're asking maybe a 1/2 cent sales tax, I believe. And so, a quarter cent? Yeah. Okay. And, certainly we have a lot of needs in Mendocino County in fire and water, and we could probably add housing and several other things to that list that are critical. I'm just worried that at this point, Measure B, which we all know that it's had successes lately. We've got the CRT open, we've got the Regional Training Center open, we've got those programs running, we've got the Respite Center, Crisis Center opening on the coast, where we've got a plan for the PUF. But I don't think that word is out there with the people yet. And I think that people are still kind of sour on what happened with Measure B taking so long. We can say, hey, it's working now and it will really reap benefits, but if we went for, the economy's in a real kind of precarious situation right now. We don't, the inflation and everything. I don't know if we went for a tax at the November ballot if we would be successful. I think that like with Supervisor McGordy and I being on the water agency or water drought task force and looking at a water agency, what the message I got was we need to prove that we can do what we say we're going to do. And so I'm very hesitant to go ahead with any kind of proposal for a sales tax at this point. We also have some issues like the finance, the auditor, controller, tax collector, that position and where we are with that. We aren't getting timely budget reports. So I think that people are kind of very wary of any kind of additional tax.
I think one of the differences here on the fire side is I think the public trusts their volunteer fire departments and the paid departments, which there's very few. So the idea of raising funds to funnel revenue to existing public safety institutions that are highly functional, that know how to stretch every dollar, I think the public would support that. Personally, I would support the tax for water as well. I think that we're behind the game already. It's going to become more of a crisis. When people can't flush their toilets, they will ask, what will the county do to fix it? And at that point, we can't suggest, well, let's run a tax and save some revenue and start doing studies. The time to do it was really yesterday. So fire is an easy one for me. I think the public will come out and support that. And I think the fire districts will get the word out. Water, I'll support the supervisors who want to carry it. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. When I first began thinking about this idea, I too was very concerned about the public's trust. And I think, when I was on the city council, I worked on Measure Y, which was a streets tax that the city of Ukiah had at the same time that the county considered a roads tax. And one of the very most important things for me as being an elected and a person representing the community was to make sure that there was as much transparency as possible. And even though I don't sit on the city council, I'm still making sure that those Measure Y reports are updated and that the public knows where those dollars are being spent. And I would feel very much the same way about a tax with Mendocino County. I do understand that the voters, it took quite a while for Measure B to be able to begin spending money and moving forward with the processes that the voters expected, but we are there now. And so we're talking about a sales tax that already exists, that people are already used to paying. It's not a new sales tax. It would essentially be redirecting those funds. Absolutely support our fire departments. Bake sales and barbecues and play structures are not how we should fund our fire departments. After the fires in 2017, I would hope that every single voter in Mendocino County knows that our fire departments are not a negotiable resource. Regarding water, I support the needs. I definitely support having it be potentially split or shared amongst the county in some way. I think that it's really important that it doesn't go specifically to fund a water agency. I think it needs to be directed maybe to some specific projects in each area for the first 5-10 years. I think we know what those projects look like. We know that the 3rd District needs some studies. We know that the Potter Valley project and Lake Mendocino area are all going to need a lot of studies and support, and we know that there's some opportunities for desalination on the coast as well as storage on the coast. So I think that we have some achievable goals that we could use these funds for water. As I was considering this, I was also thinking a lot about roads. We absolutely do not have enough money for our county roads, and if you do the mental math, once you start dividing up that what's left of Measure B, there's really not enough money to go around that would be able to make an impact on all 3 of those things. So I did personally mentally try to take that off the table, and we'll have to figure out another solution for that. And just, I believe the library tax has another 5 years before it sunsets. So I think that they have some more time to think about what options there might be, and I absolutely support the libraries, but we need to figure out how to fund our fire departments and make sure we have water. Otherwise, libraries are going to do us absolutely no good.
Oh, I think you're right. We have to look at the priorities and the way the public ranks priorities. And if your neighborhood's on fire, it's not sustainable. You can't live there. And in fact, you may not be able to maintain insurance, which causes a cascade economically for our population, also for county revenue. Houses that are uninsurable or cash transactions, you can't close escrow with a mortgage if you can't insure the property. And on this one, we're a little bit late. Let's try to catch up. I think second is water. If kids can't brush their teeth, if you can't flush a toilet, it's not a sustainable community. Roads, I don't want to drive on potholes, but I'll take a few potholes before I'll take no water or my house on fire. And I think most of the public will support this. And there are other opportunities for roads. We've talked about using benefits zones, maybe CSA 3, letting some communities decide they want to pay a little bit more and have better conditions on their local roads. Whereas we don't have those same local opportunities for water and fire. Water really has an economy of scale. If we're going to do this, we need some strong leadership. We need solid planning. You're not going to do this community by community. It needs to be a county-wide effort to look at where we can make the most impact. And I like the idea on water of splitting inland and coast. Another option would be each of our districts, make sure they each get an equal allocation. And if there's some left over, then we'll spread it around. The South Coast has very different water problems than the North Coast. There's a building moratorium on the South Coast. We have people who want to build. We have people who actually have built, some cases. can't get a water hookup because of unavailability of water. And some of this is Fish and Wildlife won't allow more extraction from the Wallala, may be well-founded on environmental reasons. Bottom line is development is stopped not because people can't afford to build new units, but because there isn't water. So I'm giving that as one example that's very different than the Potter Valley project, but equal concern for those communities. If you don't have water, your community comes to a grinding halt. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so maybe we should take a little step back here because, at least for the people watching at home, I want to make clear that the Board of Supervisors and the city councils do not have the authority to raise taxes. That power rests entirely in the hands of the voters. And so any city council or Board of Supervisors can do is place a ballot measure on the ballot and, urge the public to pass it. I think, when you look at the success rate of taxes, there's not a high probability of a tax passing in Mendocino County unless there's a very well-organized campaign to pass it, because basically voters only need an excuse to vote no to tax themselves. They need a strong, compelling reason to vote yes to tax themselves. So absent much of a campaign, much of a basic educational awareness about the reasons, the validity for the tax, voters are very inclined to vote no. And as you know, it takes a 2/3 vote to pass a tax in California if it's for a specific purpose. The one exception is currently under California court action, it only takes a 50% vote to pass a tax for a specific purpose if the voters themselves place the tax on the ballot. And I want to salute the Friends of the Libraries throughout the county. Most of them are senior citizens, retired members of the public. They might look a little bit like your grandmother, and they are out there collecting signatures right now. As Supervisor Hashak said, they're out there right now pounding the streets, getting signatures, persuading members of the public to put a renewal of that tax on the ballot, but to increase it from 1/8 of a cent to 1/4 of a cent. And I personally support what they're doing. I think it's a good strategic move as an investment in our libraries in Mendocino County, because now there will be money for improvements to those facilities, not just the operations. So I think really there's a lesson to be learned there for anyone, whether they're a champion of the fire departments or a champion of the water resources in the county. I think look to the Friends of the Libraries, those community members who are out there collecting signatures. That is the pathway to getting a ballot measure passed in Mendocino County. It's not by going to the Board of Supervisors or the City Council and saying, please put this on the ballot, trust us, the voters will pass it. By collecting signatures from a significant number of voters, they're having direct contact with voters and answering questions about the purpose and the use of the tax. And I think they're going to succeed. And that will be 1/8 of the sales tax, which will bring that $7 million figure down to about 4.6. And finally, that tax is generating so much money because Sheriff Tom Allman went to the voters, collected signatures several years ago. The tax that actually passed was placed on the ballot by the supervisors, but it was only following a very narrow loss through the initiative process. And so voters already had an awareness of the issue through the signature gathering process. So I really think that if any of you are working with water groups or with the fire departments, you ought to ask them to go talk to the Friends of the Libraries and see how they're doing it, because I think that's the path to success.
McCordy.
So I think one of the important issues here is that, at least for water, we do have some structure. So the two structure things that I see right off the bat has been the Supervisors Ad Hoc Committee, which has been very successful in bringing in the water community for discussions and for action. And it was largely due to an investment we had last year of Josh Metz working with us as a kind of a dedicated staff member on drought issues. And, it kind of raised consciousness and got people applying for grants, and we can't take credit for everything, but over $20 million was brought into the community because the state wants to invest in water. They don't want to have a crisis where Mendocino County is calling them up and saying, can you help us haul water from Ukiah to Fort Bragg and provide porta potties for the town of Mendocino. They want something permanent, and they've got the money there to do it. So we have the structure of that. We also have the structure of the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission, which has been working on the Potter Valley project issues for quite some time. And so how we decide to go about this is yet to be determined, as whether it's grassroots or whether it's through the Board of Supervisors voting to put it on the ballot. But I feel very strongly that this is something that will define this board. If we don't take this opportunity to be leaders on water infrastructure and fire, given what's going on with our climate in the last 10 years, we'll be missing a huge opportunity, and people will be wondering, why didn't you do more when you had the chance?
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just to Supervisor Jurdy's point, both sales tax measure presented by the board that would serve water and fire and a library tax can both be passed in Mendocino County. They're not precluded from moving forward with their tax by the action of this board. There's still a level of ceiling there for the sales tax for both measures to be passed. And the board can certainly, as individuals and community members, support both.
I think one of Supervisor Jurdy's point was the threshold for passing is different if the people collect signatures and run it versus this board putting it on the ballot. It's a higher bar if we try to move it forward. I guess my concern on the fire side is fire is already spread thin. Most fire around the county is volunteer, and it's hard to get people to come to meetings, right? Because they're training, they're doing bake sales, they're worrying about workers' comp, they're cleaning their station, they're stretched thin, and they have regular jobs also. And I'll tell you, when I joined the Board of Supervisors, I said, well, I'm turning my pager off Monday night. I can't go to a fire call before I go to a Board of Supervisors meeting. The first time there was a structure fire, I'm looking at my pager thinking, I can't have a house burn down in my community while I'm sitting at home in bed. And, so I came here with soot in my hair the next morning. I missed a night. That's representational of what fire is in this county. And, it's not unique to me. We have teachers that, spend the night trying to put out a wildland fire and then go to work the next day. I can't expect those same people to muster the energy and the time as some of the library enthusiasts have. Not that it's not the right thing to do. I just don't see it coming together. They're already so strapped. I don't think they can pull off a county-wide campaign. We don't have an organization that can lead that effort. On fire, I would chance a 2/3 vote. I think the public understands the risk of fire in this county after mega fire and insurance loss on residential property. I think we got to try it. Water, I'm a little bit less convinced. I think it's a harder sell, but I do support it. And as our towns go dry, if we don't have state money coming in to hold us over and this becomes the new norm, we've got a real crisis. We have towns that may not have water. Supervisor Mulhern.
I was born and raised here, and for at least the last 20 years that I can remember, one comment that happens consistently is, why did the county give the water in Lake Mendocino to Sonoma County? And it's probably, I don't have the historical record, but because at the time that the conversation happened, Mendocino County didn't have enough money. And as an elected person sitting here today, considering what we do about the Potter Valley project and what happens with the potential raising of the Coyote Dam and adding more storage capacity in Lake Mendocino, if I didn't try to do something, then I would have failed my community. So I feel like maybe a lot like Supervisor McGordy does, that this is our opportunity to put something to the voters that they can help and support us financially, so that we can have these historical changes that we need, so that decades from now, my grandkids will be able to say, like, I'm glad we kept that water local. Like, that's what the water means to me. And I absolutely agree with all of your all of the comments that you gave about the fire departments. They really, like I said, bake sales, barbecues, like, they don't have time to do a voter initiative. And I absolutely also support having to get a 2/3 vote. When we did Measure Y, it was an advisory measure, and I just don't prefer that. I would rather seek a real commitment from the voters than to have do it that way.
Supervisor Hascheck.
Yeah, it's a good discussion. We have put, $22 million from the PG&E funds, mostly towards our fire departments. Certainly our fire departments need every cent of that, but we have put a considerable amount, not the 22, but probably 16 or...
About 6, I think.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO, 6. 6 million.
But then we've also done other projects that could... Yeah, telecommunications. We've done things to make ourselves more resilient to fire and, the training centers and those kind of things. So, looking at the water, we have this discussion, this other item to look at what to do with the water agency. We just heard this discussion about, well, we can divide it up between the 5 different districts, or we can do projects, or, I think that's what we need a water agency for, is to figure out what the strategy is to best provide water in a sustainable way for the county. Because what we have right now is just hit and miss, and we're hoping for grants, and we've gotten the $23 million in grants in the last year, but we need to have a strategy and an agency that's functional. But with that said, we need all the money we can get for fire. But I just don't think that this is a time when we can go to the voters. I think if the voters came to us, it would be much better, because the threshold would be lower, and it would show, that they're taking it seriously too. But I think if the board put out, a sales tax, that it wouldn't be favorably received.
Supervisor Mulhern.
If the 5 of us decided that we should move forward with a sales tax, and it had a piece of it that included fire and water and how those funds would be used, then it would be up to us or future electeds to make sure that the funds were used in that way. I mean, we are where the voters find their trust. I mean, I'm concerned because as a person that's sitting in this seat, I would continue to make sure that if the voters trusted me and voted for a measure to spend these funds this way, I would be prepared to do that every single day, every single month, every single year. So I guess I feel very differently about my ability and my capacity to make sure that I follow through with what the voters are requesting if we move forward with a measure. And I don't think that these conversations happen, just offline. There are lots of people trying to work on solutions for these problems that don't have a way to communicate it except for this conversation being opened today. So I think this is like a very, I guess it's a beginning stage, but we don't have much time to talk about it. So we can't talk about it endlessly. We have to decide what it looks like. And I don't even know what our timeline is for how quickly we would need to move forward. Does County Council have that?
Off the top of my head, I believe it's August, but I would have to double check in order to make the November ballot. Is that what the question was?
Yes. Yeah. So I guess maybe I'm trying to count to 3 here, and I'm just wondering if there's something that Supervisor Hascheck and Supervisor Girardi would like to see. If there's a way to make sure, for instance, that the water funds are spent in a particular way, or the fire funds are spent in a particular way. Have you not had an opportunity to kind of think about that up until this moment because it's our first conversation? Do you need some more time to consider that? It's very challenging because we all work on these different projects that sort of intersect, and we're not able to talk about them through the ad hocs and through our other meetings. This is our opportunity, and if this is too much too soon, and some of us have given this more thought and consideration than you've had the opportunity to, then I would love to give you a little bit of time to consider that.
I don't need more time. I have thought about this. I think I thought about it maybe more than the rest of you. The voters are not going to rubber stamp a tax that this Board of Supervisors puts on the ballot. And I think we should approach this with some humility. 4 of us voted for a cannabis ordinance that we thought was the best of the flawed options in front of us. And the voters collected enough signatures to put a referendum on the ballot, and it was likely to succeed at overturning that ordinance. I don't think we have the credibility to go to the voters and say, of all the ways that you can spend your tax dollars, this is the way you should raise your tax dollars. I think the suggestion to raise the tax dollars need to come from the voters themselves. And I think there are legitimate arguments to be made for a tax for better water delivery in Mendocino County. I definitely think there's a strong argument to be made for the fire departments and fire resiliency in Mendocino County. And I think the libraries are stepping forward, library supporters, but I think they're the ones that are showing the way to do it. It's not by going to rounding up 3 or 5 votes in the Board of Supervisors, because that's a path to nowhere.
Well, I've certainly thought about the water agency and where we're going with our water situation. Supervisor McGordy and I have been working on this for the past year. And I think that we've been working very diligently on it. Practically every week we have discussions, and we've conquered some big problems, and we realize that there's some huge problems before us too. I just don't know at this point, asking people for money for something that we haven't figured out as a board is the right way to go.
So, John, I think on water, I'm split. I'm in the camp of supporting it, because in the years ahead, if people don't have water, they're going to ask, why didn't the county make progress? And the answer is, well, we didn't have money. Yet I think we have to at least ask. If it doesn't pass, well, then individually we're going to try to make do with our holding tanks and get by. Fire, I think there is a plan in place. I think we have about 21 local fire agencies that do a really good job. They just need more funding. This is a way to fund them that doesn't rely on a local property tax. That parcel tax doesn't recoup the visitor economy. Visitor economy causes cliff rescues, water rescues, fires, structure fires, medical aids at hotels, a lot of call volume. We buy equipment, we prepare for it, we wear people out responding to those calls. Sales tax is a way to tax those people for their share of emergency services. So going forward, if we do nothing, I mean, I look at Anderson Valley, their ambulance service is on the brink. They've actually had to shut it down on days. They can't staff it. It's basically volunteer staffed with a very small stipend. It's incredible they've been able to pull it off for so long. If they have to stop providing service, that means the ambulance will be coming from Fort Bragg or from Ukiah, which means those communities will lose their ALS ambulance. Fort Bragg at night has 1 ambulance on the coast. It might be in Boonville or Yorkville when somebody calls. Ukiah, it's a little bit in better shape, but they've also had shortages. So if we wait another year, which I think is what it would take to ask the community to get out there and collect signatures and run it themselves without our support, I see the potential for loss of property and loss of life. So I would rather go out and ask voters, will you support us on this? And on fire, it's not, the money wouldn't go to the county. We would funnel it by the language in the voter passed ballot item direct to the fire agencies. And I think people do trust their local fire department. McGordy.
So I wouldn't compare us to what happened with the cannabis ordinance, because first of all, that was an industry that we were trying to help, and we didn't really get the feel possibly from what a lot of the industry members wanted. This is a little different. This goes across a much broader section of our population who are affected by water and public safety, and I think that the voters would view it quite a bit differently. I don't know, I as far as the signature gathering goes, so Counselor, how many signatures would we need to qualify something for the ballot if we were going to do a fire and water tax measure?
Well, just to be clear, if the initiative process were to be used to add something to the ballot, it wouldn't be county staff or county resources that would be doing any of the gathering, because there's a prohibition on the use of public resources for political purposes. So the board can legitimately put something on the ballot, but if we're talking about initiative gathering, it wouldn't be you as a board. It would be individuals. I believe the number is 10% of the votes cast at the last gubernatorial election, but I would have to double check that.
I wonder if Katrina might be available. Do we want to go to public comment and then continue the discussion?
I think we do, but I'll just leave it with this. Whether we go through the initiative process or whether we go through as a board, I feel like we have to do something. We just can't sit on the sidelines, and this is too important.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, the other option that we were presented with the water agency is that community service or county service area 3, and that would cover the whole county. I don't know if county council has anything to say about that, but that's another way. And if we were to provide services that were based, broad-based, countywide, and it would be a negative rejection vote, right?
County council?
Yeah. So I think what you're referring to, Supervisor Haschak, is the ability to use County Service Area 3 to create a zone of benefit and a special benefit assessment. And I don't know that you'd be able to do that on a county-wide basis, because when you're getting the idea behind a special benefit assessment is that you're distinguishing between the general benefit to the community on the whole versus the benefit to those particular parcels. And the general benefit still has to be paid by tax dollars. So that would still require, some sort of funding mechanism, whether it's property tax, sales tax, et cetera. The special benefit is essentially the amount that's determined to be sort of fair to apply to those individual property owners based on their proximity to a particular project. So you might be able to use that in connection with, say, specific projects that are serving particular areas. If you were, for example, putting in a fire station in a particular community, you might be able to have a special benefit assessment that would capture some portion of that cost by imposing the cost on the nearby property owners. On the other hand, I don't know that you'd be able to do it in such a broad way as to capture the entire county. It would need to be tied to the individual projects, and then you'd also have to have some portion still being covered by tax revenues.
Oh. We had a couple questions for elections. Thanks for joining us, Katrina.
Hi.
I think it was Supervisor McGordy, or is it Supervisor McGordy or yes. Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor McGordy asked what the deadline would be for getting a tax measure in front of voters in November.
Would be August 12th would be the drop dead date. Katrina Bartlett, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder. So everything would need to be to us by August 12th.
And Katrina, for any subsequent election, what would be the general timeframe for something like that? So the next November election would be in the presidential year of 2024, but there's also a few elections between now and then.
Well, it's always the 88th day is the drop dead date. If it's a district or how the people are having the petitions out right now for the library to extend the library tax, we ask them. We have 30 days to verify their signatures, but we want to have everything ready by the 98th day, which gives us an extra 10 days to get it before, on an agenda summary and to you guys to know what's going on. But the 88th day, so basically almost 3 months, so plan on 3 months prior to an election is when anything would be due in our office.
I'm sorry, so roughly the presidential primary in 2024, I believe, will be in March again?
Correct.
So it might be somewhere in the neighborhood of in the month of November that the petitions would be turned in to the elections office.
Yes.
So between now and then, community members would need to get together, get some consensus among themselves about what the project is, what the proposal is, what the tax would be, and then they would need to draft up the proposal, take it to the county councils, to review to make sure it's legal the way it was written.
Right. They bring it into us. They have to pay, individuals have to pay a $200 notice of intent fee. And then what we do is we send it over to county council for a ballot title and summary, and or for basically a ballot title and summary. They look at it, they find out if it's legal, and then they get back to us. We also do the advertising. Once it gets to the point where we've checked the signatures and everything, then we do the advertising that it will be on the ballot.
Glenn?
Katrina, how many people have to sign petitions to qualify a measure?
Well, right now, because, and it goes by how many people actually cast their ballot in the gubernatorial general election. So right now, it's 3,397 correct or correct signatures. So they have to be registered, they have to be. We ask that they get, out of that 3,397, we ask that they get between 5 and 5,500, just to make sure that you have the amount of that's required. So depending on who votes in November and how many votes we have, it's 10% of the voters that voted, that cast their ballot. That's what justifies how many signatures are needed. And then we also look at the supervisorial districts. We look at we run a report so we know for the special districts how many they will need. So we can try and be as accurate as possible.
Any more questions for Katrina?
No more questions, but thank you, Katrina. It sounds like basically if there were community members that wanted to pursue this route, they have a little more than a year to engage, get the signatures, and get them into your office.
Yes, and we have a publication that we provide to them, and that answers most of their questions, and that there's a sample calendar in there, and it takes a lot of time to get it right and to make sure that once they get everything going, their notice of intent, to make sure their format for their petition's correct. We don't check the actual petition, we just make sure that everything's the way it should be to be a proper petition. And so hopefully nobody could challenge it. That's why we check it for a format.
Katrina, is there any possibility of parallel tracks of the county? The concern that Supervisor Jurdy brought up earlier, and I think it's well-founded, is the difference in thresholds for passing a tax, the voters bringing it themselves versus the Board of Supervisors putting it on a ballot.
There's no other, of course, it's easier for the Board of Supervisors to do it because you write your resolution, you hand it to me, you basically tell me what you want on there. And between county council and my office, we make it happen. Whereas the public has to gather signatures. It's more work than that. They have to gather signatures, they have to make sure that all their ducks are in a row, and then we can check their signatures. So it's a lot more time consuming, but either way works good for us. And our main criteria, right, is to make sure everything is legal. And with county council's help, we achieve that.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have. We're going to go to public comment.
If you need me, I'll be in my office. We're
you.
checking signatures on ballots.
Let's start with public comment from the room. Anybody who'd like to speak, feel free to approach the podium.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I'm John Reardon. I'm on the boards of Russian River Flood Control and Inland Water and Power Commission, but I'm here today as a citizen. Chair Williams, I'm a resident of your district, and I would like to ask the council to go ahead with putting a sales tax measure on the ballot. I would like to take note of the fact that you are not passing the tax, you're giving the voters the opportunity to vote for a tax. And I'm here to support using some of that tax revenue to sustain water supply reliability in the county. Inland Water and Power is in the middle of a battle to try and secure water through the Potter Valley project. We can't afford to wait a year and a half for a possible source of revenue in order to proceed with that battle. Like Supervisor Mulholland, I was not around when they decided to build Lake Mendocino and when they apportioned how much went to Sonoma County and Mendocino County. But I've told myself since I've been here, I wish I had been around to see that we got a little more than our, roughly 15% of what Sonoma County got. And this is an opportunity to make sure that we don't lose ground in the battle to keep that water flowing. And again, it's not just the Ukiah Valley that has water issues. You guys have talked about that a lot today. And I think this is an opportunity to fund development of water security throughout the county. So I would ask that you proceed with this and let the voters decide if it's something they want to go forward with.
Supervisor Jurdy has a question.
I don't know if it's exactly a question, but you raised the Lake Mendocino. It's been brought up earlier today. And I hope we all have the same information. The information I have is that at the time that Lake Mendocino was raised and the dam was created, it was before Proposition 13. And so before Proposition 13 in 1978, school boards, city councils, board of supervisors could actually raise property taxes. There was no vote of the public. And at the time, there was an option for the 5 Mendocino County supervisors to raise property taxes to be a partner with Sonoma County in building Lake Mendocino. But there were not 3 votes in the Board of Supervisors. There were 2 Ukiah-based, I'm going to call them Ukiah-based, Redwood Valley, Greater Ukiah supervisors who were willing to raise taxes, but not the North County or 2 coastal supervisors. And my concern is that just needs to be known. It wasn't like Mendocino County was asleep at the wheel. There was a decision made not to raise the taxes countywide to pay for what was perceived by 3 supervisors and their constituents, presumably, as a project that was benefiting, let's say, 2/5 of Mendocino County, not the whole of Mendocino County. So there's a reason why Lake Mendocino County wasn't built in part by the County of Mendocino. Sonoma County saw it differently, and they've definitely reaped some economic benefit from their ownership of the bulk of Lake Mendocino.
Thank you. And if I might comment on that, it could well be that conditions have changed since then. Back then there were not as many people. Water coming through the Potter Valley project was very reliable. I think back then it was 120,000 acre-feet a year. And so the need for a dam was not as critical. The dam had, a lot of the reason for building that dam was flood control. And obviously I wasn't here when they were making those decisions. But if the Potter Valley project gets shut off, then having Lake Mendocino as a viable storage option is going to be vitally important. And I think that mix of supervisors that might vote for it or against it may well have changed in the years since Lake Mendocino was built.
Yeah, we talk a lot about needing more housing around the county. You can't build housing if you don't have water. And I think without a water solution, we're looking at the carrying capacity of Mendocino County. If that's the case, we decide we don't want to move forward with water. We should also decide we don't want to move forward with housing. This is it. We're as built as we're going to be. Some people would prefer that. I think a lot of people are recognizing aging population. We need a younger workforce to come in to provide services. They're not going to come in if they can't find housing. So I really appreciate your comments and the history.
Thank you for the opportunity.
My name is Wendy. I'm a property owner and voter and business owner in Mendocino County, and I agree water is the #1 thing that we need to be thinking about for this, and I would vote yes for the tax as far as knowing what I'm voting for, not just putting it out there like a blanket thing or adding a bunch of extra stuff to it. That's why I would vote yes on something like that myself. And so if it's spelled out really well, I think people would definitely support it because we have to have water. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. I'm curious, how much longer does Sonoma County get the water?
Forever.
Forever. Interesting. Okay, so I haven't really followed the Eel River diversion. I know that there was, people were trying to take over the dam and the diversion, and I know a lot of people have wanted it shut off. I feel that we won't have a Lake Mendocino if that diversion is ever completely shut off, because that's where most of that water comes from. Mulheron mentioned raising the dam, but we can't even get it full at this point. So, I agree with Wendy that I think having a water tax, people would look at that better, and I think it should be either fire or water if you're going to do a tax. It's just my opinion. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
If I can address this real quickly, Ms. Shattuck is correct. The water is coming from the Eel River. There's some controversy on the other side of the watershed in the Eel River because they, want to protect fish. I don't think that things are mutually exclusive. And she's also right, without that water source, filling Lake Mendocino would happen about 2 out of 10 years.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Emily Tecchio. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council. To put it very simply, our organization is in support of additional funding for fire departments. We greatly appreciate the work that the ad hoc committee has been doing. And as this is the measure being put forth, we support this going on the ballot. There are so many needs in this county, and water is definitely one of them. Something we have noted as an organization is that water for fire suppression is a huge need and something that is pretty difficult to fund through other various mechanisms. So we hope that that is considered as well. So thank you for your time.
Hello, Board. Thank you for having me. For those that don't know me, I am Dave Latouf. I am Chief with Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department. I'm the current president of the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. So they know I'm here. I do appreciate your support, past and present, of countywide fire. My fire district is split between the 4th and 5th districts. I know most of my constituents of my district would vote for a sales tax. I want to reference item 4A that you discussed this morning. The volunteer fire service are those that take care of those tourists that come, that you promote to our county, so please be aware of that. I'm for putting this ballot measure, sales tax increase, on the ballot as soon as possible. And please consider a generous amount to fire services. Fire is very popular right now in this county. I think you can ride on that popularity along with the water. I believe that both of those issues are very important. Of course, I gravitate towards the former. You can't fight fire without water, but all the water in the world won't do any good without firefighters. And the volunteer fire Departments of this county are what keep this county rolling. You've all said it before, and I want you to hear it from me. That's all I have to say. Is there any questions?
Dave, the idea of the fire community, I guess the firefighters who I think are already overtaxed, getting together and running this without county involvement, is that realistic?
You know, standing in front of a post office with a clipboard to get signatures is not realistic for the volunteer fire service. They're already out doing their job. They're working. At any moment, they're going to respond to any kind of emergency situation. I just don't see it happening. The library, they probably have more retired people, and that's probably how they're pulling that off.
Supervisor McGordy.
Dave, how many calls did you respond to last year?
The Mendocino district responded to 332. That's increasing every year. We have mostly medical calls. We support the ambulance. The second most is rescues out in the ocean and on the cliff. And the majority of those are from people visiting our county.
Dave, speaking with your Fire Chiefs Association hat, can you tell us the condition of the fire departments, how they're doing maintaining rosters and adequate response?
It's a subject of department reports every meeting that they're having problems keeping volunteers coming and retention to their department. Out of the 21 fire districts, I think 15 have paid chiefs and 2 might have full staff in this county. I'm kind of blessed with not having to worry about volunteers in my department. We're doing pretty well there. But I'm not the normal situation.
I don't see any more questions, but thank you for driving over.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go to online comment. First, we have Devin with Mendocino County Farm Bureau.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this issue with you today. Very dynamic conversation. I understand that this is a challenge to think about. The point that we've been most focused on overall has been water issues. Going into a third year of drought, I think there are opportunities within the public to understand the critical juncture that we are at in Mendocino County, looking at aging water infrastructure, threatened water supplies, unknowns with the future of groundwater resources in this county. So just like the previous speaker spoke sort of on the awareness of fire, I think this could be an opportunity to continue to have a bigger awareness of the need of funding for water. That being said, we're not talking about a lot of money. So there are most likely specific projects related to water resource development or infrastructure that should be prioritized in this process so that, funds could be put towards the most beneficial use out there. The other point that hadn't been made today that I think is critical is to understand that water projects can return funds to the county. As several supervisors and speakers stated, without water, there are lots of limitations to what can be done, whether that's fire suppression, housing, agriculture, any of those types of tourism that come into the county are all dependent upon water supply. So think about that. Think about the other sales tax, the income tax, the property tax, the employment, those dollars that come back to the county from water infrastructure projects that benefit roads, that benefit sheriffs, that benefit all of the other types of programs that the county administers. So I would like to see a fleshing out of the agenda item to come back to kind of spell out what this money may be going toward in terms of water infrastructure fire districts, et cetera. But I think that we shouldn't let history repeat itself. I think that often water becomes a concern when it's not available and forgotten about when it's in times of plenty. So please consider that when you have final conversations about bringing this back for conversation at a further date. Thank you.
Ben McMillan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. First of all, my name is Ben McMillan, and I'm with the steering committee of the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts and also with the Elk Community Services District. And I have to acknowledge that you all have some very important and complicated decisions before you. But I'm here to represent one issue, and that's fire. The Districts Association was formed in 2015 to draw Board of Supervisors and public attention to problems facing our 20 fire agencies. Funding was and remains a critical need. In 2016, your predecessors recognized the importance of local fire agencies and acknowledged the serious financial shortfall needs. We're very grateful to that board for redirecting portions of Prop 172 funding, and to a subsequent board for sponsoring twin TOT measures in 2020 that are yielding important funding for our agencies. Further, recent allocations of PG&E settlement funds have been extremely important and beneficial. These monies have enabled many deferred and immediate needs to be addressed. Now, a shift to a consistent long-term focus is needed. County residents rely on public EMS and fire services. Equipment and emergency vehicles are extremely expensive, and staffing is 90% volunteer in the county. This model can't successfully continue to provide high levels of service without increased financial support. Seeking large percentage increases in local agency special taxes typically will only yield very small increases in actual dollars. Stresses on local emergency services are becoming noticeably apparent, as evidenced by ambulance shortages and increasing reliance on CAL FIRE auto aid assistance to offset local agency staffing shortfalls. Expectations that fire services can be both efficient and reliable when coupled with inadequate financial resources are simply unrealistic and not sustainable. Our citizens need and take fire and EMS responses for granted. As county leaders, you need our agencies to be fully functional anchors in our communities, now and into the future. Please recognize we're still using a model for fire protection that began with volunteer citizens in horse and wagon days. Then roads were poor and travel slow. Folks worked and lived very locally, and only church bells communicated emergencies. None of these are true today. With climate and societal changes, who knows, these conditions may return in the future. But before they do, meaningful financial support to shore up existing services is essential now. Board agreement to dedicate funding for fire and EMS via a proposed new sales tax is an important step. Supporting and championing this decision with voters is another. Beyond these actions, next is a commitment that far exceeds proposed language in the new 2022 strategic plan. Ensuring access to rural fire protection and EMS services by simply supporting local firefighter recruitment efforts is not a recipe for success. This is like seeking more little Dutch boys to plug holes in the dike with their fingers. After many years, the dike is failing. Working together, serious planning efforts and commitment to strengthen or replace the dike need to begin. We're grateful to each of you for your service to your constituents and to our broader community. We applaud your dedication to the public good. You have complicated and difficult issues to deal with and choices to make, and we sincerely hope you will choose to partner with and support our agencies as we move forward. Thank you.
Ben, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Well, one of the concerns that was raised today is about having a plan. And on the water side, we do need to come back with a credible plan about how money would be divided, what sort of projects it would fund. On the fire side, I think we have a bit of a plan in that we already have fire agencies, and they just need funds to carry out their existing charters. Would we expect the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts and the Chiefs Association to provide unity on a plan of allocation if we were to raise money through a sales tax? A fair method of allocating it so that we provide a base level of service throughout the county?
Quite confident we can do that. We have a pre-existing example that's used with Prop 172 funding allocations.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I don't see any more questions. Next, we have Monique Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Monique Ramirez, District 3. I would say personally, as a resident of Mendocino County, I would support this potential being put on the ballot and that the Board of Supervisors initiate that. I think one of the very first speakers today on this agenda item made a very good point that, you know, just because you put it on the ballot doesn't mean that you're making the decision for our county. Like, the voters get to step up and make the decision. I also think it's really important to be extremely clear about how the funding will be utilized, where it will be spent, because that's where the transparency and the trust comes in from the public, and being able to understand those components, I think, can garner a lot of success in getting the support needed to make this happen. There's been a lot of talk about water. I'm just curious where the water is going to come from. That is a consideration that I would want to have a really good understanding about. So having supplemental materials and broad outreach to the community to promote whatever you guys decide, if this is the route you end up taking today, will also go a long way. And I just want to say it's never good to make assumptions about things. It feels like Supervisor Jurdy has kind of alluded to that a little bit. And I think that we're in a different time than we've ever been before. And I think we actually could get a lot of support for fire protection and safety for our communities. But I do think it's important that whatever sales tax initiative goes on a ballot, that it's something that benefits everybody and not just isolated to one community. That's where you're not going to get support, because people will feel like, why am I contributing to a fund that I don't benefit from? So if there could be broad support for services throughout our entire county, especially really rural places such as where I live in Covelo and beyond, I think will benefit our community. But I just want to say again, you guys have a lot of power as supervisors, and to be able to initiate something that can get put on a ballot with a blink of an eye is pretty powerful. And I would love to see this kind of dialogue happen robustly for our cannabis tax reform that we've been pleading for change for almost 5 years now. So I just want to add that as well. Thank you so much.
Ron Edwards.
I'll be brief, Chair Williams. I'm just wondering, is this enough money? It seems like the need might be much greater, and is there a process for looking to really find out about, if you guys were to dig into it deeply to find out exactly what the need would be? I think that would be a better sell for the public. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. A question for Supervisor Jurdy. Do you support the idea of a sales tax for water and for fire, but have concern about the viability of passing it with the Board of Supervisors putting it on the ballot?
That is my concern.
So it's not that you're against the idea of the tax, it's just you want it to be successful.
I am not the voter that needs to be persuaded.
Yep.
I probably have voted against a few taxes, but probably pretty rarely, almost every tax that I can think of, local tax, I've voted for. So I'm not really the person who needs to be persuaded. Like I said, when it takes a 2/3, the person who votes no has twice the voting power as the person who votes yes.
Can I invite a motion? Supervisor Mulhern?
I have a question for County Council. So we've discussed today, I think the community and the board seems to be discussing using the remainder of Measure B's sales tax at sunsetting for water and fire. So what is the best way for this board to move forward with presenting ideas about how those funds should be split, and for instance, which projects they might be used for. I think it's pretty easy to gain consensus for redistributing fire funds based on Prop 172 allocations, but I think the water conversation might be a little bit more challenging. And because there's a variety of ad hocs where we're working on water, it's going to get pretty tricky. So what would be the plan for that?
So if I may respond to the chair, I think there's a few ways to do it, but I think the best that I'm seeing is probably to ask staff to get started on a draft ordinance, which we could do, and then come back and have a more specific discussion on the particular decision points within the ordinance. And in particular, it sounds like the allocation or the method of restricting the funds with respect to water in particular. And we could get sort of the basic structure in place and bring this back and try to guide it in a more, if this is the direction the board wants to go, guide it towards a discussion of the specific features that you would want in there, and then get direction at that time. Given the ad hoc issues, I don't know that there's another way for staff to really be able to get direction from the board on this one.
Follow-up question. I would like to volunteer if we have support for this as a concept today. I'd like to volunteer to work with CEO Antle, the Fire Districts Association and the Fire Chiefs Association to perfect the allocation formula that comes back in the draft, so that when it's presented, we know that the fire community is already on board and support. And I would also stay out of talk about water because I don't want to overlap with other supervisors. Supervisor McGordy.
I'd like to make a motion that staff come back with a plan for a draft ordinance with an allocation of funds for fire and water projects and the support of these activities.
Is there a second? Motion on the floor, discussion, Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, just to be clear, we're talking about the Measure B funds going away from a half to an eighth. And so what we're actually talking about is replacing that 3/8. So it would be 3/8. So if we're getting $7 million a year right now with Measure B, it's going down, it's going by a quarter. So we'd get a little under 2 million. So we'd be left with between 5 and 6 million.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO, if I may, through the chair. The Measure B tax that currently has come in on an average has been around $9 million per year. So you start with the 9 million. The 3/8 is the 7 million.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Supervisor Jordy.
But also keep in mind, it's going down to 1/8%. At the same time, the community members, friends of the library people, they're out there collecting signatures. They will have a ballot measure, I predict, on the ballot in November, which will not only continue the 1/8 cent, but replace it with a 1/4 cent. So there isn't 3/8 of a cent available for the voters to reallocate to something else in addition to the library. So it's really 1/4 of a cent.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I didn't finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so that's about $4.6 million, not $7 million available for water and fire. Is $4.6 million really going to make a difference for both water and fire? I think that's a question that I don't think anybody in this room can answer. So anyway.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I want for the Friends of the Library and for the community to really understand. We have not met our sales tax limit in Mendocino County. It is very possible that the voters of Mendocino County could reallocate the dollars that we have been currently paying with Measure B. They could reallocate the portion that's about to be sunsetted, let's say half for water, half for fire. Additionally, pass a 1/4 cent sales tax for the library, which would take their 8 cents tax, which we're already paying, And so, yes, we would be paying an additional portion. So, for instance, we would be paying an additional portion towards the library. We have not met our sales tax limits, and we don't have to associate the board moving forward with this item against the libraries. We're not competing. There are many needs in our county, and we have the ability as voters to support both. So I just want to be very clear the public understands that regardless of what happens with this, the library stakeholders can still move forward with their ballot initiative, and we have enough of a sales tax limit that we're not going to reach the top. Our individual cities also have specific sales tax. In the city of Ukiah, they have a public safety tax in addition to a streets tax. So individual cities may be closer to that limit, but I think that we will find that they also support their fire and water resources in our county. So I want for the public to understand that it's not a competition, and both taxes could be passed in November.
Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Mulhern, I think what you said is theoretically true, but if there is 2 or 3 taxes on the ballot, they're each more likely to lose votes. So, putting additional taxes on the same ballot, I think only increases the likelihood that each ballot measure receives more opposition than it would if they were on. It also diverts the attention of the voters. If they're voting on one measure, they can focus on it and make an informed decision. You put 2 or 3 taxes on the ballot, out of frustration, confusion, lack of information, people are generally going to vote no.
So there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Supervisor McCordy.
I would just offer to do for staff what you're offering to do for fire, for water. Does that make sense? So in other words, I would help them with getting informed.
I was hoping you would. And Supervisor Mulhern, I imagine you want to volunteer. Do you want to be on fire or water?
Well, this is really a question for county council. And, like I've mentioned several times, I'm on multiple ad hocs that coincide. And during those meetings, I'm sure there's going to be sales tax conversations. And so as supervisors, I feel like we probably should not participate in those conversations. What is your advice here for moving forward?
Yeah, if I may respond to the chair, my suggestion, Supervisor Williams, would be to not create any ad hocs, but let staff know that individual supervisors, without discussing with others, may be available as resources. Now, staff will not be able to pass any communication between them, will not be able to say what the other ones are thinking, but if there's technical assistance or other information that we need, well, we could get it that way, and then we can get the direction from the board when you're able to have the full open and public discussion.
So I think that was inherent in the motion. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, that's fine with me, but I think it would be prudent if the item were to come back as quickly as possible, because we will continue to have our regularly scheduled meetings where this is going to come up, and certainly, not commenting or not, I don't think we should be absent from those meetings. So it's going to get a little tricky, and I think that the more that we can publicly have this conversation, the better. So hopefully we'll be able to get this on an agenda item very soon.
So then the question I have mirrors what Mo asked earlier. I see there's probably 3. I think this will pass today. I would rather it be 5, and even if we're not going to get to 5, is there anything we could do as a compromise to come closer to your support? Supervisors Haschak and Jordy.
Well, I'm leaning towards supporting it just to move it on in a positive direction. I do see that we need money for our fire departments. We need to get a water agency going. I just don't know if this is going to be the best path, but I'm willing to continue to look at it.
Thank you. And Supervisor Jordy?
I'm all for more information, and so I'll be voting for the motion, but I have a hard time envisioning myself voting in favor of putting a tax on the ballot in November.
Is there anything the board could do to compromise to gain your support?
Board members could go out and collect signatures.
And just to add to that, I think that when we come back, we really need to have a plan that's very specific and it explains to the public exactly what we're trying to do with the water portion of this and the fire portion. Because the public, without real specifics, they're going to vote it down.
Agreed. CEO Antle, when can this come back?
Thank you, Darcy.
Were you just talking about that?
Yes, sir. We were just discussing when it can come back. I believe it can come back on June 8th.
June 8th. Fantastic. Okay. Are we ready to vote? Let's vote by the button.
Chair Williams, I just want to clarify the motion. I have direct staff to begin working on a draft sales tax ordinance regarding allocations for fire and water and return to the full board for further direction on June 8th, 2022.
Does the maker of the motion agree?
Yes.
And the second? Yep.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move back to item 4B from before the closed session lunch. This is sponsored by Public Health, and it's related to the strategic planning. And I understand that Director Mulgard may not be available. She was scheduled for this morning, but we ran over. I think Maya Stewart will be presenting. Well,
good afternoon. Oh, apologies.
Go ahead, Maya.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Good afternoon to Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council staff, and especially members of our community. My name is Maya Stewart, and I'm speaking on behalf of Public Health Director Ann Mulgard. Director Mulgard asked that I restate our request to the board and attempt to clarify some points that came up after the current draft document was submitted for review at this meeting. First, staff requests the board take action to approve the final version of the strategic plan and the retroactive agreement with Bischoff Performance Improvement Consulting. Second, we ask that the board authorize staff to establish working groups to address initial launch steps, which include a creation of a work plan and reporting system, adjustments to the board agenda summary to include how each item connects back to the 4 priorities and 17 goals, and incorporation of strategic plan goals into departmental planning and budgets, performance evaluations, training and goals of department heads, a grant unit in the executive office, and the leadership initiative. The formation of working groups is a key component of this phase of the strategic planning process. Groups should be comprised of members of this board, the strategic planning task force, and county staff. The assignments to these working groups, as noted in this document in this board packet, are suggestions based on staff's attempts to align supervisors' individual interests as equitably as possible and should not be considered final. In February, we requested that task force members, not stakeholders, task force members and supervisors, as well as department heads, submit information about which goals and objectives they would be interested in working on. And we use that information to create these sort of draft working groups. Some of these groups will also include partners as appropriate to the topic. So it's reasonable to not expect that these working groups will necessarily look exactly as they do on this draft document. Additionally, some clarification was requested, specifically about objectives noted with that dollar sign saying, you know, we are already funding these was requested. As an example, I'm going to use number 4C2, which is to determine the feasibility of increasing Mendocino Transit Authority routes and access points and implement changes accordingly. This is an example of an objective for which the intent is not necessarily to provide cash, but does require resources in the way of staff as they carry out their regular daily work. Multiple county programs already work directly with the MTA to coordinate travel and to pay for that travel through various funding opportunities. This aspect of an MTA Mendocino County partnership is already happening, will continue, and has the capacity for growth, potentially without additional direct funds from the county. Happy to answer any questions that I can, or take any questions back to Director Mulgard for her to respond to. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none in the room, no hands online, it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschuk.
Yeah, I think that this is what the strategic plan has come to. We've provided the answers to some of those questions about funding and where it might come from. And I think it looks really good. It seems like we have buy-in from the supervisors to get working on this. My only question is, for county council, when we have ad hocs already developed and then we're looking at creating these working groups, you know, how are we going to figure that out?
My first thought is very carefully. I'm not sure that I have a specific answer. I think I need to work with the department and figure out what exactly they're contemplating for the working groups and make sure that nothing there overlaps with anything on an ad hoc that would create a Brown Act issue. We'd also have to make sure, quite frankly, that any working groups would not create problems otherwise in terms of other assignments, et cetera.
Supervisor McGordy.
You know, I would assume the ad hoc can address some of these issues as well in terms of plans, that there's overlap with some of the issues that ad hocs are working on. So I think that some of the tasks can be assigned specifically to ad hocs if they're already working on an issue, and you wouldn't necessarily need a working group to be formed for it, but that the focus is on the strategic plan for really your activities, and that's what we start to do, is to track it, to see that we have an orderly way of accomplishing the county's business. That's the whole point of a strategic plan.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We look forward to getting to work on this.
Thank you, calling in. 4C, acceptance regarding reestablishment of standalone Mendocino County Water Agency, sponsored by the Water Agency. Who will be presenting for the Water Agency? Would that be Supervisor McGordy?
No, I believe we're going to have our consultants and Howard Dashiell.
Yeah, we're pulling in Howard Dashiell and John Woodling.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard Dashiell, your Director of Transportation. We do have a presentation, not really presentation, a summary of the work that our consultant, John Woodland at GEI, has been doing. We've had a group of citizens in a steering committee doing a lot of good work. And the surveys that you all took and many others has culminated into a draft report. Amber Fassett, Deputy Director for the Solid Waste and Water Division, is here, and I'll be here for questions. But with no further ado, I think I'll turn over the meeting to Mr. Woodling, and we'll take questions if you have any. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Howard, and good afternoon, Chair Williams and Supervisors. As Howard said, I'm John Woodling with GI Consultants, and our team has been working with county staff on a project to explore reestablishing the Mendocino County Water Agency as a standalone agency. As you know, we were here in March briefing you on that. We had completed a series of surveys and interviews at that time and updated you on some of the input we got. The compilation of that is in your board package as the stakeholder assessment document. And at that time, you also gave us input on and concurrence on a number of people to serve on a steering committee to participate in the next phases. And then in addition, of course, establish the ad hoc committee to look at funding of the water agency. So we had, and you have some slides in your packet, but we had 15 people that were put on to the steering committee from throughout the county, from representing different stakeholder groups, agriculture, business, water districts, small, large, and medium-sized, tribal interests. So, as broad a participation as we could get. We had really good attendance and engagement from those people. All but one or two made both of 2 3-hour workshops. And we did a number of things. One, we wanted to take the input that we collected in the first phase and really drill down into what was their broad support for a reestablished agency doing. And then we also looked back at the mission and vision statements that were established in the action plan that was written in 2015 and revised that. And I won't read this whole thing, but the mission, I think some of the key themes were really focusing on several aspects of water: reliability, affordability, but also quality and high quality for whatever the purpose may be. And then I also think the other key thing in the mission was an assistance role for the county water agency, recognizing there are a lot of people out there working on water issues, and they don't need their roles to be taken over, but they do feel they need support from the county at a number of different places. And then finally, recognizing that the county has been maintaining a role in regulatory compliance, things like the stormwater permits and drought response, the mussel prevention program, participation in the GSA in the Ukiah Valley. And then on the vision statement, I think the key themes there, again, focus on assistance, but really also focused on providing regional leadership, providing proactive planning for long-term water security. So some of the same things you were talking about on item 4D. So with the help of the steering committee, we categorized the actions that they support into really 6 categories we call the goals. Number 1, water resilience. We'll talk about some of the details of that. Compliance with regulatory mandates, again, continuing those things that are required by regulation, and frankly, result in fines if they're not maintained. 2 pieces of outreach and education to the public, but also the 5th goal, coordination, cooperation, advocacy. So coordinating communication among water agencies, advocating to the state and federal governments, on water issues and on funding. Funding and financing. The agency as an avenue towards bringing more money into the county from state and federal sources to help with some of the needs. And then the 6th thing, I think is not really a goal in the same way, sustained governance, but people said a lot about, if the county water agency is going to be there and provide the support, it needs to be ongoing. It can't be up and down. It can't change focus. And I think that's some of the arguments of why it's been ineffective in the past. So each of those goal areas, we also asked the steering committee to identify some of their top actions under each of those. And I think, just briefly, maybe a few of those I'll cover. Water resilience. People mentioned a role for the county in securing water rights from the Potter Valley Project. They mentioned a need for understanding groundwater resources throughout the county. I think through SGMA, Ukiah Valley has been much better understood. there's a lot of other groundwater basins, and then also groundwater users outside of the groundwater basins that aren't well understood. Funding and financing, again, they want that improved coordination and improved capacity to secure funding to help with some of the infrastructure needs. And then regulatory compliance, again, maintaining the things that the water agency continues to do, even in its current incarnation. So, coming out of that, we went to really starting the next phase of our project, which is identifying what the resources that are going to be needed are, and identifying how that's going to get funded. And as far as resourcing, we laid out a draft organization chart that's in your packet, and really identified how staffing could be phased in over time if funding is a concern, and looked at two of the highest priorities were bringing the general manager, executive director, whatever you want to call that person, and then an analyst type person that can really help with both securing and managing grants on behalf of not only the water agency, but on behalf of other water interests in the county. The next step beyond that would be really a technical water resource specialist, hydrologist, hydrogeologist, to really provide some technical horsepower to help on some of those things, like pursuing water rights, like studying the groundwater basins. And then finally, depending on how the mission and the activities of the water agency develop, we see, probably in a third year, a fourth staff person. And maybe that's additional technical help. Maybe that's additional administrative help. And then, of course, some of the other resources come from other county departments for administrative and IT, HR support, from county council and whatnot. And then I also think, to a certain degree, continue to rely on some outside consultants, whether that be for-profit consulting firms or the Resource Conservation District, for example, that's done work in the past. We started looking at the job descriptions and characteristics of some of these positions. I provided that there. As we move into this third phase, we'll be fleshing out job descriptions, fleshing out the org chart. And then finally, the fourth phase is really looking at funding. And I put this slide in there, and this came from staff as the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget for the water agency, with right around $191,000 of revenue from the property tax source, and that money really goes towards what's about a half a FTE of staff resources, and then a number of consultants doing specific work. And then in addition, with a general fund request, some of the contributions that get made to Inland Water and Power Commission, Russian River Watershed, and the Ukiah Valley GSA. So that really is sort of a baseline starting point. And then we looked at just the first cut at what would it look like to bring on this staffing that would, in part, replace some of the current budget and take on some of those things that consultants are doing now, but also build beyond that to some of the other activities. And I won't go too deep into the assumptions here, but what we get to is that with the ramping up of the staffing, we get to an agency that's estimated to roughly cost $600,000 year one, $800,000 year two, $1 million year three when you're built out to these 4 people. And then year one we prorated, recognizing that even moving forward, getting staff on board, finding the right people, getting started, and transitioning from the current status would be just a portion of a year. We also, in our fourth task in the project, are going to look at various funding alternatives. And you had some discussion about this in item 4D. And really it comes down to the grant side, which we're going to look at, and what that can do, not only to help fund the things the county needs for water reliability, but also help directly fund the agency. And then the more local funding sources. And again, those fall into really three basic categories: general tax, special tax, which you were just talking about, and then a benefit assessment. And I think I think County Council sort of hit the same points we initially identified here with the benefit assessment. In the beginning, it's probably very difficult to identify the allocation of the benefit of the water agency to a specific set of landowners and assess that benefit. As the agency moves forward, maybe you can do that. As projects develop and they need to be funded, and it's clear who the beneficiaries are, that may be a source for future opportunities. So as far as next steps, as I said, we continue to flesh out the organizational structure. We look deeper at the financing options, both the public funding side and the grant opportunity side. And then we put that together into an implementation plan that we'll bring back to staff and ultimately, hopefully, to the Board of Supervisors. So I will, that was a quick look. Happy to answer any questions and certainly hear more discussion.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. And thank you for providing the presentation in advance. I think that it clearly outlines what the plans are. Just even looking at the steering committee, it seems as though we're broadly represented by Mendocino County stakeholders. I didn't see a lot of coastal projects identified. It seemed like there's a lot of inland projects identified. And is there more work to be done on that realm?
Yeah, I think there probably is, and I think it's the nature of the projects. The inland is served, and much of it shares that common Russian River source. The large groundwater basin, Ukiah Basin, where a lot of the population is. I think the projects and needs along the coast are more diffuse. More of a look needs to be taken at the potential for interties and other things with those, much more smaller, more isolated communities.
Glenn?
So one of the things that is a challenge, I think, for a Mendocino County Water Agency is that we don't really have a great way to monetize the agency the way that, say, Sonoma Water does, where they have water to sell, and they're water wholesalers, and it goes in a pipe, and it goes to communities, and communities buy from them. So at the moment, that's one of the things that we don't have available to us here in Mendocino County. So that's why I think that your idea of the support role is important, but there could be something in the future as we move forward to obtain water rights from the Potter Valley project. So that's more or less our goal at this point for the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission, is to actually obtain water rights and to monetize it, so that in the future we could have the opportunity to properly fund a water agency. So I'm kind of curious, again, historically, if CEO Antle might remember, or if we might be able to come up with a number on what the Mendocino County Water Agency cost the county in the past when it was dissolved in around 2010.
CEO Antle, what did the water agency cost around 2010 when it was dissolved?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I would be looking to Steve Dunnicliffe or Howard DeShiel if they remember that number. I was believing it was around 300K, but I could be wrong.
Howard DeShield, again, through the chair. As I recall, the cost savings to the county, we were in the fiscal crisis, was $500,000 to $700,000 that was saved. I think it's, so I would, if I had to give you a round number, I'd say it was about $500,000.
So, as I think about this, if we're going to move forward with a water agency, first of all, we already have one, and we're already the board of directors, just so you know. It's kind of like the Air Quality Management District. So we're already there. The question is it worth staffing up? And I think the answer is yes. But what we do is probably a little bit unconventional. I don't know that we necessarily have a separate office for them. I mean, we kind of continue with what we're doing now, where I think that there's probably, as John said, two key positions is to bring in somebody who is a knowledgeable water coordinator type who can kind of help us with these projects, like the working with the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission to acquire water rights, because they really need someone to staff time it. It's our water works right now are very analogous to our fire departments. It's practically all volunteer. You look at Janet Pauley, who's like a world-class fisheries biologist and knowledgeable person on water. She does everything for free. Her time is given completely to us. So we're a little thin on the ranks, and we could really use some help. And I think last year, again, going back to our water ad hoc, what was remarkable was that we got Supervisor Hashtag and I got almost everybody to the table who was an organized water entity in Mendocino County to talk and kind of raise the consciousness, and see that role being kind of done again. That Josh Metz played for us from Regional Government Services as kind of the coordinator for our drought efforts that we did. I don't expect us to come up with all the money given the financial situation we're in now, but I think it's still worth us investing something in water. And of course, if we were to be successful in passing a sales tax measure, that could be a potential source of money to start small, start planning for a time where we are monetizing water in Mendocino County in a different way. And certainly there's lots and lots of need. And it's clear to me as a supervisor that I see just as much need on the coast as I do in the interior. It's just different. It's just really, really different. But there's just as much water insecurity on the coast as a threat we're facing right now in the interior of losing our water supply. So that's kind of long-winded, but I think this is worth some kind of investment, even if it's not a full-blown department.
Supervisor Hashtag.
You can go first. You had your. Oh, I saw your.
Oh, I've been raising my hand just like everybody else. I just wanted to express support. I think we should do it. I just don't know how. And I wondered, have we exhausted all state funding, for example, grants? Is there any sort of funding that would get our water agency going for a couple of years?
My experience, and John, you can back me up on this, is that typically it's difficult to get funding to staff people. What we can do probably is bring in someone to do planning, and right now the state seems to be pretty big on planning for water issues associated with the drought. We could bring someone in kind of temporarily, either as a consultant or as a not secure position, but there may be an opportunity for that.
John?
Yeah, I think one thing that's still outstanding. There was an application for the Urban Multi-Benefit Drought Program from the county, which is still waiting for a response from Department of Water Resources. That money could be coming. And again, I think, as far as grant funding, to just say, we want money to hire a county personnel. I think that's unlikely. But I think if you frame the projects you want to do under the grant, we want a comprehensive strategic plan out to the year 2050 for the county. You can bring somebody in that has the capacity to do some of the work, to do the outreach to people, and so rather than just hire consultants to do a report for you, start to build the capacity of your own agency to do that work. Similarly, studies on the groundwater basins. You can hire consultants to do that, but maybe you bring in, you hire a water resource specialist that does some of that work. So I think you can use that short-term funding to build capacity if you see that it's a bridge to some future funding.
Supervisor Haschak.
If we would have started this last year, we said, okay, we had a water agency, we would say that it was very successful for what we've done in the last year in solving our water problems. But we have a lot of work to do. And so it's how do we move forward with our operational deficit at this point and some of these other, without the money. If we went to a consultant, I think our discussions with the ad hoc with John were talking about, a consultant provides a service, but it's not providing that long-term stability for a water agency that we really need. Okay, so I guess I would like to come back and look at this with our budget discussions to see where we are with it, because if we can hire the general manager position and an analyst, I think we could do some great things, and within another year we would be saying, we did a great job with that, we've had successes, we can bring in those grants, and we can move this county forward as far as water.
I would support that. So today we would just accept the report?
I think that's all we can do.
CEO Antle.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO, to clarify your prior question regarding the expense in the budget. So the budget for 2008 for the water agency was $850,000, $325,000 was staffing.
I just wanted to also thank Howard Dashiell and Amber Fassett. So we haven't had a full-blown water agency, but let me tell you, the mileage we've gotten out of the little bit of money that we do have is pretty extraordinary, because essentially, with their help, we've launched the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So here's another thing to think about is where do you put a water person? And I'm not sure, but we have existing joint powers authorities in the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission, and we also have the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency are both joint powers authorities. So we have existing structure in water, plus the Mendocino County Water Agency. So I don't know if this person could float between those organizations and help out, because neither really have staff. MIWPC has Candace Horsley, who kind of helps organize the meetings. And we did hire a consultant for Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency to help us, Erica Cataret, who works for Yoast West. So I don't know if we can share this person through several different agencies, or how we form this. I mean, we might be a little bit more creative in having a broader water community that goes after things when we have county staff to support them. I just don't know. I think that's something that deserves further looking.
Glenn, will you and John be part of bringing back a more concrete proposal?
We could.
I think you have some good ideas here.
Yeah, I think it fits right into the drought water ad hoc mission.
Okay, any public comment on this item?
Carrie Shattuck. So I'm hearing about agencies and consultants, but what is the solution? Are we going to drill wells? Where's the water going to come from?
That's that. And in some cases, it will be groundwater. And quite honestly, in the future, I think groundwater is where we're going to store water in California. So our old model of snow landing on top of the mountains, melting, capturing it into a reservoir, and then distributing it is getting less and less feasible for us because it doesn't snow as much. And when we do have storms, they tend to be very, very intense. So there's a lot of studies underway right now to, instead of channel that water out into the ocean is flooded across the land where it can actually be stored. We're fortunate in Ukiah Valley's got an extraordinary aquifer underneath it. It's got the equivalent of about four Lake Mendocinos underneath it. Not all of it's usable, but it's there. So part of what we could do is some groundwater storage, which is feasible in some places. In other places, we probably are looking at wells. So on the coast, there are certain areas that have existing good aquifers that aren't being used. There may be some environmental reasons, not to get too enthusiastic, but I think of the area around Little River Airport and Casper, where there are known decent aquifers for the coast. A decent aquifer is small compared to Ukiah Valley, but it's still something. And then there's other ways of certainly water conservation. I would not forget either. We're certainly telling all of agriculture, you better figure out how to grow stuff with less water because that's the future. And I think the same thing is going to be true for housing. So if we look back in the 1980s, per capita use in most of California was 175 gallons per day per person. We've gotten that down to about 55, and we probably need to reduce it again. So these are all areas where the water is going to come from.
I'd like you to keep in consideration evaporation. They're looking at doing different types of water storage rather than groundwater storage for that reason, especially with our hot summers.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Devin and the Mendocino County Farm Bureau.
Well, good afternoon again. Thank you for the additional conversation of water today. There is some segue, obviously, in the earlier conversation, and I do appreciate the opportunity to participate in the process, bringing the recommendations to you today. Water issues are throughout the county with similarities and diversity. The question, I think, is really going to be, and I support bringing this back for a broader based look in comparison to the budget. Really, we can come up with a wish list that's about a mile long. And I think some of the comments that the members of the community who participated in this process really brought forward were, okay, if we've got a suggestion, how do we even get to the point of funding these proposals? Some of them are in their infancy, like Sigma and others that could provide additional funding resources as those develop. I would just support the concept of this board really truly reviewing what could be accomplished and not sort of reverting back to previous models of this agency where we paid a pretty good portion of funds for staff time that may not have been committed to the right direction. So I agree with some of the points made by Supervisor McGordy of, we need to look into where the best dollar resources will provide to us. I don't want us to hire a six-figure staff person if that person really isn't appropriate for what we need them to do. So again, I appreciate the conversation about water. I think it's going to be even more critical than it has in the past. But let's make whatever this morphs into as effective and efficient as possible. Thank you.
I would second that. Elizabeth?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I wasn't invited to unmute until then. I'm the general manager of the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. Among other things, the district manages the portion of Lake Mendocino that belongs to Mendocino County. We also do a lot of outreach and advocacy and look at water resiliency and many other things. I was on the steering committee. I was happy to serve on that steering committee. I was also one of the folks that was interviewed at length by the consultants. I agree with Devin Bower's comments in general about, choosing a few very careful, choosing a few things and doing them well. That's going to be my summary of that. Someone asked earlier in a public comment, where will the water come from? think one of the first things that the water agency, if it is revitalized, needs to do is to assess the current situation throughout the county and the needs. We don't we may be putting water where, trying to develop projects where we don't need the water the most. So really assessing what the situation is. There is the outreach, education, and advocacy component that I think can be combined. We need to reach the people, we need to reach the legislator and the regulators and have a voice for Mendocino County. I would support that. And then managing the regulatory mandates, which are already in place and are already being done mostly by consultants, and managing that. I do not think that necessarily, first of all, that's about all I can come up with that any kind of funding would support. And I'm really having a hard time with imagining two staff members at the water agency. The budget proposed was quite surprising. I think a comparative compensation package assessment would need to be done to see how that lands, and really what this executive or general manager would be doing. As far as an analyst goes, not sure the first year would be the time to bring in that analyst. I have a lot of concerns that the water agency goals that were developed through the stakeholder survey are far-reaching and expansive and are not built on a lot of understanding about how a lot of those items are already being managed by very efficient and successful entities. But from the steering committee, there was a lot of consensus on how to move forward with the water agency, not biting off more than it can chew, not overestimating the revenue that's available, and still bringing support to our waters in the county. Thank you.
I want to thank you, and I see you as a partner. I hope you will work with Supervisors McGorty and Haschek to help define what makes sense in terms of practical next steps.
Yes.
Yeah, and I want to chime in here too. Beth is a great supporter of all efforts to bring, use, and conserve water in Mendocino County, and she's been a great partner over the years to Farm Bureau and growers in Mendocino County, and I'd expect her to have an active role in this, and invite you to do so, Beth.
Yes, thank you to you both. As always, the Flood Control District and myself personally, we are available in this support role. We are members of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency here in Ukiah Valley. We are members of the Inland Water and Power Commission. We are partners with Sonoma Water in the management of Lake Mendocino. We, we're on the PG&E drought working group, with the transfers of water from the eel. So we're very, very involved. We're one of the very efficient and successful entities I was talking about that has a firm strategic plan and budget that supports the work that we're doing. And we would continue to be partners.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment. I'm not hearing Supervisor Jurdy. Go ahead.
Well, so we have in our packet this draft agency organization chart. I hope we're not limiting ourselves just to that one scenario, because I'm not really seeing necessarily an obvious way to fund that staffing level. So I'm hoping that what comes back is not only this option, but other options to staff the agency. After all, we did staff the agency, maybe not in a sustainable way, but we did staff it through consultants and existing county staff at other departments. And I think we have to look at versions of this model for next year as maybe the most likely scenario.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I think that the code here is start small, think big, and try to build capacity, because we just simply don't have a budget to do a lot. But it's clear if you have someone, if you have a big issue, you have to start with some dedicated staff, because I don't know about you guys, but I get hit with about at least 10 or 15 things a day that really requires my attention, and staying focused sometimes is really hard.
Is that all? So I'm not hearing potential action today. Are we accepting the report and expecting that staff and the ad hoc will come back with more specific proposal?
I think so. So I would make a motion to move that we accept staff and that the drought ad hoc committee work on some potential scenarios of how we might staff and fund expansion of our existing agency.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
And I'll just add, if we don't increase the advertising budget for Visit Mendocino by 92% next year, we would have the money to fund the water agency.
Well, that's a separate discussion. We might also not have the bed tax or the sales tax going forward.
Supervisor McGordy, I just want to clarify, is your motion essentially the recommended action here? To accept the update regarding the reestablishment of the standalone Mendocino County Water Agency, an update from the funding ad hoc committee, and provide direction to staff regarding the next steps as appropriate?
It's a little different. So we accept the report, and then the drought ad hoc committee would work with staff to create some different funding and staffing scenarios.
Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break before our next item, which will be broadband.
The motion carries unanimously.
On item 5B, this is discussion and possible action related to Mendocino County Broadband Planning, sponsored by me. And we spend a lot of time talking about what we would like to do, but we can't because of money. This is one of those rays of light where the state has funded broadband at a once-in-a-lifetime level, about $7 billion. And that's coming to Mendocino County in a couple different ways. We're going to talk about the state's middle mile. That's the fiber that will be running along all of our state highways with interconnect for off-ramps. And then the last mile, which is the county's obligation in getting it from the state highway out to our unserved residents. And Jeff is here to present. He's been instrumental on a day-to-day basis, keeping up with deadlines, attending meetings, making sure that we don't lose opportunity. As we go through the presentation, what I want you to closely track is not just the state of broadband deployment in California and soon Mendocino County, but also where the county needs to ensure resources so that we don't lose this opportunity. There's a lot of money on the table, but there's also short timelines. And specifically, I'd like to ask you to consider the impact on roads. I've asked our DOT director to watch this segment of the meeting, and our impact on planning. It may be that we want to outsource some of the planning review, CEQA, for example, so that it doesn't get bogged down in our planning department, and so the rest of our planning department tasks don't get bogged down by this unusual load. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and then Jeff will present the slides.
Thank you, Chair Williams, Supervisor Mulhern, Supervisor McGordy, Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor Haschak, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. Thank you for bringing the broadband plan to the agenda today. The County of Mendocino and the State of California have been making incremental investments in broadband planning for over 10 years. 5 years ago, the county joined the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium. Voting members include Supervisor Williams and Marin, Napa, and Sonoma County counterparts. Paid for through the California Advanced Services Fund, the county and consortium have prepared studies and surveys, conducted speed tests, calculated route miles with associated costs, and advocated for infrastructure funding and other legislative issues. With individual and organizational contributions from many, including Supervisor Williams, Tom West, Jim Moorhead, the Broadband Alliance of Mendocino County, the Economic Development and Financing Corporation, and the Community Foundation of Mendocino County, we have documented plans for infrastructure grants that would bring fiber optic connectivity to every home in Mendocino County. But unfortunately, the price tag is out of reach. However, COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the critical need to close the digital divide. Connectivity is essential to distance learning, telehealth, and work from home opportunities. Next slide, please. To promote digital equity, Governor Newsom signed Executive Order N7320, enacting the California Broadband Council's Broadband for All Action Plan. In July of 2021, the state passed SB 156 into law, providing $6.25 billion to build an open access middle mile network and funds for last mile connectivity. Broadband for All is an historic investment that will make a real difference by 2027. Today, we will go over some of the last mile and middle mile planning details, but as Supervisor Williams puts it, we have more questions than answers. So, are there questions to this point? Because maybe some basic, what is broadband questions might come to the fore. If not.
No, I have a quick question. So, when we're talking about all of this infrastructure, is it going to be below ground in most cases? Is that the plan?
Yeah, when we talk about the middle mile, it will be below ground in nearly all cases, as I understand it.
There was a question earlier about could we combine undergrounding of PG&E utilities with undergrounding of fiber as it comes through. I would sure like to see that. And I think other jurisdictions have a dig once policy that once you open the ground, you put conduit for both. The same time, I don't want to lose the opportunity. There's millions of dollars that if we don't allocate and implement within the window, we'll actually send back. So it's a nice idea, but practically, I don't know if it'll pan out.
And our Assemblymember Jim Wood has passed legislation for dig once policy statewide, and so Caltrans should be required to coordinate with, if possible, with undergrounding of PG&E's lines. Thanks. The most important takeaways from today's broadband update are that through SB 156, the state has committed $6.25 billion to help connect 98% of households, businesses, and community institutions with high-speed internet. Under the direction of the Middle Mile Advisory Committee, the state will be constructing or acquiring more than 270 miles of open access fiber routes within Mendocino County, including specific highway segments. For last mile connectivity of at least 100 megabits per second over 20 megabits per second, SB 156 has allocated as much as $57 million in grants within our county. Applications for funds may include the county, cities, tribes, joint powers authorities, or internet service providers, or some other local agencies. The county assigned a joint powers authority with Rural County Representatives of California to be part of the Golden State Connect Authority. GSCA has pledged to provide foundational readiness and capacity building. In addition, they have plans to launch demonstration projects modeled on an open access, public benefit municipal model. We are working more closely with the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium to pursue planning grants through the California Advanced Services Fund or the local agency technical assistance grant, so that we may have the capacity to make potential last mile projects more viable. There is a great deal of work and planning to be done, and the state agency coordination is intricate. But the word is that Caltrans will start on initial middle mile projects as early as mid-July. Before we bring up a map of the draft middle mile routes in the next slide, let us give a little background of the Public Utilities Commission proceeding and the lengthy open process by which the rulemaking responsibilities and routes were collectively developed. So this slide provides a brief overview of the roles and responsibilities under SB 156. I have mentioned the Middle Mile Advisory Committee, and that is a 9-member board that is making much of the decisions, and it is made up of Russ Nichols, the director of the California Department of Technology, Alice Reynolds, the California Public Utilities Commissioner, Gail Miller, the deputy director of the Department of Finance, Stephen Keck, the acting director of the California Department of Transportation, Amy Tong, the secretary of Government Operations Agencies, and Senator Lena Gonzalez, Senator Mike McGuire, Assembly Member Sharon Quirk Silva, and Assembly Member Jim Wood. And each of those departments, major departments, have assigned roles. The California Department of Technology is in charge of program fund management and reporting and oversight. The California Public Utilities Commission has provided data to identify unserved and underserved households, facilitate public comment, and recommend the network placement. Caltrans will leverage existing transportation projects and oversee acquisition and management of construction contracts, open access middle mile broadband network. The Department of Finance has budget oversight and also, slide 4, please. I think that summarizes.
Yeah, Glenn has a question.
Certainly.
Oh,
My apologies.
He's withdrawn.
Sorry. Okay. Slide 4. Next slide, please. includes the proposed middle mile map. And the middle mile in Mendocino County will consist of Highway 101 from the Sonoma County border to the Humboldt County border, Highway 128 from Sonoma County to where it merges with Highway 1 at the mouth of the Navarro River, Highway 1 from the Sonoma County line to Cleone, Route 162 to Covelo Round Valley, Highway 20 from Calpella to the Lake County line, and portions of Route 222 in Talmadge and Route 271 in Laytonville. So the map is too small. I hope that in your packets you're able to see it a little more clearly. But
I think what's important to highlight here is this is where the state will be providing fiber, and this is not a wishful thinking sometime in the future, nice to have. This is what the state plans to implement over the next couple of years. We're going to actually see fiber along these routes, which means we need to make sure that we're able to tie off of this and bring fiber or broadband in some form, maybe wireless in some sparsely populated communities. And we're going to, in a moment, get to the planning element. Jeff was able to provide feedback on where we wanted the state to extend its middle mile. And I think it was an opportune time, and it looks like some of the suggestions were incorporated.
I believe you are correct, and that was with help of, we participated in the California Public Utilities Commission proceeding, and it was the county and County Council Curtis who really did the legwork on those comments. So that participation is appreciated.
Can I ask a question? Okay, so with Willits, it looks like there's 2.153 additional miles. Does that include, would that go up the Brook Trails area? Or
we specifically, in that proceeding with the CPUC, requested that the middle mile be extended into the Brook Trails area, but I don't believe that was included in the map. There are links to the source at the CPUC. I think it might be in the preceding slide to the right, which will take you to that map, and you can zoom in to any specific area for precision. But to the best of my knowledge, they did not grant us the extension of the middle mile route to Brook Trails. We had previous work identified a tower location that would serve the community, and we specifically requested that it extend to the volunteer fire department in Brook Trails because we thought that was an important asset.
But of course, that does not mean the community will be omitted from service. It just means that it's a last mile responsibility, so the county will have to extend from where the fiber passes the community on the highway to the individual houses or work with a provider. And we're seeing a mix in some communities. Having the fiber so close will spur private industry to provide that last mile. Consider today they may have to buy fiber from an incumbent carrier like AT&T, not necessarily cheap. And the state's middle mile is open access, meaning it's on a cost reimbursement model. It's a fraction the cost. And so where we haven't seen private providers expanding, we made just from the state's middle mile alone. But definitely all 5 supervisors should be looking at the parts of their districts that are not served, thinking about how we're going to get them served over the next couple of years. All 4 rural districts definitely have this need. I think even District 2 needs better broadband. I've been stunned. I always said, well, Ukiah has great broadband. It's the one part of the county that's served. Not so.
And Brook Trails is the most promising location within Mendocino County with regard to density for private provider to build or to utilize the last mile dollars to do the same. And so if we could advance, if there are no more questions, advance to slide 5. This depicts 18 initial middle mile projects, and portions of Highway 1 are included in the project entitled Lake County Areas. And so that would be from Calpella to the Lake County line, going near Potter Valley and the Lake Mendocino. Without specificity, we have been told that groundbreaking could begin for one of these 18 projects as early as July of 2022. And so we'll go to slide 6, please. This is a Gantt chart which tracks the middle mile location timeline, and we have progressed from the passage of SB 156 in July of 2021 through to the CPUC proceeding, where the County of Mendocino made additional route requests and provided input. While updates are possible, this is the interim final middle mile location analysis. And again, the link on slide 4 link on slide 3 will get you right into the map where you can zoom in on any specific area. We could advance to slide 7 if there are no questions. Slide 7 provides timeline for the California Advanced Services Fund. There are multiple CASIF grant accounts, including the consortium grant, the infrastructure grant, the broadband adoption grant, the public housing grant, and the federal funding account grant. And it is the federal funding account which holds $2 billion for last mile dollars provided to applicants that meet criteria for connecting unserved households to the middle mile. Are there questions on this slide? Slide 8 is a map of the Golden State Net's Region 1, which includes Mendocino County, but notably our consortium counterparts of Marin, Napa, and Sonoma are in a different region. And as we will shortly discuss, those other named counties are also split from us in the rural-urban division of the funding. And so we could, without question, we could move to slide 9. Slide 9 breaks out the last mile funding allocation for SB 156, and it specifies that $1 billion be allocated to rural counties and $1 billion be allocated to urban counties on a pro rata basis of each category's unserved households. So as you see, Mendocino County, according to CPUC measurements, has 9,674 unserved households, and we're getting 57 million will be made available for grant applications within Mendocino County. If you see, Sonoma County has nearly as many unserved households as Mendocino County, but they're getting a portion of the urban funds, urban billion, and so they're getting a third of what we're getting.
So I want to point out here, this is an example of where the state really is looking at equity, and a question arose as to what does rural mean? And you might remember, I remember it well, the county joining the CPUC proceeding because I was on my way to a conference, and from a hotel trying to draft our response, county council was rushing to become part of the proceeding. And I think we initially were looking at 18 million.
We had
20 million?
We had a range between like 12 million and 87 million, I think. There were various models for what defines rural counties. One was the U.S. Census model, where Mendocino County would be an urban county or a micropolitan county because we were within 60 miles of Santa Rosa. And in which case we would be competing for and I think in that model there were like 9 rural counties and the remainder were vying for the billion. There was another model where there was 21 rural counties and we could have received as much as $80 million. But they discounted the 3 models that were presented in the proceeding and adopted one that was supplied by the Utility Reform Network, which closely correlates with CSAC's definition of rural counties, and there are 27 rural counties in the adopted ruling.
And best I can tell, this is firm as it gets in government. We are looking at about $57 million for Mendocino County. I think it's worth noting that that $57 million won't come in the form of a check to the county. The model has us steering these funds to be used in a way we think best serves our county. All 5 of us should be thinking about how to accomplish the goal of ubiquitous broadband. When we did our mapping with Tom West, we came up with a target of approximately $550 million to serve the unserved in Mendocino County. So on one hand, $57 million is historic. It's a once-in-a-lifetime broadband funding from the state. It's also 10% of what we were initially looking at. Of course, the state is providing a lot of miles of state fiber, and so we won't be having to cover the entire project. That said, it is going to be tight. We're going to need to be creative and strategic about how we deploy, and that may mean working with providers, say wireless providers. We expect a lot of small wireless ISPs to expand or start up when they suddenly have access to very cheap fiber very close by. That may be the answer in some of the more sparsely parts of the county. What's important here is that we have a strategic plan, that we don't start in one part of the county and run out of money as we try to cover the remainder.
So the next slide.
Glenn has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question. So what will this look like on the ground? Let's take a place like Potter Valley, which presently has practically no service. What would this look like in Potter Valley?
Physically, or you're wondering about road damage?
Well, I'm just wondering about how connecting up and then a system that reaches everybody in Potter Valley. What would be some scenarios?
Well, the state's fiber will be underground, as we understand, and there will be an opportunity to interconnect with the county portion of the network every 2,500 feet. Now, that's an estimate. There may be places where they decide it just doesn't make sense. There's no off-ramp. There's other places, say near a bridge, where they may put a hub on either side, just due to the physical requirements. But we're going to have to extend from 101 out to Potter Valley. Question becomes, do we do that in the ground? Do we do it aerial? Do we use wireless technology? And we're going to show you a software tool later that's giving us an estimate of what it'll cost. We can look at it, draw a polygon around a community and get an estimate of how much distance and how that translates into poles or fiber.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
So, I mean, the high level, hopefully the community doesn't physically see it, but they have connections as fast as living in San Francisco.
I have a question. Going back a slide to the Golden State Network Region 1, and I see this TPA proposed network, but it doesn't go to Covelo like the other map did. So what happened?
I don't know. I noticed that as well. I'm confident that the official routes are on the CPUC's website, and so Highway 162 is included, but something that we constantly must track. It's possible that Golden State Net, it's possible that there was a different funding source for that build, but I don't even think that's feasible. I don't even think that's the likely explanation. I think they just omitted it. And in their description, they don't talk much about Mendocino County, but instead talk about the other counties within Region 1. So
you'll notice that every organization, every partner has a different idea of what boundaries should be between districts or units. And there's some irony in that the consortium, that's Mendocino, Sonoma, Napa, and Marin, was actually created at the urging of the CPUC. But now the CPUC has put us into a different region, and then Golden State Net has yet a different idea about boundaries. Bottom line is it doesn't matter. It's the same fiber that'll be passing through and interconnecting. It's just how the projects are logically grouped. And we're trying to use every opportunity we have to partner. Mendocino County going alone wouldn't be nearly as successful as working with other counties. Working with Golden State Net, aka RCRC, that seemed like a no-brainer. I'm thankful the county joined the JPA. The consortium is currently looking at applying for local assistance grants for doing some of the last mile planning. I think that'll be critical for us.
And one minor correction, the Golden State Net is the middle mile, whereas Golden State Connect Authority is the last mile. And
Thank you.
It's perpetually confusing.
Well, I'm just confused because we have this Mendocino County middle mile routes, and we have all these numbers, and it looks great. And then we have this other map that doesn't have Covelo and 162 on it. So
these
I don't want
originate
anything to get
from-
lost in the translation, right?
And we will track that, make sure that it is included. And again, I think that the definitive authority would be the California, for the routes, for identifying the routes, would be the California Public Utilities Commission. And the link in slide 3 will get you to their map, which they're building off of. This slide may have originated from a different agency, and so that something was lost in translation. This is actually the combined agencies of Finance and Department of Technology and CPUC, and so they hastily put together a slide deck that excluded one of the routes in Mendocino County.
John, we can get the detailed maps to staff, and staff can distribute to the full board and the public.
Yeah, that would be great, because losing something in translation, Covelo feels like they always get lost in translation. So
yes, and I'm confident that they will be delivering fiber to Covelo. There are questions as to whether or not the existing aerial fiber would be what they would use, or whether they're going to spend the money to underground it. So there are a million questions, and this is certainly an important one that we will continue to track.
Thank you.
Certainly. And so slide 10 provides a timeline for last mile expenditures. Funds must be encumbered by 2025 and expended before 2027. So planning, procurement, and contract development must be completed by 2025, and the approved projects must be completed by January 1st of 2027.
So, Glenn, you asked what will it look like in Potter Valley, and it's the right question to be asking because this is a very short timeline. We can't wait for the state to install its middle mile before we start building our last mile. The two have to be built concurrent and then connect once they're built.
So that's to be simultaneously developed then.
Yeah.
So slide 11 reiterates the information from the previous slide and provides links and resources and supplemental material. And it's text heavy, but the actual CPUC decision is linked in the middle of the text, and it reiterates what we've already explained with regard to the $1 billion for urban and $1 billion for rural. The origin of the state money is the American Rescue Plan Act. But the federal funding account, the state opted to take $5 billion and supplement it to $6.25 billion and create the middle mile routes and the federal funding account for last mile routes. And we have hundreds of questions, so if you have additional questions, we'll add them to the list and seek answers. So next slide. So we're now This is the Golden State Connect Authority's timeline. It's a 31-month timeline and outlines activities including strategic planning, advocacy, project area development, financing, contracting, design and engineering, and marketing and construction. And much like Chair Williams was describing the concurrent design, it's pretty intricate with regard to how the work that they need to do to line up the contracts and do the studies, and they have it all timelined for 31 months. And I appreciate this slide because it does provide a great deal of detail about the work and the timelines that are going to be conducted. Slide 13. This contains a rough approximation of potential costs for last mile projects. The County of Mendocino has been provided an online tool, gratis, from GeoPartners LLC, which has enabled us to make these rough calculations, as well as conduct our own crowdsourced internet speed test in 2021. Additional grant opportunities and links are listed on the other side of the slide. So all of those are links to additional grant opportunities. I believe there will be an additional $45 billion from a federal broadband equity and access and development program, BEAD. And also I would call out the Affordable Connectivity Program, which provides $30 for low-income households to supplement their broadband bills. And we as a county are encouraged to promote this program. We have 8% enrollment in Mendocino County currently, and that amounts to about $500,000 in cost savings to residents of Mendocino County. The ideal would be to get us to 90% of the eligible households, low-income households, to subscribe to that $30 supplement. And on tribal land, it's a $75 stipend. If we were able to get up to 90%, that would actually be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million. Now I've lost my math. $5 million a month, or $5 million a month. I mean, going from 8 to 90% would multiply what residents of Mendocino County are saving by a great deal. But let's focus back on the preliminary last mile project research. And this might be a time where Chair Williams can bring up the other resource that depicts what you see in that spreadsheet on the right. And so this is the gallery form of the very same spreadsheet. And what we have done is identified, I think, 27 different potential projects and attempted to balance them by supervisorial district. This originated from projects that were identified in the research that had been previously done, the 2019 to 2025 broadband plan that Economic Development and Financing Corporation helped us prepare. So many of the public has spoken and identified many of these districts. We supplemented those identified projects with the city of Ukiah to balance, and a couple additional projects in inland districts, so that there would be an approximate balance. We will attempt to share this, and we could zoom in on any of them. The spreadsheet on the package that was submitted, the slide deck, does break it down by districts already, and then identifies average cost per route mile, average cost per household, and this is derived from GeoPartners software where we could draw a polygon around a region. You'll see that it calculates route miles and costs. So I believe that the 27 projects totaled like 69 million, and we anticipate there being $57 million in Mendocino County for these sorts of projects. The tool that we have does not extract the middle mile, and so I'm confident that under those cost structures, if they're accurate, the real total of those 27 projects would come in line with the 57 million. That being said, costs have escalated at least 15% for fiber in the past year, and I hear that labor costs associated with these sorts of projects has also doubled in the last year. So this is the GeoPartner software gave us just a ground level that we need to ground test, and there are other grants we can apply for to attempt to more accurately depict what the costs would be. I mean, update. In fact, the GeoPartner software would enable us to tweak the outputs if California is more expensive than broadband deployment nationwide. We can assume that that is the case. And so this is just a preliminary estimate. That spreadsheet of preliminary last mile project research is just basic cost calculations that the local agency technical assistance grants can help us supplement with more accurate data. And so,
Chair.
slide 14 shows 5 different models.
Supervisor has checked the question.
In this research, was there any consideration for household income? Or was it just straight households and the cost to deliver it?
The data sets per census block are based, so the funds are available based on connectivity and not income. So it just takes a census block and identifies the number of unserved households at 25 megabits per second over 3 megabits per second. There are significant funds available in different grants that can be found on like the grant that provides a $30 stipend to unserved, rather low-income households or eligible households.
Okay, so that would be another grant and other possibilities.
Precisely. This is like broadband deployment versus equity. There are equity grants. And so slide 14 shows 5 different models of public broadband, ranging from full municipal broadband to one which is privately operated. And I mean, a lot of decisions need to be made before we can really delve into what might be appropriate. Again, we are, the county has signed the Joint Powers Authority with Golden State Connect Authority, and they would, if they plan to fully expend $57 million within Mendocino County, then they would be one of these models. But to this point, I don't believe that they have reached out for the planning in Mendocino County, and they are really focusing on pilot projects where the density is such that there are 6,000 households, not more than an acre apart, and then they'll look at projects where there are 3,000 households that are not more than an acre apart, and the only place in Mendocino County that is unserved that might fit that definition would be Brook Trails. But so we have to just, first of all, we are part of the consortium, and there is the Broadband Alliance of Mendocino County, and the consortium is doing a great deal of the work. And so Chair Williams is the voting member on the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium, and they are more likely to help us develop the last mile planning if the Golden State Connect Authority does not step up to the plate.
So the other possibility would be the county could build out a network with the funds and actually operate it. I appreciate that the state has provided the flexibility, recognizing that one size doesn't fit all. There's pros and cons to each model. If the county were to provide the broadband service, like a county might provide water service, it's a revenue source for government, right? Hopefully you're coming in at a much lower price than private industry for the benefit of your residents, but you're still providing some revenue to government. Mendocino County, I don't know if we're in a position to take on something like that. And so we're looking at who can we partner with. And the JPA that was started by RCRC is one of those candidates that may make sense, but it's not the only one that we're looking at. And it likely will be a hybrid across the state. It'll probably be a hybrid in Mendocino County.
You know, I like that idea that we have the possibility of revenue, because here's the utility that is going to be heavily subscribed, and it'd be wonderful for us to be able to build some capacity financially from it.
Supervisor Jurdy has his hand up.
So I think this is kind of getting to the other half of universal access to high-speed internet. The first half is you have to have it delivered to the neighborhood or to the house. The second is the affordability of that service. And I look at, for me, $70 a month, Comcast, high-speed internet, Fort Bragg, something I can afford. It's not something everyone in Fort Bragg can afford. And I would like to see, if it's not the county or a JPA of the county and the cities offering this service, which I'm very open to, then I think we need to make sure that we have multiple operators who are providing that service, so we have some competition in the price. Because if we just have one provider that's offering high-speed internet, I think it's going to be, it will be inaccessible. I mean, it's great that at the moment this $30 a month subsidy exists for some residents. It's not a guarantee that subsidy would be there forever, and so I think that our best, our objective should be to have one way or the other to guarantee lower prices, either because we know for certain that we could provide that service as a municipal service at a competitive price, or alternately that we have multiple operators rather than a monopoly. I mean, I don't think there's a reason for this to be viewed as, in the same way, say, solid waste services are viewed as a monopoly.
I completely agree. I think that the idea of having an open access middle mile is to spur competition and drive down costs. Going back to 2019 and 2020, the County of Mendocino applied for the CASIF infrastructure grant, and we put together a study and a grant. We applied for a grant for 1/3 of Mendocino County, but did the research for the entirety of Mendocino County for providing underground fiber optics to every home, and we determined that would cost, at that time, $500 million, which is more than 5 times more than we'll probably be receiving through SB 156. And I bring this up for a number of reasons, but one is that in those grants, there needed to be a low-income opportunity. It was mandated that there be like a $15 plan. Now that it is open access, publicly funded, I don't recall seeing the mandate of a low-income plan. Instead, there are subsidies.
Well, so I guess I'm not clear that the middle mile by itself, being universally accessible to competition, gets us there. Because, for example, I can think of a relatively new cul-de-sac off of Highway 20 outside of Fort Bragg city limits, relatively big houses, kind of you would think an expensive neighborhood, you would think it would have high-speed internet. They don't have cable. They've been told it's thousands and thousands of dollars to get the cable company to extend high-speed internet or cable service to that cul-de-sac. So they don't have it. And I don't think that at the moment they have an alternative. I mean, maybe if there's a way for some wireless service from someone other than the cable company to serve that neighborhood, that'd be great. I think that'd be the option that neighborhood would go for. But clearly, they're not getting anywhere with the cable company.
Right.
So So state leadership recognized that subsidizing private industry to build out monopolies hasn't worked. So what's different here is both the middle mile and the last mile can be government owned. And it's possible to allow multiple providers to provide service over that same fiber, but it's government owned fiber. And so we have control of the costs, we have control of who we want to partner with, the pricing structures. There's a lot of opportunity to ensure both competition and maybe a government offering that would generate revenue for a county.
And I also brought up the application for the CASIF infrastructure grant, the $500 million, because now I've lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Oh, because, well, I mean, we had to partner with Hunter Communication, and it was, Hunter Communication was confident that they would be profitable within 3 to 5 years. So, as Supervisor McGordy had mentioned, this has the potential for being a revenue source for the county, a city, the tribes, or any eligible entity that wants to provide the last mile connectivity. So I don't know the level. I mean, the city of Fort Bragg is looking into providing its own network within the city as a revenue generator for the city, tapping into these same sorts of grants, whether or not it is SB 156 or other grants. But there is the potential of these being money-making operations, and that's how the carriers have historically made money, is taking state and federal grants to build the infrastructure and then billing the households. It historically hadn't been available to the county or cities, instead just the internet service providers. Okay, so slide 15 highlights the local agency technical assistant grants, which our consortium is guiding our county to participate in. With a successful application, these funds could be used for further study of the 27 last mile project suggestions on slide 13, including engineering and design or environmental permitting or feasibility studies or development of business and management studies. So I believe that our consortium is not an eligible entity for the local agency technical assistance grant, but it is like $500,000 a year over a number of years that can provide environmental studies and help offset costs to develop the potential projects so that they are more viable for for tribes or cities or the county or even the internet service providers in the area to streamline the process of developing those projects into successful grants. And I think we'll open up to questions. Slide 16 is really just an abbreviated list of agency collaboration associated with the Broadband for All Action Plan. So we have the entities in place where the county is being guided, and again, Chair Williams sits on the 4-county consortium, North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium, and Supervisor Mulhern is the alternate for that group. And likewise, we're a part of the JPA with Golden State Connect Authority is signed with the county, and they're supposed to be providing us with information and helping us do the studies, do necessary studies to make projects more viable so that we can receive as much of the $57 million that is available in grant applications in Mendocino County.
I've brought up the highways map that would give a little bit more detail on Covelo. Hopefully Supervisor Haschek can sleep better tonight. So I'm gonna zoom in on Mendocino County, and you can see there's the route out to Covelo.
And to reiterate, through the proceeding at the CPUC, we asked that Highway 1 be extended beyond Cleone to Westport Union Landing so that Westport would receive internet that they lack today. We also asked that the middle mile route be extended to the Compshe Volunteer Fire Department via Compshe-Ukiah Road. We made additional asks. Again, Brook Trails Fire Department was part of our ask. But the map on the slide deck shows you don't need to go to that. But the map on the slide deck shows routes that were eliminated, in black, while the routes that remain included are in blue. Great deal of information has been presented. There we go. So, I welcome individual conversations with each supervisor over time if they have questions. That's what I'm here for.
Supervisor Haschek.
I was at a Round Valley Indian Tribes Council meeting a few weeks ago, and they had a consultant from Oregon who was talking to them about their broadband situation. So is there consultation going on and collaboration with the tribes in Mendocino County?
We haven't. There needs to be more collaboration between the tribes. I have had numerous discussions with Calvin Sandine, who is the manager of the consortium, because he had indicated that he was going to do that outreach, and I wanted to coordinate with him on it. I want to be able to provide them with more technical assistance. The enticement to get the tribes to speak would be to provide them with more technical assistance than I have. So I want to get some knowledgeable professionals. I track legislation, but when it comes to the application and needs assessments, and I'm looking for ways to engage the tribes more effectively.
Well, I've got contact information if you need it.
And even setting up a meeting with you that it brings the tribes to the table would be wonderful and beneficial. If I just show up alone, I don't have a whole lot to offer, whereas I want to be able to deliver for them.
Very good.
And I think that's exactly why we were presenting today, is those sort of connections. So all five of us should feel free to reach out to Jeff and coordinate with him and the consortium to set up those types of meetings. Obviously, we can't talk to each other about what's going on, but I think it's important we each know our districts well and who those connections are and what areas could get overlooked.
And we have contacted the tribes. I've contacted the tribes when it came to our initial grant, and so there has been contact, just not. I haven't been able to provide them sufficient information to make it worthwhile to sit down and meet. But there are additional resources for the tribes, and somehow integrating build out of tribal lands would be beneficial. It would be cost savings and help all of the communities get to where we need to be. And I'm confident that in a decade, we'll have strong internet throughout the county.
A question I had for CEO Antle, seeing these slides and getting a sense of the timeline and the extent of fiber installation, what does the county need to do to prepare for the permitting? I imagine there's an impact both on planning and building services and potentially on DOT.
Correct. Darcy Antle, interim CEO. That's correct. And we do have Director Julia Krog and Howard DeShield from the Department of Transportation on.
Director Krog, are you able to talk about permitting resources? Is this the sort of review that we should plan on outsourcing? And is there anything we could do preemptive to get those agreements in place?
Sorry, it takes a minute to join the meeting. Chair Williams, would you mind just repeating your question for me?
Yeah, seeing the extent of the fiber installation that'll be deployed both by the state and county and its partners over the next few years, and the potential review that your department may have to perform, would it be prudent for us to get agreements in place for outside consultants to do the review? I guess I'm concerned about planning and building having adequate resources.
Well, so from my review of what it looks like may be required is the primary concern is going to be the CEQA documentation that may be required for the project. So we do actually already have, we sent out a request for qualifications to various firms, and we have 3 firms that we've been utilizing for on-call environmental work. So I would need to take a look through that RFQ to see whether or not that's something that could potentially be utilized for this project. But I do think from a staffing perspective, it would be something where we'd likely want to seek some outside consulting help in order to meet the timelines that I saw within the presentation.
Would the board support direction to planning and building to work with Jeff to get up to speed on project specifics, timelines, and ensure that that existing contract will support the type of review, and come back to the board if any additional approvals are needed? Yeah, I see consensus. Julia, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. I think I can take those offline, and mainly just want to get a better grasp around the extent of the projects that are being contemplated. So
great. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
joining. And then for our Director of Transportation, there may not be direct review, but I imagine the trenching activity might have an impact on DOT's plans for resurfacing and maintaining roads. Is there a way to coordinate this work with the state?
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. Obviously, we work with utilities all the time. It's a ministerial permit process for us, unless it's in the coastal zone. And then they sometimes have to get a CDP before they can get an encroachment permit. The law is real clear about the rights of public utilities in the public right-of-ways. The law is also real clear under streets and highways that I can cause the utilities to consider care and protection of the county highway. It's always great when we can coordinate a paving project around a utility project. And I certainly try to do that. But it sounds like these, if they're going to happen, if I heard right, have to happen by 2020, I forget what he said, 2027. So if they're going to go through places we've already done projects, I guess they'll just have to repair the road. It's a little bit late. But they can also go above ground on existing poles, and often they'll opt to do that. So then they don't need to dig up the ground.
Thank you. Any more board questions? Any public comment in the room?
I have great concerns about above the ground, 5G. There's a lot of health concerns. There's been a lot of studies done, and we frankly just don't know. It hasn't been long enough. I don't know that these rural communities, as far as we have Ukiah Wireless already in the area that I'm at. There are other alternatives, and to go through this expense, even though we have the grant, it's going to cost us money. So, I mean, if it's going to be done, it needs to be done underground as far as I can see. Otherwise, let's not just make it, put it above ground because it's easier. We have to look at the health concerns, and what about the birds and the bees? How's it going to affect our lives? So I don't think the rural communities would like it. That's all I have to say.
Hello. So is this going through on 101 and all these other highways no matter what? Because that's part of the middle mile?
That's correct.
Okay. So what about like communications that are or communities that are already served by like AT&T or Comcast? Is that going to like overlap those in these projects? Say for instance, Tomkai. I don't know if they have, you know, high-speed internet there, but like if you're going to run through Reddit Valley that already has something to get to that community, where does that come in? Is it going to overlap? Areas.
This is to Dan's point that competition benefits consumers. And today, parts of the county that are served tend to be served by only one provider. And that monopoly doesn't give consumers the benefit of competition. And so it's true, there will be overlap. But the state middle mile will be government-owned, provided at cost. And so we expect prices to be a lot lower. Hopefully that encourages the incumbents to also lower their prices.
Okay, so the other thing is, like, for instance, Covelo. That's a long way in steep terrain. And, you know, Jeff is talking about 27 projects and only $57 million. I mean, that's a little over $2 million per project. And I'm sure it's going to cost far more than that just in the Covelo project alone. And then you're talking about environmental studies, permits, outside consultants. You know, in the long run, is that even going to come close to what's, you know, the amount of money that's needed to get this to these areas?
Yeah, I hear you. I have that concern as well. It does look like the need to provide service to the entire county is more than the funds that we're about to receive. But the alternative, if we don't make use of these funds, it goes back to the state. This is one time. We lose the opportunity. So I would rather see $57 million of broadband deployment in Mendocino County than not.
Absolutely.
And maybe it doesn't connect everyone, but think about how many school kids suddenly will have internet at home that currently are across that digital divide. My kids have broadband. My son is 15 and basically done with his associates. My daughter finished hers and transferred to Berkeley. It's because they had broadband during the pandemic. They were at home taking classes, no interruption. Well, I know there's kids that are off in places like Covelo, out Ore Springs Road, that have just as much of a right to that education, and today they can't get it. So maybe it won't cover all, but we're going to come as close as we can with the dollars that are available.
Absolutely, I understand that. It's just what projects, you know, who's going to ultimately pick and choose who gets the service where, and you know, is the county going to get stuck with when it overruns, like Jeff was saying? You know, labor and fiber optic costs have already gone up just in the last year. You know, I mean, as well as everything else has. So you start these projects, and all of a sudden it's overran. Is the county going to have to fulfill all these contracts with these different people?
It appears that those types of overruns won't impact the county because we're not actually receiving the money. We're steering how it's spent. So the state is looking at the county to work with potential providers, this JPA, which we've talked about. It could be incumbents. It could be the AT&Ts of the world that we work with. But the agreement will be between the state, the funding source, and those providers, with the county deciding which provider and where we want service.
Right,
so I don't think we're going to get stuck with overruns.
Okay,
what we may find is that we can't deploy quite as much as we had hoped.
Right, but ultimately, say they're trenching out to Covelo, and then all of a sudden, you know, the contractor goes, "Oh, well, the state's not paying any money anymore. That this is done." Then is the county going to have to cover that cost to fill in the trenching or to complete the? You know, I'm just saying, like, these are issues that definitely need to be taken in consideration because these are huge projects.
Yeah, I hear you. In the case of Covelo, that trenching, that's along Highway 162. That's a state project. So it won't be on the county to provide. That map we were showing, that's all state middle mile. So that's out separate from the $57 million. Now, once it gets to Covelo, it'll take some last mile funds to distribute it to the households.
Right,
and that's where Supervisor Haschek comes in, making sure that we don't skip over and that we maximize the coverage, getting as many people served with limited dollars.
Right, and my concern is ultimately when the funds start waning, is are we going to end up with a bunch of towers? And just like, you know, 5G, it's, you know, we don't know the long-term studies on that and microwaves and the frequencies from that either. So that is definitely a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Haschek?
No, I appreciate that question because it does, you know, come to the priority list, right? If we're short, and how do we match that? But if the middle mile is all covered by the state, in theory, then that means we will complete those routes that were on state highways. Okay, and then we just need to decide what the final mile is with that 57 million. That's the understanding.
Right, and also the time frame to be able to have this done by January of 2027 with environmental impact studies and permits and whatnot. That's a lot to cover within less than 5 years.
Yep.
So thank you.
If I may add something.
Yes.
The local agency technical assistance grants, which provide the environmental studies, is supplemental to the federal funding account of California Advanced Services Fund. So you don't have to do the environmental studies or feasibility studies out of the last mile dollars. The 57 million remains intact, and the local agency technical assistance money is supplemental to that. And all of it is grant funded. I mean, we're not looking, none of what I spoke about today comes out of county dollars except for the staff time of existing employees.
Okay, public comment online, starting with Paul Hansberry.
Hi, yes, thanks. I think this is a really important project. As far as putting things underground, I've dealt with joint trenching before, and because the PG&E has a different kind of a contract with the PUC, it's really problematic. There's a Form B that needs to be done in spacing, and it's a real can of worms. Although it's a wonderful idea, I think you'd run into all kinds of problems trying to get a joint trench put together for this project. The other thing is that it seems to me that there's already fiber running up 101, at least through Laytonville, and I believe up through Bell Springs Road. It's hanging from existing poles. It's a big, thick black cable that they put up because they were running out of time. Apparently, the project got stalled, and they were running out of time to put it underground, which was the original concept. But because they had to have it done by a certain time frame, they decided to put it on the poles and just get it so they could get the fiber running. And it's been virtually untapped for like many, many years. What's happening with that? Is that going to be just disposed of? Is this going to be new fiber? I don't know what's going on with the fiber that's existing. Thank you.
Ron Edwards. Michael Katz.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. I am concerned. Yeah, as Paul said, about 5 years ago, there was an easement that my old property was taken to put out the fiber. And will this be new easements paid to property owners, or how will that work? And
I think we lost Ron Edwards.
I'm here. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the fiber, what is going to happen? Is this new easements that will be taken? Will the old fiber be used? And I'm curious as to, is this a different type of procedure with the back and forth question and answer? And generally when the chair brings an item, it's usually hands the gavel to another board member. So I'm just curious and making sure I understand how all the procedures work. Thank you.
Yeah, so if the chair needs to make a motion, it's appropriate to hand the gavel. To introduce or present an item, it's not necessary.
Thank you.
Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I echo Ron's comments about the interesting nature of this back and forth conversation, and I sincerely hope that the same opportunity is afforded when we discuss the following conversation that's coming up in the next agenda item. Appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for the encouragement. And that concludes public comment. Is the board content on accepting the report? Moving on. Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you all.
Okay, next item is 4F. And this is the following ordinance sponsored by County Council and the Cannabis Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if we could get Mr. Kudrowski added to the Zoom, he'll be presenting on this. I just want to make a few brief introductory comments. The board had previously indicated that it wanted to pursue a fallowing ordinance and give my office direction to prepare something. I believe that the ordinance we prepared captures the board's intent. As I had noted in my previous comments, some of the requests coming from the public had been with respect to possibly creating a new type of permit category or a classification which a person would not or a business might not be permitted during the fallowing period. But there was a desire at the same time to maintain local authorization so that they would continue to follow up and obtain their state permits. Because the primary concern really was tax relief, what we did was rather than create a new permit type, which would create additional work for the department and could create additional confusion, we created a process by which an individual or a business could obtain relief from the minimum tax by filing paperwork with the tax collector indicating their intent to fallow during the calendar year. And because that would be on a calendar year basis, because that's the basis on which the minimum tax is applied under the ordinance as it currently stands. So we believe that this proposal, we tried to keep it simple so that it wouldn't be creating too much possibility for either tax-related loopholes or too much work and burden on the cannabis department and the tax collector. And hopefully we have accurately captured the board's intent. And with that, I'll let Mr. Kudrowski walk through the specifics.
Good afternoon, board. So as Mr. Curtis said, yes, we are looking at this as adding a new section just to the tax ordinance. It's a new section 6.32.055. It is tied to the calendar year, although for the current year, the ordinance would permit people to provide the fallowing notice after the adoption of the ordinance. The ordinance allows for fallowing for all or a portion of the cultivation area. While a partial fallow was not discussed previously by the Board of Supervisors, in reviewing the ordinance with the Cannabis Department, it was seen as a reasonable addition to the ordinance. It allows for cultivation for adult use or medical cannabis during the fallow period, as well as utilizing any immature plant area that had been previously identified on a site plan for the maintenance of genetic stock. The process administratively consists of two steps. First is a notice of fallowing provided to the county prior to the year intended to be fallowed, stating what portion of the cultivation area will be fallowed. Second is an affidavit of fallowing provided to the county after the fallowed year, which the Cannabis Department is to review for compliance with the terms of the ordinance. And that will be the section 6.32.055. If compliance is determined, the minimum tax is reduced as provided. For a complete fallow, there'd be no minimum tax requirement to be paid. For partial fallows that reduce the cultivation area to or below the next cultivation permit size, the minimum tax would be correspondingly reduced. Paragraph E does contain penalties for a violation, which would include a penalty up to the minimum tax amount, but could also constitute grounds for denial of an application or revocation of a permit. And lastly, fallowing provides a relief from the minimum tax requirement, but not from the gross receipts tax itself, nor any obligation for compliance with permit obligations or requirements. If there's any questions, please let us know.
I don't see Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, in this time of drought and oversupply of cannabis, I think this is a really good move. So thank you, County Council, for working on this.
Is it okay if I go? Actually, maybe to shorten public comment, can we get a straw poll on the board before we go to public comment? I'm going to support it. You got at least 4. How about you, Dan? Maybe.
I mean, I don't see in the report where it talks about the loss of revenue or just the impact.
Okay. All right, let's go to public comment. Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. It would be incredibly disappointing if the Board chose to rubber stamp this proposal despite the substantial recommendations that MCA has made as to how this proposal could actually be made much more useful to applicants. Obviously, there was conversation that went back and forth about the broadband, but here we are in a situation where before just looking at the stakeholders' input on this proposal that is designed to help stakeholders, you're going to move forward with it as it's written. There are several different components in here. I certainly don't have time to read our entire 3-page memo, as I imagine none of you may have if you're choosing to completely ignore it and just move forward with what was proposed. I'd like to also point out that just today, as this meeting has been happening, it was announced that $200 million is going to be provided by the federal government for losses to crops of wine growers over the past 2 years. So when we're talking about the differences in agriculture and cannabis, there really is no contest to the amount of resources that are available to non-cannabis businesses. And yet, despite our best efforts to provide you with solutions, there is continuously no desire to implement them. So I guess, it's pretty disappointing that the straw poll was taken, and I would encourage you to ask me now if you have questions as to why we feel these changes are so important that we have proposed, or continue as usual and, ignore the recommendations and go along your day. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I would like to ask the ad hoc, have you worked with MCA to review their proposal, and do you have any feedback as to why it's not being supported today?
Well, I guess I'd like to ask Michael Katz, what memo are you talking about? The one that came out a couple months ago, or is there a current one?
It was the one that was submitted for item 4F for today. It is dated May 17th. It has 3 pages of recommendations related to this fallowing recommendation, including allowing fallowing to occur for any length of time and at any time during the permit or application period. We have light dep operators who have 1 harvest or maybe 3 harvests a year. If they choose to just do 1, that should be considered fallowing, and it shouldn't have to happen in January. Ensure that non-cultivation and or stay of application or CEQA processing does not result in loss of local authorization to the state. Allow applicants to continue fallowing on an annual basis and provide a simple continue to fallow form for ease of use. There's like a dozen things here. And so what would really be great is if we could commit to have a meeting with county council, with the ad hoc, with stakeholders, with the cannabis department, and work these things out directly and then bring them back to the board so that we don't have more policy going in that doesn't actually help people and continues to contribute to the challenges in our community.
County council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want the board to be aware that this proposal initially did come, I believe, from Mr. Katz and Ms. Nelson. It was sent to the full board. I believe that, I think it was Mr. Kudrowski and I did have a brief meeting with them, with the ad hoc back at that time. We had a discussion. The letter that was dated today, I believe, came in yesterday. I have taken a look at it. I'm happy to speak to the board about some of the points in there if the board is interested.
I'm interested.
Yeah, and
I just want to make a comment. Early on, we received, the equivalent of a draft ordinance from MCA, and when discussed with county council, they said we've got a better way that's simpler, and that's kind of the direction that I took, because I like simple, not something.
A simple direction is different than a direction that does not include all of the points that are needed to make this a useful program. Like, simple is okay, but not if it is
Michael,
not.
Can you wait? Let's hear from county council first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did have an opportunity to review the memo before we got to this item. With respect to just I think there were really sort of 2 key points that I saw in the recommendations. I do want to say, first off, I think there was a misconception. Some of the points that were raised related to the CEQA processing, the permit status, the local authorization, and we did structure the ordinance in this way so that it would only be a tax item. specifically to address those issues. None of those should be impacted at all by filing a notice of fallowing. This would still leave this only impacts the tax. This does not impact the permit, and therefore does not impact the local authorization. Additionally, it would not impact any of the CEQA review, the permitting, et cetera. And that's why we built it this way from the get-go. There was actually concern that the draft ordinance that was initially received, because it would create either a new permitting type or would create a process by which someone would temporarily suspend or not be proceeding with their permit, might actually revoke the local authorization. And rather than try to find some complicated solution to that, what we decided to do was simply address what seems to be the core issue here, which is the tax relief. I think the 2 points that I saw as the recommendations really at the end, one of them had to do with the proposal for the fallowing for any length of time. I do want to note that it's possible to construct something like that. It would be significantly more complicated. Again, the reason is that the minimum tax is imposed on an annual basis. So there's a few complications there. If you want to allow fallowing for a certain portion of time, you're going to have to figure out some formula by which you might have a reduced minimum tax rather than simply exemption for the minimum tax during the relevant fallowing period. You may have to figure out how that applies if you've got a fallowing period that falls over the course of 2 calendar years. Additionally, it creates essentially what I think might be what may be perceived as a relatively large loophole. Which is, or at least was contrary to the initial intent of the tax ordinance, which is that the minimum tax is the same regardless of the number of cultivation cycles. So it inherently contemplates that in a year in which you're cultivating, there may be certain fallowing periods, but the minimum still applies regardless of that. And that, as I understand it, that was part of the intent and part of the structure of the original ordinance. I would note that if you do switch it so that you're looking at a partial year following, you're likely then to sort of invite the situation in which you're going to have potentially complicated calculations with respect to the following period for, I think, not just cultivators who are looking to take a year off, which was what I understood the original intent of this to be, but as Mr. Katz had alluded, people who in their normal cultivation cycles may only have the plants physically in the ground for so many months out of the year. And therefore, there's a few complications there. One is you're going to erode your tax base for people who are currently under their present operations and not necessarily looking to take time off, which I didn't understand to be this board's intent. Part of that was also that you would increase the workload for the tax collector, and you'd also potentially sort of make things a bit more complicated from an enforcement and compliance standpoint with respect to both the tax collector and the cannabis department. Having the sort of the annual calendar understanding, sort of this is a following yes or no is relatively straightforward from an enforcement and compliance standpoint. When you have everyone on sort of different schedules as to which months they're allowed to have plants in the ground and which months they're not, you're increasing the regulatory burden on the county. So, we didn't understand that to be part of the board's intent. And in fact, I don't think we understood that to be part of MCA's intent when the idea was first brought forward. But in any event, if the board wanted to go that route, we could look at something else, but we've been trying to sort of steer the program in the simpler direction to try and make it easier for administration, easier for the applicants, and to avoid the potential for loopholes and unintended consequences. I think the other note that I recall mentioned in the memo had to do with the fact that the statement as to the amount of the gross receipts would be made under penalty of perjury. That was simply something that we put in because that is the standard that we typically use for any sort of tax return or information from which a tax calculation is made. I would note it's the same standard that the IRS uses on its tax return forms. It's the same as what the Franchise Tax Board uses, and it's the same as what the the TOT forms that we currently use also have. If the board wanted to change that standard, you certainly could. But we figured that was going to be sort of the default standard and mechanism for compliance.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah. So County Council, I think you've accurately described what the board asked, and I supported it at the last meeting. I'll support it now, but I just want to comment that on many of our agenda items where there is a fiscal impact, for some reason beyond my comprehension, the executive office allows the agenda item to be published with a not applicable, and there should be at least an estimated range. I mean, I know it's impossible to know exactly how many people, but if we, there could be a range like 50% of the applicants who are currently in the program are expected to take advantage of this, with some caveat like that. But it just seems like consistently we see agenda items with no fiscal impact analysis, and that's a required part of an agenda summary item. And I just want to mention it because it happens over and over again.
County Council.
Yeah, my apologies, Supervisor Jordy. That was an oversight, and I think, quite frankly, when we're processing ordinances, typically when we're looking at that section, we're thinking about what we would be spending, and I think clearly the board is correct that you're looking at more broadly what would the impact be as to the county fisc. I will say I don't know that I really have, frankly, any meaningful sense to provide you an estimate on this. I'm happy to draft the language, but frankly, the amount of people that may be following and what that might mean for your bottom line, I'm just not in a position.
I don't think that's the role of the county council. I think it's the role of the cannabis department and the fiscal team at the executive office to make sure that when agenda items are published, they've inserted a figure there.
So, Dan, I tend to agree with you in the abstract. I'm not sure how one would go about estimating it, because, I mean, if it's 50% that decide to fallow, well, then we're going to lose about $1 million of tax revenue because we're looking at, I don't know, 1.8 million now. But how would you come up with the 50%? I mean, you could start polling cultivators, asking, are you likely to use this? Are you taking a year off? But I don't think we could come close to accuracy on that. And then the other part of it is, if we don't pass this, you may have people drop out of the program and lose the revenue. And whereas if you give them this option, you lose the revenue, but maybe they come back. How do you capture that in a field? I don't think I could do it. I'm not sure the cannabis program has that insight into what all the individual cultivators will do next year. Supervisor Haschek.
Supervisor McGordy and I brought this forward on the behest of some cannabis cultivators months ago. And we worked through it. We thought we had direction to the county council. I haven't seen the MCA memo, and that's my bad on this issue. But I think that since this is a first reading, we could approve it, and then in the interim, before the next meeting, we could have a meeting with those parties, MCA, with the Cannabis Department, County Council, and just look to see if those issues are still relevant, if they want to, it will delay the process, but at least we could get something that is really works properly for people, if that should be our goal. And if they're significant enough, Supervisor McGordy and I can recommend changes to County Council, and we can move forward like that.
I would prefer you get board direction on what those changes may be than having County Council spend a lot of time reworking. I don't know if the full board will support it if we're talking about fractions of a year, just the time the plant is in the ground, that prorating the minimum tax. I don't know. The board hasn't contemplated that yet. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, this is a little more complicated than what I originally thought. What I thought was that the cannabis growers would like to basically stop growing for a season, but still keep their license and also be able to sell any existing inventory that they had without having to go through a lot of rigmarole. And this, based on that, this was County Council's best estimate of how to do that efficiently, and I support it. We can't start tracking individual greenhouses to figure out, okay, we're only going to do a third of the greenhouse for between January to June, and then maybe we'll increase production or maybe back everything off. And trying to verify those kinds of things gets really, really complicated. And my response was, yes, as a farmer, there are times where you go, look, no water, no market, don't plant. End of discussion. Or plant very little, but make your mind up early in the season and go forward with that. So I understand that probably this isn't the perfect solution for the cannabis community, but again, based on all the trouble that we seem to have just getting people's applications through, I wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize those or otherwise make it more of a workload on them to verify what's going on.
Hang on a second. Supervisor Mulhern, and then we're going to finish public comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm glad that the item was brought forward so quickly. It seems as though staff has tried to get it as close to simple as possible, and I hope that the members of the cannabis community can understand that there's far many deeper levels of process that you have to go through when you're working with county government. The expenses it's just beyond the cannabis department and the impact to the treasurer's office and to like multiple other departments and not just one department. And it's important to understand that when county council or when the MCD team brings something forward, they have to look at that holistic governmental view. That is their job. And so when they're bringing something forward, they are doing that to try to make it as simple and effective for county government, which may be very challenging for certain individual applicants. But again, it's the benefit of the whole and of the agency. And I just think it's really important to keep that in mind.
What's that? No. We can go back. Michael Katz, you have another 26 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to make it clear that just because something is suggested by county council and the cannabis department does not mean that it is the best solution. Oftentimes, they refuse to engage with us in a way that would enable the proper questions to go back to the state or to even just change things locally and make assumptions based on their ideas of what would be best based on limitations. By keeping us out of this conversation, you're continuing to harm the county overall, not just the cannabis community, and I hope you change your minds.
So Michael, what I would like to see is you work with the ad hoc. And I mean, the feedback that came in at 1:19 yesterday. So our agenda was published Thursday.
On Thursday afternoon, it came in as soon as it was available.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, late Monday, we get a memo. I mean, Supervisor Haschek hasn't seen it. And this process, I want it to work. And I want you to walk away feeling satisfied that you were heard and you were able to influence public policy. But just showing up at a board meeting and yelling at the board doesn't seem to be getting you anywhere.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not. And if the county council had shared this draft or cannabis department had shared this draft prior to Thursday, if they've been developing it this time, I'm sure you understand that 3 days to respond to a complicated issue like this is insufficient. And so often, if we, as we've been saying repeatedly, if we were engaged in this conversation at the earliest stages and actually sat down and were able to have a back and forth conversation instead of us making a comment, someone disagreeing and then saying, well, my disagreement is the end of the story, then we would potentially not have to have all these back and forths.
Yeah, I would certainly appreciate that. I'm not on the cannabis ad hoc, but
the county council doesn't reach out either. It's like we need complete involvement.
Hang on a second. We want to establish the proper procedure here to get on a better track. County council is not going to reach out to member of the public. It's just not appropriate. County council will collaborate with the ad hoc, and so the way this should work is the cannabis community, maybe MCA, should call John Haschek or Glenn McGordy, you have their cell numbers, and ask, can we have a meeting? We want to talk about our proposal. If you get their support, they can go to county council. Council will help them perfect the idea. They come to the clerk, get it on the board calendar, and then the full board contemplates the idea. Maybe you get support, maybe you don't. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. Supervisor Jurdy lost today, and he's not yelling at me. So you're not going to get all of your ideas passed all of the time. Like Supervisor Mulhern said, there's a lot of other issues the board is looking at. And we have to look at setting up a program with such complexity, knowing that we can't handle that complexity, is really setting the public up for a failure. We don't have the money to waste
you
in
can't
that
handle
direction.
the complexity if you don't engage us properly, and that's not what's happening. And we've been begging for this engagement for over a year. So we're ready.
Let's clear that up. Are you able to work with Supervisors Haschek and McGorty?
Yes, we have remained available to work with them since the ad hoc was created. There has been no progress or hardly any progress since then. That is why we have to come here and constantly ask for board direction, which gets ignored when we ask for it.
So ad hoc?
I mean, we tell you guys exactly what we think should be happening, and then there's just the response, which is not engagement. It's just no. So, like, we're down for the engagement, please.
So can the ad hoc comment on this? Can you develop a working relationship with stakeholders so that we don't have to go through this again and again?
You know, I thought we had engagement with them, because certainly I've spent many times with Supervisor Hasjak and cannabis ad hoc meetings, and you know, they bring something very complicated to us, and we pass it on, as we should, to county council and say, what do you think? And you know, our concerns center around, if we make a significant change to the ordinance, are we going to run into trouble with keeping the ordinance, or are we going to suddenly find ourselves in a CEQA violation? That's one of the things we think about. We think about our capacity to be able to react to a proposal when we're involving multiple departments, like has been suggested. How complicated can we get before we're sort of getting lost in the vapor of moving things around? So these are all concerns that we have. We're trying to find a way that works, and this is what we came up with. And you know, if there's something specifically that makes it untenable for a cannabis grower to go through this process, then yeah, Supervisor Haschek and I will listen, and we'll try to go through the cycle again. There was also a sense that we wanted to get this done in a timely fashion, and we delivered. You know, we did the best we could to get this out as quickly as we can. And I know it doesn't seem fast to people who are waiting whether they should plant or not, but for us, it's quick.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think one of the issues that Michael Katz is bringing up, and you heard about it this morning, is that Supervisor McGorty and I are available, but I don't think the cannabis department has been accessible to people, and there hasn't been that communication. So if we hear about an issue, we might take it to the cannabis department, but then we don't get the results we want. And I think that that's kind of the frustration that you're hearing on this. And so I think that it would be better to have the cannabis ad hoc working with MCA or other parties who are interested, and the cannabis department.
No, I don't think it's appropriate to have staff working directly with applicants. I mean, when they're processing permits, absolutely, but on brainstorming an ordinance, I think that needs to come through the board. That's the job of the ad hoc, and we just need to fix this process. Two of you should hold a meeting with stakeholders, decide what you believe is a good idea. You sponsor it, you bring it to us, you look for one more supervisor at a minimum to join you, and it's done. We move forward, we set policy. We're not going to have MCA bringing a crowd of cannabis cultivators into the cannabis program to brainstorm a potential ordinance. That's not how county government works.
Well, if you were in planning and building and you had contractors who had issues, you'd certainly want to hear what those issues were.
Yes, but it would be the supervisors that would be hearing the issues and then working with staff to fix the issues. So two of you are sort of a buffer between the applicants and staff. That's right. And what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, do the two of you support this fallowing ordinance? You heard from stakeholders and decided this is the right way to go, and you're looking for our support today? Is that right?
You know, personally, I do, after discussing with the county council. Now, you know, it probably would have been wise for us to have a chance to preview this before bringing it in our board packet with industry to get some feedback from them. and we maybe miss that. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm thinking like a farmer again. So if I'm fallowing, I mean, I know I'm going to fallow. I assess the season, look at prices, look at water availability, and say that's it. You know, I mean, I don't fallow just, you know, for a couple of months out of the year. It's for the season, and that's what this does. So I like it. I like the fact that it's fairly simple. It really addresses what we care about, which is income. It doesn't mess up anybody's permitting process in terms of where they are in the queue and if they're finished, whether they've got their Appendix G going on and they don't have to stop or worry about interrupting any of the flow. So I thought it was a fairly well-designed issue to address what we care about, which is the taxes, and allowing people to step back in and out of the program fairly quickly without a lot of work.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, I would like to move forward with this item today, and I just want to remind the community and the board and hopefully our staff and our team that cannabis regulations are new. It will take an estimated 20 years before we shake out a simple regulatory process. So there's in my opinion, I think we can take the recommendation today, we can move forward, and if 6 months to a year from now, we see some changes that need to be made, if it's 2 years or 3 years, whatever that is, it doesn't have to be exactly as it's stated today. We can move forward, we can get the process rolling, and we can adjust as necessary. And I realize that government doesn't really like that, and it doesn't typically work that way. But with cannabis, I think we have to be flexible. We have to try things, and if they don't work, adjust.
Let's go back to public comment. Next, we have Monique.
Monique Ramirez, District 3. Wow, what an interesting folding of events today. I just want to say that I appreciate everybody's dialogue here. This is complicated to some extent, but just because something's complicated doesn't mean that we just choose the easiest path, because the easiest path doesn't actually always garner the results that we want. And so I feel like we do need to have better correspondence between ad hoc and then the ad hoc getting the necessary support that they need internally to be able to help bring things forward to get us to the solution that we want. And I think that, you know, we have to remember too that when people need to fallow, they're choosing that at the end of a growing cycle, probably because something didn't go well, or they're looking ahead and realizing that they're not going to be able to do the next planting. And we're all renewing our permits at different times. We don't all start on January 1st and end on December 31st. So that makes it a little bit more challenging. And but I do appreciate and understand how that impacts the tax part of it. And I want to see things be streamlined. I think everybody does, but we also don't want to leave people in the dust either. And so fallowing is really important to our ordinance, especially because those in resource lands, if they choose to not cultivate for a year, then, you know, unless they have this fallowing in place, then they're done forever, because that's the way our ordinance was drafted. I don't understand why it's only good for 1 year and that's it, like 1 out of 5 years. Like if people need to take 2 years off and still hold their place in line because of the nature of the way 10A17 has been designed, we need to allow that opportunity. And I think that's being overlooked right now. I'm in forest land. So if I take 1 year off, what if I need another year? But I don't want to lose my ability to operate completely. And you guys care about seeing these funds being generated for tax revenue in the future. Like there's just a lot of things here. And especially for fires, if somebody's farm burns down to the ground, it could take years to get that rebuilt to where they even could plant again. So, you know, I really want us to relook that issue. And I don't think that's fully being addressed right now. And I'm frustrated. I know everybody is, and I want us to find solutions. I want us to work together. I want stakeholder engagement to feel meaningful. And I know that you guys care to an extent and want to make it work too, but I feel like there's a lot of burnout from everyone. And so it's easy to just say, okay, well, this is too complicated, so let's just just not do it that way. But again, I reiterate that it's important to really examine the nuances and work them out so that it can be a workable solution for everyone in the end. So thank you so much.
County Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify for the benefit of the board and the public, the proposed ordinance in front of you would not limit the fallowing to once every 5 years. There is an older existing fallowing permitting scheme that is limited to once every 5 years, but this ordinance here, which would provide tax relief for fallowing, there's no limit as to how frequently it can be done.
Thank you. That's how I read it. Supervisor McGorty. All right. Paul Hansberry.
Yes, hi, Paul Hansberry. Thank you very much. I think the thing that the issue about the mixed light and you doing only a few rounds of light depth instead of doing 3, just doing 1, speaks to people that are would become comparable to someone who has a 10,000 acre canopy permit, but only doing 2,500 square feet due to, well, the whole myriad of reasons, because of the drought, because of illness, because he lost he lost some of his labor force for whatever reason, that they have to reduce their canopy. So the issue with the light depth people, instead of doing 3 cycles, only doing 1, would correlate to that, to the canopy being reduced. And that's where they're asking for the thing. Now, as complicated as that might seem, there seems to be that there would be a way that you could correlate the two with the reduction in canopy and make it fairly simple. We don't have to make it as complicated as it appears on the surface. There are ways to simplify things. You know, anybody can complicate things. It takes genius to make it simple. I think Woody Guthrie said that. So those sorts of things are the things that need to be ironed out. And I think that the stakeholder input would go a long way to solving some of these problems. I know that you're frustrated. The board must be really frustrated with hearing cannabis all the time. Chair Williams has said that over and over. So if we could get the engagement so that we could bring, reasonable things that are well thought out instead of just, throwing things against the wall and see if they stick, I think that would be a much better way to approach things. So hopefully we can get some stakeholder input and we can talk these things out and get them presented in a reasonable manner and in a reasonable time frame. Thank you very much.
Kristen Nevital, Director Nevital.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Kristen Nevital, Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Department. The Cannabis Department did join the ad hoc and County Council for a meeting with MCA and representatives. And additionally, we've had multiple Friday public meetings where we've agendized fallowing to listen to stakeholder needs. Those comments and that input we have brought back to County Council during the shaping of this ordinance. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware that we have been holding some stakeholder input sessions on this topic specifically.
Thank you. Next is Ron.
Look at this. Wow, it's trippy. Oh, you missed it.
Yes, good afternoon, board. I am not an applicant in the program. I consider myself more of a subject matter expert. And the thing is that whenever you have other topics, whether it be broadband, fire, or water, there are experts that come in. The county staff has been working with these people for years. There's no question that the building and planning knows about building, but cannabis is different. And it seems that we don't have a real way to get you to understand all the issues. I try. An example is Supervisor McGorty is saying about regular fallowing. Well, in cannabis, if I were growing tomatoes, I could stop growing tomato plants, and next year I could go to a nursery and get a cherry 100 seed and plant it, and I will have the same genetics that I had when I grew them before. Same with a Sauvignon Blanc or a Cabernet grape. I could go get those. It's universally set. Cannabis is not like that. And so we get into problems when we try to apply a real simple solution to a complex problem. And for example, John McCowan with the tree removal, it was going to be a simple process of if you remove the commercial species of trees, you were disqualified. Well, now we're down to its vegetation. It has really expanded beyond that just simple statement. And it's going to be important. And I have some real serious questions about this. And I asked them at that Cannabis meeting. In fact, I thank Director Nevedal for having the experience to understand this. So here's a simple example. If you have an outdoor permit and you want to fallow, you need to maintain your genetics because you cannot just go get them. Now, to maintain those genetics, it's going to take lighting. Now, does that put me into a mixed light situation? Have we asked that question? Do we have a solution? Again, there are very few crops that you harvest multiple times a year. So it is hard for people to wrap their mind in understanding that, well, instead of doing 3 runs or 4 runs a year, we've looked at it, we're only going to do 1 run. So cannabis is unique. And those of us coming to you have had the experience, have had the work on the ground. We are learning how government works and continuing to try to bring these to you. But when we bring a situation to you, it goes to the ad hoc, it goes to the department and county council and say, no, we don't think that'll work. Well, not working is not understanding the original big picture. So that's really where we're at, is that we have subject matter experts that are trying to bring you things, but it takes time when you just want to say, well, it should be a simple solution. And a simple tax relief is not a simple solution. You need to find out what the questions are so that you can really dive into it, particularly the one I brought up, the example of I have an outdoor, how do I keep my genetics going? Thank you.
Corinne.
Thank you. I totally agree with what Ron is saying. And it's a situation where the uniqueness of cannabis, the complications of track and trace, genetic factors, maintaining plants that are potentially mother plants for clones. And when I heard Supervisor Mulhern say, well, why don't we just, it's going to take a long time. Let's just see how things kind of work out. Let's just go along with this. I believe that a smarter path is to commence further and in-depth communications with ad hoc, as you're suggesting, if they will continue to be open to so many topics. And the Cannabis Department, County Council, if they have time, and the stakeholders, because those in the industry are the only people who actually have the whole comprehensive problem in their lap. It's not just a form you have to create. It's not just imagining that, okay, we're going to take a proportion of this particular grow and have that proportion of the current minimum tax be applied. There are lots of factors. So I suggest let's have a stakeholder-based proposal, have it be explained, and let's just try that, Supervisor Mulhern, and see how it goes. I believe that's a smarter way to address these complexities of the cannabis industry and cultivation in particular. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Corinne, are you still on the line? So is my understanding that there was an urgency to move this ability to fallow forward. And that is the reason that it's on our agenda today. So I'm not sure how we're able to move forward and allow people to not have to pay the cultivation tax if we don't move forward with the fallowing item. I understand that there are still questions or complications. We're in May. And the way that it takes to get things on the board's agenda, we're talking late summer, and it's far beyond anybody's ability to go back and undo their planting at that point. So that's where I'm coming from, that we had an urgency that we needed to move this forward, and that's why I think we should move forward, not because I'm not smart and not because I don't want to hear from the cannabis community, because I think it's important that we are able to meet the people that have needs to not cultivate this year.
So I'd like to add on that, that I think what we created probably works for some people. It may not work for everybody. So we could at least trial what, the folks who really don't want to grow this year because they don't have water or they have inventory and they don't see how they can afford to, and, still keep them in compliance with our local permitting. So like Supervisor Mulherin, I hate to just kind of blow this off and say we'll come back later when we could actually help some people right now. It may not take care of everybody, and I'll be honest, I don't think of a greenhouse operation as really stopping growing. If you say, well, I'm only going to do one cycle, you're still growing inside of that greenhouse. So it's not the same as what we're used to as farmers when we fallow. We're usually thinking, I'm not growing this year, period, or I'm reducing the size of my crop. So this, they're right. This is an extremely elegant horticulture that I don't completely understand, and it's homegrown. It's not widely published in the literature where I can just go online and find everything out in a short article. It's very, very different what I've been exposed to as a plant scientist, and I've worked with some really complicated crops. The closest thing maybe being poinsettias, where they also need light deprivation in order to bloom properly, and they have to be cycled right, and you can't spray them because their foliage gets stained really easily. So, I've worked with some complicated crops, but in that case, if you're going to fallow poinsettias, you don't grow them.
Let's just go ahead. A little while.
What do you mean?
Would you mute?
Bye.
So that's all I have to say. I think we should press ahead, and we can refine this if the cannabis community wants to work on this some more and say this isn't enough. We can we can augment it, but I suggest that we move forward to meet what was originally our goal, which was to be timely and have something that works.
The last comment is from a caller ending in 8857. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Blair Allsclair calling in. I would just like to say, well, first of all, I really appreciate, Ted, you kind of approaching, I think, one of the fundamental issues, which is somehow whatever is going on between the ad hoc and the cannabis department and that whole thing there is not functioning properly. And none of us want to spend our time on this call all day. I have a 2-week-old baby and I've been on this call all day. And I think that, but, we have a lot of frustrations and things aren't being properly implemented. And then, so I think that in order to, even after this call is finished, we really need to figure out how to be able to properly put in the input that MCA, this organization, is putting in. And Supervisor Mulherin, I understand you wanting to just move this ordinance forward and just have it be done, but at the same time, those decisions and not implementing the things that we're trying to recommend and have been recommending for a long time now are going to affect real businesses that are trying to barely stay alive right now in our current system. Like you're saying, you guys have all been saying this whole time, small businesses have really been suffering and we're all really suffering right now. And so being able to take the time and try to listen to these recommendations that we're trying to put in to make the fallowing a bit easier. And, none of you on the board are cannabis cultivators, but all of us calling in right now and giving recommendations, we're all cannabis cultivators and deeply understand what we're going through and the regulations that we have to deal with in order to do this. And so, we really need to be listened to. And I think also, it would be probably really helpful too, to really take up MCA and Michael's invitation for you to go and see Ladybuds and really see the crazy things that we're subject to in order to run our businesses that other businesses are not subject to. And I hear time and time again, okay, well, if we do this, then maybe, but we may lose like $1 million in revenue. And it's like, well, if you don't do it, you may lose even more, because there may be more businesses that are going to be lost because they're not going to be able to continue to survive in this industry without these little things being implemented. So I just want to say that I really hope that you take MCA's considerations into this fallowing document and make a few simple changes and be able to pass the ordinance.
Thank you. Chantal? No, thought I saw a hand up. I think we have voicemail.
My name is Ellen Drell, and I would like to comment on agenda item 4F, amendment to the Cannabis Business Tax Ordinance. I would like to express my support for this amendment, relief from the minimum tax when cannabis operations are temporarily suspended. I think this is an entirely justified tax reduction and an important step in helping to maintain a viable small-scale cannabis industry as part of the county's economy. I would urge the supervisors to go further and consider other ways to ease some of the financial burdens involved in transitioning a small-scale cannabis farm to a legal, regulated business, especially now with such a precipitous drop in the product market price. Though the county's legal farmers can be expected to help pay for the cost of regulating the legal market, it doesn't seem that they should be expected to foot the bill entirely for the eradication of the illegal operators that continue to plague the county. So I thank you for taking this first important step on behalf of our legal cannabis farmers. Thank you.
Chantal?
Hi there. Thank you, Ted, for bringing me back in. Sorry for the delay on the last invitation. My comment has to do with the process regarding stakeholder input. As a participant, I'm a private consultant. I work in environmental compliance and regulation in the cannabis industry, particularly related to salmon habitat restoration. Hold on a second. Sorry. My son's cooking me dinner. He just came with it ready. Isn't that great? Okay, so quickly, what my experience has been with the Friday meetings is that they're incredibly effective and wonderful, and I'm so grateful for them happening. They're a fantastic improvement over prior to the Friday meetings. And I'm really grateful for Kristen Nevedal's role and a lot of, compassion and understanding for the complexity of the role that she is playing. And what I've seen in my participation is a lot of commentary and input going to the agency or to the department, program, whatever it is now, and a feeling that I'm heard, but then what comes through is no change from the board, either the Board of Supervisors or from the ad hoc. It's like, it seems to be that there is a fundamental communication disconnect in the process by which the stakeholder input is being assessed and taken in. And the Friday meetings relieve some concern that there is has not been appropriate information sharing from the department out to the public that they're regulating. But the process by which quality, technical advice and input is being generated by MCA and then given to the Board of Supervisors and to the ad hoc, and then trickle down into how it is administered by the cannabis program is where there seems to be, by no design or malevolence, just a disconnect. And all of the brains are there and active and wanting to find solutions, but perhaps in the administration of how the information is received and then materials are drafted, what would be fundamentally changing it would be for that drafted material to then to be sent back out to the stakeholders for a second round of input. I just participated as the as the MCA representative on the water agency stakeholder group meetings, and whatever was generated, we were seeing live in front of us during those meetings. We were able to give commentary, and then they were sent to us, and we were able to comment via email and actually editing the document live through that role. And I found that even there, where there was a large group of diverse stakeholders covering really technical concepts, there was an effective or more effective way for input to go back and forth and for it to be a two-way conversation rather than for it to be more of a one-way conversation, which is what I've seen happen through the formulation of the cannabis regulations that we have at the county level now. Thanks.
That concludes public comment. Supervisor Haschak.
When Supervisor McGordy and I started working on this fallowing issue, we had a couple goals. One was to keep people's state permits. One was to allow for multi-year fallowing. And the other was to keep genetics that people were desiring. And that wasn't allowed in the ordinance. So with what County Council has brought forward, keeps to those, goals. It meets those goals. Now, there might be some other complications, but basically, County Council did what the ad hoc and the goals of when we were meeting with MCA and the Cannabis Department, this is what they brought forward, and it meets those goals. And so with that, it's a first reading. I think that we should approve it. And then in the interim, before the next hearing, we can meet with MCA. I think the ad hoc would meet with them, see what the issues are, see if they resonate at all with us, and then either bring back some modifications or go forward with the second reading, because there was a timely sense that this needed to be passed so people could fallow this year. So with that, I'm ready to move approval of the first reading.
I'll second that.
Let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4G, CEO report.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I would like to take an opportunity to invite staff and public to take a moment to look at the report. It does document a significant amount of work that this county does throughout the month. There is a brief update on a coastal communication outage that happened on the 10th of May for approximately 17,000 individuals. It's Foster Care Service Month, and this is a time to recognize and acknowledge members of the community who help children and youth to foster and care unify with their parents and to find permanent houses and connections. There's a list of resources for individuals who are in need of food in Mendocino County. You'll see a Hopkins Fire Recovery Report by the PERM Department, as well as the COVID-19 micro-business grants that are now available through the county and EDFC. You'll see a page where it focuses on our employees, our greatest asset within the county, talking about our high-performance organizations. There's one very critical role that all county employees perform, and that is as a disaster service worker. One of the highest priorities of all service public employees is to assist in the responsibilities of preserving life and property of the residents of Mendocino County. Under California law, all public employees are disaster service workers and may be called upon in the event of disaster. I really want to take a moment to say thank you to all our employees who have stepped up to fill these roles and those that will continue to do so in the future. Behavioral Health Month, it's mental health awareness. There is a list of events that are being events this month that will be happening on Attachment 6. There's your usual code enforcement update in attachment 7. Public Health is going through their public health accreditation and provide you with a report. Cultural service agencies, they're throughout working diligently through the libraries, a lot of museum activity this month and next, so please take a look at page 6 of the report. And then page 7, we talk about our animal care. If you notice, the majority of this report is only 7 to 8 pages. There are significant attachments, so if you see the update that you would like, you can go quickly to the attachment. Thank you for your time.
Supervisor Mo?
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the CEO and the team that puts this report together, it's incredibly useful for me as an elected to be able to point to, especially the behavioral health updates. That has been changing fairly rapidly lately, and I don't want our team to undervalue the importance of this report. It is incredibly useful for our community. I'm not sure in what ways we can get it out to more people, because I know that they have questions, it goes out, and I believe in our e-notifications. If you've signed up for releases, you're receiving this information. So hopefully people are taking the time to look through it and then ask questions if they have any questions on it.
Darcy, I want to thank you. I know how hard you're working. I appreciate you came out to Faulkner Park over the weekend because it's on our agenda and the community is talking about it. I recognize just how much energy you're putting into this. I think you're doing a great job. Do we have any public comment? No. Any online? No. Okay, well, let's accept the report and move on. Item 4H, Ledge Platform. We don't have one. 5C, any final comments from supervisors? Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that the Mendocino County Wildfire Safety Expo is happening Saturday in Anderson Valley at the Brewing Company. It's from 3 to 6 p.m. and it's in conjunction with the Mendocino County Homebrew Festival. So there's a lot of good information that the Firewise Council is putting forth. And they've got a lot of people in collaboration there. So, fun times.
Last call. Okay, meeting adjourned.